It was a normal day at his job, which was already coming to an end. The last concrete mixer had arrived, and nothing foreshadowed the impending danger. The workers were finishing the last delivery of concrete when he suddenly received a call, and it turned out to be his brother. He asked why he didn't answer, to which Baek Yi-soo said that it was quite noisy in here, so he didn't hear the ringing. He asked his brother if something had happened to him, but he replied in the negative, saying that he had decided to call him just for the sake of it. He asked if he needed a reason to call his brother, adding that he would like to meet him. Yi-soo asked if it had to be today because he was a bit busy right now, but his brother insisted. Before he could answer, the voice of one of the workers was heard, who was dissatisfied with how the others had poured the concrete. The pouring was indeed poorly done, and the bodies of the dead people floated to the surface, each of them wearing a North Korean military uniform. His brother asked again if he was going to come to the meeting tonight, but Yi-soo was in no hurry to answer. Suddenly, a young guy, who also seemed to be slightly injured, tumbled out of the door behind him. A man came out of the door. He had a knife in his hand, with which he had wounded the worker, and hatred was burning in his eyes. It was Lee Yong-chol, a member of North Korea's 525th Task Force, and upon seeing him, Yi-soo ended the conversation. He turned to the guy lying on the ground. He was a rookie, who said that he was fine and the wound was not deep, but the commander did not think so. He was the commander of a special unit of the National Intelligence Agency of the Republic of Korea, Baek Emer-soo, with a total of 12 infiltrations into North Korea. He took off his jacket to stop the bleeding and then went to subdue Yong-chul, and the other workers started betting on how quickly he could do it. This irritated Yong-chul, and he rushed at the commander with a knife, swinging it at his throat, but the commander dodged it as if he were a childish attack. And then he hit him with his elbow from underneath, into the jaw, and Yong-chul felt it well, but did not lose consciousness. But as it turned out, this was not the end. So immediately after it followed another blow from a fist on his head from above. This time, the Korean couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground, which meant that he had lost consciousness after all. For Yi-soo, this fight wasn't even a warm-up. He took his jacket back, saying that it was over. He put on his jacket, saying to patch up the newbie and clean up here. He himself had to go to meet his brother. While removing the motionless body of Chul, one of the workers wrinkled his nose, saying that this is why he never talks about the robot. The commander heard this, he thought for a bit, and then said to just tell everyone that he had a dirty job. He had already reached the meeting place and entered inside, heading towards the main entrance. It turned out to be a luxurious establishment. However, nothing else was expected from his brother. Upon seeing him, the doorman hurried to inform him that, unfortunately, all the seats had already been booked, but Yi-soo didn't care. He said this, but it was clear that the doorman didn't really believe it, assessing the man with his eyes. He said that basic etiquette was required in their establishment, and then asked him to leave. He was still speaking when an expensively dressed man came out of the door, raising his right hand in greeting, looking at Yi-soo, who looked at his brother. His brother approached them, telling the doorman that this was his brother. The doorman's reaction was not late. He bowed, asking for forgiveness, saying that he did not know that this visitor would actually be his guest. Yi-soo said that everything was fine and they had better go, and his brother was able to see the jacket he had come in. On the back it had the words "safety first" written on it, and he read it and said it was a pretty good phrase. Meanwhile, the workers from his team gathered together after a hard day to finally relax and throw themselves their first party in 3 months. But they didn't have much of a celebration. One guy was indignant that the only food they got was frozen pork. But another said that the commander told them to wait. He was probably going to grab something else tasty. The guy with the earrings replied that it would be better if he went with the commander, since he was currently having something luxurious for dinner. They saw cars drive onto their territory, and a man came out of one of them, whom they recognized as the boss. The new guy, who had been silently chewing grilled pork until then, immediately jumped up to greet the chef. They apologized for already starting drinking without him, but he said that he had a project to finish. And then he asked where Commander Baek Yi-soo was. Hearing that he had left early, he said that it only made his job more difficult, putting his hand in his pocket. The new guy curiously asked what kind of job it was, but in response he received a bullet in the forehead, because the boss pulled a pistol out of his jacket pocket. The shot was an instant kill, and the other workers watched in horror as their recent friend fell dead to the ground. At that moment, other people got out of the cars, and the chief said that today they were disbanding their special squad. He told them not to miss a single one, and the workers were overcome with fear, because today not one of them was ready to say goodbye to life. Meanwhile, the brothers were still having dinner. The eldest tried to talk to Park Yi-soo about his work, but he did not listen to him. Finally, his brother pulled out some card, saying that he could make him the manager of one of the restaurants. He placed it on the table and then asked why the soldier was wearing a construction worker's uniform, to which Yisu muttered something about the support of the people. But his brother was not very satisfied with this answer. Pouring wine, he asked if soldiers help civilians in their time. Yisu answered that they should. Then the brother returned to the prospect of working in his company, describing his duties. But Yisu again didn't really listen. Suddenly his phone rang and he looked at the number. It was a guy from work, and the commander was supposed to answer his call. He told his brother that he had to take a call, then excused himself to the restroom. He stood near the sink and talked to a guy with earrings named Shi-on. He had a strange voice. In fact, that's how it was. The guy was sitting leaning against the wall and talking about the food they were eating. Then he told them what had happened, about Chief Zhang's betrayal and the disbandment of their small unit. Other workers had died earlier and were now being dumped in the same place where they had once dumped the bodies of enemy soldiers. Baek Yisu told him to hold on a little longer because he was going there right away, but then changed his mind, telling him to run because they were looking for him. But suddenly, he heard shots through the tube and asked Shion where they were shooting. But there was no answer, and he screamed his name in horror, but there was no answer. At this time, a group of men wearing bulletproof vests and masks that covered their entire faces approached the entrance to the restaurant. Seeing new unexpected visitors, the doorman hurried to notify them that all the seats were taken. But before he could finish speaking, his throat was cut. Yisu was delayed, and his brother was already tired of waiting, when suddenly someone entered, and he raised his head, asking if he had finished talking to his subordinates. But it wasn't Yisu. There were 3 armed men in bulletproof vests standing in front of him. So their visit could only mean one thing. It was a special squad, most likely sent to eliminate his brother. But for what reason, he did not know. Yisu jumped out of the restroom, intending to immediately go to work, but armed men blocked his exit. As if to confirm his thoughts, one of the squad called his name, saying somewhere into the radio that the target was confirmed and they were starting the elimination. They rushed at him. One swung a knife, but the commander stepped aside, simultaneously grabbing his hand with the weapon. He hit his attacker in the bridge of the nose with his elbow. It was his favorite blow. Because, as is known, the force of a blow with an elbow is 5 times greater than a blow with a fist. He then snatched the knife from his opponent's hand and finished him off by cutting him across the eyes, the only thing visible under the mask. Before he could recover, another member of the squad was already running towards him, and he also pulled out a knife. But his attack was also unsuccessful, and it was not for nothing that Yisu was appointed commander in the NAR, which also included military training. He let his opponent get as close as possible, and then again at the last moment, he moved to the side, this time making a throw. In an instant, the enemy was already lying on the ground, and Yisu put the knife to the sole of his foot and squeezed his knee tightly. Without thinking twice, the knife passed through the shoe, and the man screamed in pain, clutching his leg, while Yisu turned to face the others. He had taken off his construction jacket and was now wearing a military uniform, as if a different person was standing in front of them. He said their movements were too predictable to fight, but the men attacked again. He fought off 3 at once, but it didn't look like he was losing. Suddenly, the 3 in front were joined by another one from behind, who intended to attack him unnoticed and finish him off. Chief Zhang stood with a cigarette in his mouth, silently looking at the place where the enemy soldiers were thrown, and now their people were there too. A subordinate approached him, saying that they had finished everything, and a special squad had been sent for Baek Yisu. The chief asked if they had only sent 1 detachment, saying that for someone like Yisu, 1 would not be enough. He was right. Despite the enemy being superior in numbers, the commander won, receiving only a couple of scratches. Wiping the blood from his face, he looked anxiously at the door to the dining room of the restaurant where he and his brother had dined, and became worried. However, his brother was not so simple. In his room, he had the same painting as Yisu, where he turned out to be the winner. He even managed to leave one alive, and now held a knife to his throat, asking who they were and why they came. But the man was in no hurry to speak, and he cut his throat out of impatience, saying, however, that he had nevertheless been a little hasty. His attention was drawn to a radio sticking out of the pocket of one of them. A characteristic noise was coming from it, and he listened to the message. Someone said to kill Baek Yisu as soon as they found him, and also to finish off everyone who was with him. He was surprised to see that the bandits were still using such old-fashioned things, and the message was repeated. His face changed. He was the CEO of the financial company TS, Baek Do-kyung, the head of the Daesun Group. He was about to leave the room, heading towards the door, But suddenly someone called out to him from around the corner. It was Yi Su. Do-kyung asked him if these people were his guests, since he had to greet them, alas, not with warmth. They were sitting in the car, and his brother was trying to repeat the name of the abbreviation where, as it turned out, Yi Su worked. Seeing that his master was unable to cope, the driver suggested that the organization was called NAR and handed him an elastic band. Do-kyung took it, saying that it was indeed reconnaissance, but he would never have thought that one of the commanders would be his brother. So he was an intelligence agent who goes to North Korea and kills people. And Yi Su replied that he was not just a bandit either. He was also Taeson's boss, essentially the leader of a criminal organization. So he was also quite dangerous and cunning. They were still driving, but Yi Su asked to stop. But Do-kyung asked why he was doing this, because it was dangerous outside. However, Yi Su wanted to go out for this very reason. He explained that those people would not calm down until they killed him. But Do-kyung said that it would be better if he dropped him off right away near the police station, and then they would definitely not find him. Do-kyung said that they had already arrived and got out of the car. Yi Su remarked that he had never been here before. It turned out to be a funeral site, with a procession standing on the stone steps and wreaths with a portrait of the deceased below. They didn't walk for long, and then Do-kyung turned around and asked his brother if he thought he was joking. Yi Su didn't expect such an answer. He asked him what it all meant, and he began to have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, some people approached Do-kyung. First a man who said that everything was ready, and then a woman who was holding a photo frame in her hands. She handed it to Do-kyung, saying that within 2 hours, everything would be ready to start. And he, looking at the photograph, turned to his brother. Suddenly he showed it to Yi Su, who saw that it had his portrait on it, and then added that if everything was decided when he died, then let him do it. They stood in the temple where people usually come to mourn and pray for the deceased near his photograph. Do-kyung said that it was just a performance. It's used when you need to clear your name or escape. He said he learned it from the Japanese yakuza, but Yi Su doubted it would work. Do-kyung agreed, saying that of course they would have doubts, but that was precisely why one important detail was necessary, which he had already taken care of. He said that Daesan was a more famous organization than Yi Su thought, so guests would come to the ceremony to offer their condolences. After all, his brother died, which means such a visit was necessary, so such people will be able to witness his death. Will they doubt it? No, they won't, because if he, Do-kyung, said it, then that's how it was. Each of them had a special invitation, but then a car with tinted windows pulled up, clearly not fitting into the general atmosphere. The security guards in charge of maintaining order during the ceremony thought it was either food or big shots. In fact, Chief Jang was sitting in the car, studying the portfolio of the deceased. He noticed that he turned out to be the brother of Boss Tyson. One of the guards knocked on the tinted glass, saying that no one could get in here without a special invitation. The chief addressed the people sitting in the back, saying that this was their last mission. They had to make sure that Baek Yi-su was dead at any cost. The men were dressed in sweatshirts that did not hide their bulging muscles, and they got out of the car one by one. The security guard blocked their way, demanding that they introduce themselves and show their invitation, but the man in the cap looked at him silently. Then the guard decided to act more radically and tried to knock his cap off, but received a brutal blow to the head. The other guards stood silently and watched for a while, not understanding such behavior. Then they rushed at the unexpected guests, and they pounced on them in response. But it immediately became clear that the forces were not equal. It was a special squad that arrived with the chief in order to complete its mission, to disband the squad, with the commander Baek Yi-su. The mission of the NAR Special Forces, the second Halra unit in operations in North Korea, they could not fail. They easily dealt with the guards and were now about to climb the steps, where Brother Yi-su stood at the top with his bodyguard. But the latter turned out to have a completely different position. He began to go down, taking off his jacket along the way. Finally, he approached one of them and said that it was a family funeral, and only those who were specially invited could attend. Despite being 2 meters tall, the man from the Special Forces hit him from below in the jaw, again without explaining anything about his intentions. But the giant didn't budge. It was a member of the Daesan group, the head of security, Ha Jin-woong, better known as Hanam Dong, the wall man. He grabbed the man's face with his huge hand, and the grip was so strong that his eyes popped out. Then there was a crunching sound, and the man fell, while his squad mates looked on in amazement because the thug had just broken his jaw with one grip. They rushed at him, saying that he had simply caught him off guard, but Jin-woon dodged their attacks without much effort. He held one of them by the face with one hand and raised his huge fist with the other to strike, but another of the core squad struck first. He continued to strike again and again, but it had absolutely no effect, and soon Jin-woong got tired of these annoying claps. He tensed his free hand so hard that the veins stood out, and then brought down a crushing blow on the man's head, sending him crashing to the ground. He then turned to the other one, who he still held in his left hand, but he decided to somehow get the big guy into a chokehold. However, no tricks worked on him. This time he even got a little angry, and the man prepared for the worst. The wall man shook him with all his might, and that was enough. But then he threw him straight at his comrade. Chief Jang, who was watching this in the car, grimaced in displeasure, asking why these idiots couldn't deal with one person. He had to take matters into his own hands, so he got out of the car and walked towards Jin-woon, apologizing for his subordinates. He said that there was a misunderstanding here, and as he said this, he handed him a business card with his details, which stated that he was a colonel. After saying once again that it was a misunderstanding, he explained that he was the deceased Yi-su's boss and had come here to offer his condolences. Jin-woong thought about his words for a moment and then looked up at the guy standing there, who nodded his head in approval. Seeing this, he said that he would take the boss into the room, and after a while, he was already sitting in front of Yi-su's photograph. He asked, as if he were Yi-su himself, if he was really dead, and if so, how much his brother Baek Do-kyung knew. The brothers sat at the exit. Do-kyung agreed that the situation with betrayal was really difficult. He asked what Yi-su was going to do with the boss, offering his services to kill him, but his brother thought a little differently. He said that his brother should not interfere any further, but he did not understand the refusal, asking whether he should really do nothing. Yi-su replied that there was no need for that. He would meet with Chief Jang himself, and then they came up with this plan with the brother he pretended to be. He decided that he had pretended to be grieving enough and called out to him, then pulled out a knife using his brother's face. The story was that there was another brother in the family who was a successful businessman and arrived upon hearing of Yi-su's death. He pointed a knife at the boss, saying that it was found in his brother's body. So if the boss didn't explain himself, then the same knife would be found in him too. He held a knife to his throat, asking who killed his brother. Zhang realized that Yi-su was most likely really dead. He asked the gentleman to calm down, saying that Commander Baek Yi-su had died in an accident. He thought the thug would leave him alone if he said this, adding that he could not reveal the details due to confidentiality, but the thug hit him. He said that the chief talked too much, although he clearly asked who was his brother's killer. And with these words, he prepared a knife. Fearing for his life, the chief instinctively reached into his jacket pocket for his gun, but at that moment, a girl in Jin-woon intervened. The girl blocked Do-kyung from attacking his boss, and Jin-woon put his hand on his shoulder, telling him that it would be better for him to leave. To add credibility, Do-kyung yelled at him to get out of there, calling the boss a fucking bastard and pretending to want to get to him. The real Do-kyung couldn't believe that he was asking so furiously who killed his brother, and Yi-su's acting simply amazed him. But it worked. He told his brother about this, asking if he had learned this in intelligence, how to work undercover and all that, to which Yi-su replied that it didn't matter. He said it would stop them for a while, but they would come again soon, so he couldn't stay here forever. Then, in the funeral hall, he was not really pretending, his emotions were not a game. He said what he felt. He said that at that moment he really wanted to kill his boss, because he did the same thing to the workers from his special squad. His brother replied that he understood his feelings, but why shouldn't he stay here and not make unnecessary noise? Because the main thing was that he survived. He added that he would give him a job and put his hand on Yi-su's shoulder. But Yi-su asked if he was asking him to hide here and become a bandit like him. After some thought, he agreed, saying that he was indeed asking him to do so, but only because then they would both survive. Hearing these words, Yi-su slapped his hand to make him put it away, and he himself walked out without saying another word. When he left, Do-kyung sighed, saying that they were definitely not twins. He told Ji-woon to take people and look after him. It was already dark. The weather outside was cool because it was raining lightly. Yi-su was standing near the traffic light, getting ready to cross the road. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was following him rather carelessly. It was Jin-woon, whose surveillance always ended with him being exposed. This time, too, Yi-su asked if he was really going to continue like this, to which he replied that it was an order from the director, that is, Yi-su's brother. At the same time, a man in a hoodie was watching them, holding a knife in his hand. When he saw Jin-woon, he hid around the corner of the house. Chief Jang ended the conversation by giving instructions to continue monitoring Do-kyung's house. He remembered his face that day. He thought that brother Yisu definitely knew something, but his thoughts were interrupted by someone's hand falling on his shoulder. It was his daughter who jumped on his back instead of greeting him, but he didn't mind because he hadn't seen her for a long time. He asked how she got there, to which his daughter replied that the seats were hard and she couldn't straighten her legs the whole way. She said the flight was hard because she wanted to see him sooner, and he replied that he would tell the pilot to fly faster. Her eyes sparkled and she said that this was the power of intelligence. But he shrugged, saying that he was busy with paperwork. Do Kyung clutched the empty pack of cigarettes, saying that he would go out to buy more, but the girl, she seemed to be his secretary, said that she would do it herself. But he told her not to be so grumpy and to let him get some fresh air, but the girl was adamant. She said that if that's what he wanted, he should go out with a security guard because it was dangerous to go alone. Then he looked at her with curiosity and then something strange flashed in his eyes. A minute later, they were going down the elevator accompanied by 2 thugs. He took her words a little differently, choosing the girl herself to go with him. He suddenly turned to the 2 guards, saying that the girl was his sister Su-ah, and added that the boys should greet her. He approached one of them, asking if she had not become even more beautiful, and he hastened to say that his sister was indeed beautiful. Do-kyung's gaze changed abruptly. He said that everyone who called Su-ah sister ended up the same way, and then asked the man who he was. Instead of answering, he suddenly took out a knife and waved it near Do-kyung's face. But he managed to dodge it, simultaneously assessing the situation. But suddenly Su-ah also pulled out a knife, so now both sides had weapons, and Do-kyung asked if she had another one for him. She said it was hidden under her skirt, and he still reached in there, asking for forgiveness, because the other thug also took out a blade. The first spy rushed at Do-kyung, but was unable to hit him because it was difficult to turn around in the elevator, allowing him to dodge his attack. With a deft movement, he grabbed his arm, then pushed back and stabbed him in return, preventing him from making any attempts to attack. However, this was only what he thought, as the blow cut through the man's suit and he saw that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Then Do-kyung realized that his knife was too short to penetrate the bulletproof vest, so he had to hit him in the face. He was about to finish him off, but he heard Su-a fall in the other corner of the elevator as another thug was approaching. He swung the knife, intending to deliver a fatal blow and finish her off, and she cowered in a corner. He struck, but he didn't stab the girl, because Do-kyung covered her with his body, so now he stood with a knife in his shoulder. But this didn't seem to bother him much. He grabbed the puzzled bandit and threw him into the wall of the elevator. But then another man attacked Su-ah, whom Do-kyung didn't manage to finish off, so he now attacked them again. Do-kyung managed to block his attack, noticing how Su-ah rushed at another bandit, not allowing him to get up and take the knife. But Do-kyung lunged towards his opponent and knocked out his knife. It turned out that he was quite good at handling weapons. He pressed the man against the wall of the elevator, and with some strange force, he also put the man's knife to his throat. His appearance suddenly changed. His suit was torn, and his body was very strong and covered with some strange tattoos. A scream of horror was heard from the elevator. It was Do-kyung, who plunged both knives into the bandit's shoulders, and together with Su-a, they were already leaving for the floor. He approached another guard, asking if he had a cigarette, and the guard reached into his pocket, saying he would look right away. However, instead of a cigarette, he suddenly took out a knife and stabbed Do-kyung in the stomach, who did not understand what had just happened. Then with one hand he grabbed the impudent fellow by the face, like the big guy Jin, and with the other he carefully took hold of the knife, saying that it was a little painful. The guard said that the gentleman had better not take it out, since he had deliberately chosen a large knife. But Do-kyung squeezed his face. For a moment it seemed like the guard's face had shifted a little. Do-kyung swung his knife, but the guard jumped back. Suddenly another curved knife appeared in his hand, more like a karambit, and his face turned out to be a simple mask. But it seems that there was still one real security guard left with them, who told the director that he would detain the bandit. However, Do-kyung told him to just give him what he asked for, which was another knife and cigarettes, and told him to keep an eye on Su-ah. He had 2 knives in his hands. Now he was going to kill the traitor. But before that, he decided to ask if he wanted to say something last. A young man was looking at him. It was a Special Forces assassin from the NAR with the alias Ghost. He said that Do-kyung talks a lot, and he said that his brother was killed, asking if it was his doing. The bandit replied that if he were given the chance, he would gladly kill him. Then he rushed at Do-kyung, but he was wounded. The Ghost asked if Baek Yisu was really dead, to which Do-kyung replied that even his boss came to offer his condolences. But for some reason, the Ghost was not satisfied with this answer, and he rephrases the question, asking where Baek Yisu is. Meanwhile, Yisu walked with Jin Woon, who said that he would guard him on the orders of the leader. Suddenly, they disappeared into a gateway, and their pursuer became confused. But the task had to be completed, so he followed them. Apparently, it was a trap, and as his face cautiously poked out from behind the house, Jin Woong struck him with all his might. The guy barely managed to somehow put his hands out, but still flew away. He thought that it wouldn't be easy with such a bodyguard. On top of that, he managed to land in such a way that he broke his arm, and then Yi Su came out of the shadows and asked if Zhang had sent him. The guy said that he was right, and then suddenly added that he couldn't just die like that. And for some reason, his voice seemed familiar. He removed his hood, revealing his face, and now one of his subordinates, Li Xian, was looking at the commander. Jin Woong told Yi Su that it turned out he knew him, and Xian shouted that of course he knew him and showed his broken arm. The commander came up to him and put his hands on his shoulders. He said that he should have stayed with them then, and everything could have been different. But Xian said that he was the only one who survived, so the next time he went to eat delicious food, he would go with him. Then he suddenly grimaced, and when Yi Su asked what was wrong with him, he replied that he just had an empty stomach and his arm was broken, thanks to his bully. As he was saying the last part, he stopped because Jin Woong's face suddenly became very dark, and now he looked creepy. They continued to fight, and he dodged the killer's attacks as best he could with his wounds. They fought, but he understood that he couldn't last long, so he needed to gather his last strength and attack without stopping. He pounced on him, attack after attack, but he successfully repelled them all. It seemed he had full strength. His vision began to blur. The image of the ghost was already floating before his eyes, and besides, the wound was quite deep. He made one last attack, this time almost hitting him, but still, the opponent was strong and dodged. He said that he recognized his strength, because he was quite good. But with these words, he took out a fishing line from somewhere and knocked one of the knives out of his hand. The situation was critical, he asked again where Baek Yi Su was. But Do Kyung could barely stand on his feet. He understood that everything would end here for him. He decided he had to try the last thing he could do and asked him what he had already heard, how tactless he could be. With these words, he cut his hair and then surprised everyone even more by saying that he was Baek Yi Su and that the ghost was a fool. He really did look like Baek Yi Su in this form, and the killer even thought about his words, thinking about the plausibility. He said it was impossible, but Yi Su rushed at him, telling him how stupid he was, even though it was hard for him to move. But seeing how he fought, Ghost said that Baek Yi Su, the commander of the NAR Special Forces, couldn't possibly move so clumsily. But as it turned out, Do Kyung had planned everything from the very beginning. He struck with his free hand, pulling the line from the karambit. With his last efforts, he pulled on it, knocking out one of the knives, and with his other hand ran across the bridge of the man's nose. He fell to the floor, covering his bloody face with his hands, and Yi Su asked him if he still doubted whether he was real or not. He told him to get up and fight, and he rushed at him. Only for some reason, the advantage was not on his side now. He missed the moment again as Yi Su grabbed his hand, then squeezed it, and prepared to stab him with the knife from the other side. He took the same stance as his brother, who had undergone special training, which made the ghost think that it was really Yi Su in front of him. He attacked again, saying that it was impossible, but now it was more of a self-conviction, because Yi Su was here. He even fought differently, not like before. Now he had strength, and he moved completely differently, which really frightened the enemy. And then something incredible happened. The ghost wanted to spin his karambit for another attack, but Yi Su suddenly stopped him. He pressed his own knife into his shoulder and swung it to finish off the bandit, and he panicked, not knowing how to dodge. At the last second, he pushed himself away and fell on his back, avoiding the fatal blow, but now he definitely felt like it was Baek Yi Su. It was the real Baek Yi Su who stood above him again. Now there was no doubt because only he knew this technique. The ghost told him not to come closer, and in a panic he began to look for his knife, sensing his imminent death. Do Kyung swung his right hand and tensed it. He quietly told his brother that he should have stayed with him and seen all of this. The ghost had finally managed to find his knife, and now he held it out as his only defense, and Yi Su rushed at him. He knocked him down, but didn't even stab him, hitting him near the head, and the ghost lay with his eyes wide open because he fell on his knife. Suddenly the weapon fell out of his hand, and his body went limp and heavy, and he fell breathlessly onto the bandit. He got up and saw a car driving up to the house, which meant he had to get out of there, because he could still stay alive. Sua sat in the other room, saying that this was too much, because soon everyone would notice Do Kyung's absence. She said that they should appoint a new director, but Jinwoon replied that Daesan without Do Kyung would no longer be Daesan, but she didn't like that answer. She said that Director Baek would never allow something like that, and she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But Jin Woong interrupted her. She saw the big guy's tears roll down his face, and he said that there was no such thing as Do Kyung. Yisu walked with his head down, and Shion hurried after him, telling him to wait for him. But the commander was thinking about his brother. Shion blocked his way, asking where he was going, and he only replied something about the wounds on his brother's body. The killer was hired by Chief Jang, as there were many cases where he hired special people for shady affairs. Shi said he understood this, but Chief Jang and his men were not people who could be easily approached. For a moment he was afraid to look at the commander. His face was full of despair, and he said that he would find and kill them all. In the morning, in the Pangyo Techno Valley, a group of people stood on the helipad. It was a small detachment with a commander. It was T1 ICT CEO Kim Tae-won, who was sitting peeling an apple, lamenting that there was nothing edible in Pangyo. He said there was no big money to be made here, so men should play in the wide waters of Seoul. They were at a general meeting, and a man approached a fence on the roof over which ropes had been thrown. It turned out that they were holding a man, to whom Kim Tae-won turned, asking what Chief Jang had talked about today. The man said he didn't know what he was talking about, but Tae-won began to chew the apple, saying that if it was rotten, it should be thrown away. He cut one of the ropes and the man immediately spoke, saying he remembered being told that Taesun was having a problem. He said that their boss, Baek Do-kyung, was nowhere to be seen, so they were doing nothing, and this made Tae-won very interested. But then he cut another rope, asking if the information was accurate, and the man assured him that it was all confirmed. He said that was all he heard, so he asked to get him out of here, but Tae-won only cut the last rope. The CEO turned to his subordinates and told them to gather everyone, because they were having Taesun group for dinner today. Fortunately, the man who had already said goodbye to life did not die, because to his surprise, it turned out to be the lower floor. Yisu walked along the Majangdong livestock market, remembering how he was told that it was dark under the entrance, and so it was. He reached the inconspicuous butcher's shop, thinking about Chef Zhang's method. If you want to hide something, hide it in plain sight. These guys in security suits were also trained by Chief Zhang, which means everything should eventually lead to him. He carefully opened the door of the establishment, because if he let his guard down, he would be finished. These people would not tolerate mistakes. He walked through the door abruptly, holding his knife at the ready, but to his surprise, he saw only ordinary butcher shop workers. One of them saw him and asked if he was Baek Yisu, saying that if anyone else had entered, he would already be dead. Yisu approached him and asked what happened here, to which the man replied that it was all Chief Jang's fault. He said he heard on the radio that Zhang's men had taken care of everything, so the picture was no better elsewhere. At the same time, Shion was checking another place where, as the man said, Zhang's people had managed to visit. The man placed his hand on his shoulder, telling Yisu that Chief Zhang was too strong for him and he couldn't handle it alone. He said that he had to run, and his last words were that Yisu dole, then the man died right in his arms. But something in his story puzzled Yisu, because he had never heard of the boss being connected to any organization. Meanwhile, Tae-won reached the main building of the Taesun group and launched an attack, as it was a great opportunity. However, he couldn't believe that Taesun was so weak, even though he was also considered one of the 4 main groups. Suddenly, he saw the situation begin to change, and the reason for that was the appearance of Ha-jin Woong's unshakable wall. He said that he was already the 4th bastard this week who dared to attack Daesun. But Tae-won didn't like his words, and he said that in that case, he would play like a real bastard, taking out the knife. But Jin Woon didn't seem to be bothered by this at all. He just sighed heavily and spread his arms, telling them to attack. However, the general attack was interrupted by the appearance of a young man who walked straight towards Jin Woong, who recognized him as Baek Yi-soo. He said that he needs this organization to avenge his brother, and therefore he asked him to give him Taesun. His eyes were full of determination, hatred, and something else. But one thing was clear. He really was going to take revenge. Then Tae-won hurried towards them, but Yi-soo simply hit him. Then Tae-won, with annoyance, recognized the guy as Baek Do-kyung, which meant that the director was simply hiding somewhere, which is why he didn't come. He had a knife in his hand, and seeing that these people wanted to destroy the Daesun that he needed, he began to wave it. His blow made Tae-won's nose bleed. He thought what kind of crazy person Do-kyung was doing, and told his men to attack. He said that today would be the end for Taesun, but this only made Yi-soo even more angry. He fought well. Seeing him defeating one after another, Tae-won shouted for a knife and rushed at Do-kyung. But Yi-soo reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and knocked the knife out of his hand with one swing, and Taewon became worried. And Su approached him, but he was already scared to death, so he ordered everyone to leave, saying that he was returning to Pangyo. Jin Woong, who was watching all this, remembered his words that without Do Kyung, Daesan would no longer be Daesan. But what if Do Kyung could be found? He turned to Yi Su, saying that if he wanted to get Taesan, then he, Jin Woong, would help him because he trusted him. A month had already passed. The members of the general meeting of the organizations were sitting together again. But this time, Do Kyung was absent from their company. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman who said she had heard that Baek Do Kyung had died, which meant the end for Taesan. Suddenly they heard footsteps. It was Yi Su. Then Jin Woong said that in order to get Taesan, he must become Baek Do Kyung, together with Jin Woong and Xion. He entered the meeting room of the General Assembly, which served as a hotel restaurant. He has already managed to get the same tattoos on his chest and arms as his brother, and has also learned his manner of communication. Before this, Sue taught him some things, for example, that it was better to keep your fingers behind the blade because this would give the blade strength. She said that someone might notice them if he didn't watch his movements. It was a meeting of the leaders of the largest criminal group in Seoul, a general meeting whose purpose was obvious. Supposedly, it was to prevent conflicts between gangs, but in reality, they were waiting for their chance, a chance to benefit when the clash occurred, and that was why Taesan had to be present. Sua said she didn't understand why he had to pretend to protect Daesan, and he replied that he just needed a strong organization, an organization that was larger and stronger than the others. He needed it to carry out revenge for his brother. Meanwhile, Chief Jong stood next to a very important person, listening to the praise addressed to him. He was praised by Seoul Police Chief Cho Won-ho himself, saying that he did a good job and his skills were worthy of praise. Jang brushed it off, saying it was all thanks to his support. But his boss said he was the good leader. However, he then pointed his finger at the mountain of concrete mix, asking why his subordinates were now buried there. Chang said it was a sacrifice for the common good, but the police chief laughed, saying it was like the proverb. But Jang went on to say that officials are now worried and that the Special Operations Unit in North Korea is a relic of the past. He explained that he was under constant pressure and couldn't follow along. But Won-ho interrupted him by placing his hands on his shoulders. He asked if it was really that hard to eliminate a couple of people, since he had no idea how much money he had to spend. He asked why he had eliminated Do Kyung, since Taesan was a member of the General Assembly, and therefore should have understood the consequences of this. But suddenly Jang stopped playing the role of a subordinate, who was being scolded and told Cho Won-ho not to show off. He showed a police badge with the Korean symbol, saying that Cho Won-ho's role in this project is to keep his nose to the grindstone. He threw the badge into a cement pit, saying they needed a public figure, so if he didn't like his role, he should get out. As he said this, one of Won-ho's guards approached him and grabbed the boss by the collar, asking if their boss was his friend. Won-ho laughed awkwardly, noticing that he had nimble hands. He saw him knock down one of the guards. He knocked him out with some strange blow, then took a gun out of his jacket pocket and aimed it at Cho Won-ho. General Assembly. And so what? Why should it bother him, after all? He buried his own subordinates. Won-ho waved his hands, saying that he understood everything and would definitely figure it out, because he knew the people from the General Assembly. This was what Jang wanted to hear. He suggested that they not let each other down again, saying that he would like to meet Baek Do Kyung. Present at the meeting were Gorang Rest CEO Ryu Tae-hyun, boss of the Jorang organization in Yongsan, HHS Entertainment CEO Han Hae-sung, head of the entertainment company in the Gangnam area, owner of the Cheon-un Trading Company Cha Yu-hwa, head of the Korean-Chinese organization in Guro, and also the CEO of Yilhak Capital, Lee Sung-min, the head of a small organization in Gudo, 9 Knives in Jongno. Just as they were in the midst of their conversation, Xion intervened, peeking into the room and telling the director that the meeting was taking place here. They entered and Do Kyung took the only empty seat. All the members of the assembly were surprised by his visit. Hae-sung said that they heard that his brother had died, so it must have been hard for him since that's not usually his style. Others also took up the conversation, saying that there were rumors of a crazy funeral, so everyone asked him to tell them. Hae-sung placed the cup on the table, saying that in that case, they should decide whether Baek Do Kyung deserved to sit in this seat. Do Kyung said that if he knew, he could have come and supported, but since he didn't do that, then at least let him not talk about his brother. He suddenly took out a knife and stuck it into the table, asking who they were to talk about the qualifications of the Taesan group. Hae-sung grimaced, looking at him with both contempt and fear, and asked how they should understand these words. But Do Kyung looked at him with a creepy gaze, saying that he would answer in simple words. From now on, the decent group will not attend the general meeting. They were driving back by car, and Jin Woong said that now the General Assembly had become their enemy. He asked Yisu if he had a plan. However, in reality, he had no plan. In that establishment, he simply said what he thought. Suddenly, Jin Woong noticed a car coming out from around the corner, picking up speed and rushing straight towards them. Luckily, they managed to avoid a collision, but other cars appeared from somewhere and blocked their way. A guy in a red jacket and holding a knuckle duster in his hand came out of one of the cars. It was Ryu Tae-hyun, who rushed at their car. He broke the glass with his knuckles and leaned in, saying that if he could do whatever he wanted, then let Do-kyung give him Taesan. It all started with Yisu's plan. The first thing he had to do was catch a rat. He remembered Ryu Tae-hyun talking about the funeral details, but that was strange, of course, his brother informed them, but obviously without such details. He said that since the meeting was not related to the funeral, it meant one thing. There was a rat among the members who was leaking information. He said that this is why he will not participate in the meeting as long as the rat is there, but there will be no need to look for it either. Back then, his plan was to smoke the rat out of the hole, but now in front of him was the face of Ryu Tae-hyun, who was that very rat. Immediately after the meeting, he took a couple of cars with him as an escort and went after Do-kyung, and now he demanded that he get out of the car. Boss Yongsun, who has the most problems with Taesan and also doesn't hide his hostility, he was the rat. Then Xi'an's head appeared from the car and said that there was no need to break the glass, calling him a baby. Tae-hyun looked at him, asking what he had just called him. And when he repeated it, he said that he liked his impudence, but he would beat him up. He struck at Xi'an, but he only extended his hand, blocking the blow without much effort, since he had once worked with the commander. He asked if Tae-hyun was really a gangster, since with such a blow, and with brass knuckles at that, he should have at least hit him. Tae-hyun looked at the guy. It was obvious that he was interested in him, but their fight was interrupted by the sound of white cars parking. It was Lee Sung-min, the leader of the Nine Knives, who said that they should stop there. Tae-hyun mimicked him, saying that since Master Sung-min said to stop, then he should definitely listen. He approached him, saying that they were going to have a party after the meeting, and asked if Sung-min wanted to join. Suddenly, a man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that Tae-hyun had grown up, and he looked at him with displeasure. Xi'an asked Jin Woong who the old man was, but he replied that they were Ilhak's elite, who were the best in Seoul in the past. This was also evident from the faces of Tae-hyun's bandits, who were surprised that old man Choi Jung-ho from Nine Knives was here. He was the executive director of Ilhak Capital, Choi Jung-ho, a second-generation Gudo. Tae-hyun looked at them with resentment and a little anger, cursing Ilhak and saying that Taesan was his prey. Jin Woong suddenly got out of the car and decided to greet his old acquaintances, telling Sunbae that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jung-ho was surprised, asking when he had grown so big, and Jinwoo said that he should have visited them earlier. Lee Sung-min, meanwhile, approached Tae-hyun, saying that they would like to invite Dae-sung as their guests, and asked if he was okay with it. He walked up to the door where Yisu was sitting, offering to take him in his car, since the glass of this one was damaged. Still, Yisu got out of the car, saying that it was quite scary, but somewhat expected, and Seung-min opened the doors for him. Seung-min told the two to go ahead and he was going to talk to his friend, but Jin Woong said he had to accompany the director. However, Yisu told them not to worry, saying that the car would be too small for everyone anyway. They left, and Seung-min asked about Taesan. He asked if they were really going to leave the general meeting, to which Yisu also responded by asking if they weren't being kicked out. But Seung-min said that if they left the organization, there would definitely be problems with the others. He continued by saying that there is nothing in the congregation except checks and competition, so it needs strength to survive. Yisu didn't quite understand what this guy was trying to achieve, so he asked the director what his intentions were. After thinking for a while, Seung-min looked away and told Mr. Beck that he needed strength. That's why he was here. Meanwhile, Jung-ho asked Jin Woong when he was going to join them, but Jin Woong said that he was working for Daesan. Jung-ho replied that Jin Woong's past was connected to Gudo, and they had a place left for him. But the big man was adamant. He was loyal to Daesan. He said again that his organization is Taesan Group. Moreover, there are things that he must do. But Jung-ho said that he had nothing to do in Daesan, because he would fall today, and it was already decided. Hearing this, Jin Woong turned pale. He was taken to an unfamiliar place where he saw a group of men in white suits who turned out to be from the Nine Knives. They said they would take care of him, and Yisu asked Seung-min what that meant, but he replied that it was the best they could do. Suddenly it dawned on him. He just realized how wrong he was, and he looked angrily at Seung Min, saying that he was the rat. He turned to Xion, telling him to detain Lee Seung Min, and he agreed, telling the commander to be careful as well. And then he hit the driver Seung Min, who was about to step on the gas once Du Kyung was in the hands of the knives. Yisu got out of the car and was already being looked at by a man in a white suit and glasses, who said that everything would end quickly. Taehyun sat in the car and thought with annoyance that he had to let Do Kyung go, giving in to Seung Min and his 9 knives. He said that his people were fools if they did not understand such obvious things as the power of Ilhak. He said that he saw them with his own eyes. Just 3 of them were capable of destroying the entire Kanbuk region, which described their power very well. He continued, saying that there were once 9 of them. Now there were only 6 left, but 3 would be enough to destroy the area. He then thought, what kind of idiot would oppose them, however? Right at that moment, Baek Yi-soo or Du Kyung hit one of the men. Taehyun thought that if there was someone who was capable of destroying Gudo, he would definitely become the strongest in Seoul. Last night, they were sitting by the lake. Police Chief Won-ho was fishing, and he was thinking about the upcoming crime against Taesun. Won-ho asked if he didn't think that Daesun was no longer the same, just a bunch of small trash. He said that because of the project of the higher-ups, Baek Do-kyung had lost his younger brother, and now Daesun was in complete disarray. Seung-min agreed, but said that starting a war now would be very difficult. To which Won-ho replied that he was simply being evasive. Throwing the trash off the cigarette, the boss said that this was not allowed, because then he would lose everything, so Ilhak should not be careful. And besides, if he had mentioned the 9 knives at the general meeting, no one would have dared to squeak in his direction. The boss explained how he, Lee Seung-min, would become the real chairman, and to do that, he needed to reorganize Ilhak. Then Sun Min stood up and looked at the lake. He said that he would do everything, but he wanted something in return. He said that in return he would also like to take part in the project that the boss had mentioned earlier, and the boss was surprised by his insatiability. He said the project was called One Sink, but he had no idea how Seung Min was going to get a spot there. Yisu hit the man with glasses again, causing him to lose his footing a little, almost falling to the ground, while the others stood there in surprise. Then, he finally knocked the man down. It was clear that he fought well, and then asked if they really thought they could take possession of Taesun. It didn't matter whether it was an order or their personal decision. They were challenging him as a leader. He looked at the men in suits with his furious gaze and said that today, Ilhak would be destroyed. Seung-min decided not to wait any longer, intending to get out of the car, however. As soon as he reached for the door, a knife flew towards him. The knife was thrown by Xion, who said that he was actually ordered to grab him, so he couldn't be allowed to get out of the car. The man Yi-soo had hit was named Hyung Nim, and he was now standing on the ground again, saying that he would have been dead long ago if he had been older. He turned to the other members of Gudo, who were laughing a little, as it had been a long time since they had seen Hyunim get hit by anyone. One of them rushed at Yi-soo, but he put out his hand, squeezing it at the elbow, thus blocking the blow. But the enemy was superior in numbers. Another man struck right after him, but Yi-soo was able to dodge his strike as well, only this man was much smarter. It was Choi Guan-pal, the 7th knife in the Gudo organization, who grabbed Yi-soo by the collar and now pulled him towards himself and struck him. And when he was on the ground, another man, the 9th knife of Gudo, Lee Gu-chang, ran up to him and kicked him in the head. Jantok Bae, the 8th knife of Gudo, was already waiting for him when Yi-soo rolled away and swung to finish him off with a powerful blow to the jaw. At the last moment, he dodged, jumping away from the place where the man had struck, but Hyunim was already rushing towards him from behind. And Soo noticed that they were attacking from different sides deftly, which meant he had to look for their blind spots and attack when they were not together. The 9 knives of Ilhak. Everyone talks about their former glory, but there is something that everyone has forgotten. At the same time, Jinwoon was fighting with his once good friend, who now wanted to lure him over to the side of the 9 knives. However, there was still something that was unclear, and this nuance was explained by Xion, who realized that he had to intervene. After all, even though Ilhak had 9 knives, if he doesn't intervene now, all these guys could end up badly. Of course, the men from the 9 knives were incredibly strong, but the problem was that the one fighting them was the commander of the NAR, Baek Yi-soo. Xion jumped out of the car and kicked one of the knives in the head, and the men did not expect another one from Daesun to come. And Soo fought with all his might. He did not spare his opponent, because there was another reason hidden in his victory, because in this way, he would be able to take revenge. The men looked at him in surprise. They were perplexed as to how the boss of Tayson could single-handedly stand up to the strongest organization. Guangpao swung his leg for a crushing blow, but for some reason, Hyungnim shouted at him to stop. Baek Yi-soo recalled the words of his wrestling coach, who once told him that there were no special tricks in wrestling. He said that there are people who are full of strength and have goodwill, so they never fall, so they can only be immobilized. Their arms and legs must be tied so that they cannot move, because no matter how strong a person's willpower is, eventually his body will not withstand it. Guangpao fell, grabbing the leg that he had just swung at Yi-soo, and it turned out that Yi-soo had managed to grab it and then twist it. Neither Hyungnim nor Seung-min could believe what Do Kyung was doing to Nine Knives. And Seung-min remembered what Chief Won-ho had said about his brother. He mentioned that he was a pretty capable guy, the commander of a special NAR detachment, so his brother was probably no slouch either. Hyun-nim wondered if this was too much for a normal beating, where the one who hits and the one who defends are switched. Luckily, just when Yi-soo was about to hit Hyung-nim, Seung-min intervened, got out of the car, and walked towards Yi-soo. He told them to stop and then put his hand on Yi-soo's shoulder, saying that he needed to talk to him. From the very beginning, it seemed strange to him, because even though Baek Yi-soo was killed, his twin brother was still alive. He told him that such aggressive behavior at the general meeting and the way he acted there betrayed that he was not Baek Do-kyung. But Yi-soo's reaction was different from what Seung-min thought. He grabbed his hand, asking what difference it makes if he knows his real name. He said that it would not be difficult for him to kill him too. But Seung-min only narrowed his eyes, saying that he would like to negotiate. Sheon, who had also stopped fighting with knives, formed his hands into a T, as if indicating a timeout. The negotiations were held near the garages and were attended by Baek Yi-soo, Sheon, and Jin Woong from Daesun, as well as Lee Seung-min and Nine Knives from Ilhak. Sitting on a chair opposite Yi-soo, Director Lee said that he admitted that they didn't take them seriously at first, but they had already paid for it by fighting. Yi-soo told him not to drag it out and asked what deal he was going to offer, since that was why he stopped the fight. Seung-min extended his hand and was handed a file. He said that not long ago, they received a request to get rid of him and Tyson. He said that they would be able to find out who did it and for what purpose in this file. Because, speaking globally, it was a whole project. He made a deal, saying that they would provide them with information about the organization that decided to attack Tyson, but in exchange, they would work for Ilhak. Ilhak needed a strong organization, so these were favorable conditions for Tayson. But Yi-soo suddenly stood up to leave. There was no point in him sitting there anymore, so he said that if this file was the main condition, then the negotiations were over. And besides, if everything was exactly like that, then wouldn't it be better for them to take this file with the data here and now themselves? He headed towards the exit, but his path was blocked by Jin Woong, who reminded him that this was a good opportunity to gain Ilhak's trust. However, Yi-soo said that it really got on his nerves, because the guys from Ilhak were just a bunch of bandits who couldn't be considered a threat at all. He added that there could be no talk of any trust in such a case, since it was precisely because of this that his comrades and brother were brazenly killed. But Seung-min decided not to retreat prematurely. He also stood up, approached Yi-soo, and addressed him by name again. He told him to be careful in his words and actions, because there was no such specimen anymore. And with these words, he brought it to the burning tank. Yi-soo took out the knife, saying that he wouldn't dare, but something still made him wary. This guy Lee Seung-min was not a simple bandit. Jin Woong wanted to stop him, but Yi-soo suddenly shouted that he didn't trust those bandit rats from Ilhak. He said that from now on, they won't tell him what to do, because from now on, Ilhak will be under Tayson's leadership. He held a knife to Seung-min's throat, saying that he would also take their CEO hostage, and Seung-min looked at the blade nervously. Nine Knives looked at all this in surprise, amazed at both the courage and impudence of this guy from Taeson. Hyun-nim and the other Knives wanted to go help the director, but Jung-ho shouted at them not to move. He realized that Do-kyung was not satisfied with the proposal, so he himself approached them and carefully moved his hand with the knife away, offering an alternative. He said that he, Choi Jung-ho, the CEO of Nine Knives, would go with them as a hostage instead of Seung-min. With that, he handed the file to Yi-soo, but Yi-soo didn't share his enthusiasm, asking if he really thought he was worth anything. But in Jin Woong's opinion, that would be enough, because if it were Baek Do-kyung in his place, he wouldn't do such stupid things. After hearing about his brother, Yi-soo cooled down a bit and said that Sheon was then in charge of transporting and monitoring Choi Jung-hong. He was interrogated 5 years ago, when he returned from infiltrating North Korea and was under investigation for espionage. Colonel Kim Jae-wook asked what his mission was, to which he replied that it was confidential information. The colonel said he had crossed military lines and in a North Korean uniform, but he replied that the nature of the mission covered everything. Then the colonel slammed his palm on the table, saying that they didn't like their North Korean operational core very much. Otherwise, he would personally influence his dismissal, because Yisu was wrong if he thought they would do everything he asked. The final argument was that he had probably done a lot of dirty work, which meant that he was also stressed out by the whole situation. However, his interrogation was then interrupted by the then young Chief Jang, who was then working as the head of the Special Operations Department of the Intelligence Department. Upon seeing him, Jae-wook said that catching spies was his job, and with that he handed over the case of Baek Yi-soo to him. Jang said that Yi-soo was not a spy because he was his friend, but Jae-wook looked at him suspiciously. Then Jang took out a cigarette and walked up to him, taking off his glasses, and then said that perhaps the colonel had not heard after all. His face suddenly changed, and there was a feeling that he himself was a colonel. He looked at him with such a look that he even got nervous. He said he didn't care whether he thought he was a communist or not, but the kid wasn't a communist, and his word was enough. Without waiting for the colonel's response, he removed the handcuffs from Yi-soo, saying that they could go, and Jae-wook only managed to shout that this was disobeying an order. He asked if there was anyone outside to catch the two impudent fellows, but soon he himself came out and saw that all the guards had been killed. Jang asked if he had been intercepted on his return, but Yi-soo said that fortunately they did not believe him, and no one knew about the secret operation. That's when he said those fateful words. The boss said that in any case, he trusted him, because he was like family to him. He recalled this as he sat in Tai-san's office, looking at a photograph of himself as the commander of the unit that had shot Jang. At that moment, Jin-woong entered the room and said that Xi'an was currently looking after Choi Jung-ho as he had requested. He was holding his head. It was obvious that something was bothering him, but Jin-woong suddenly told him to let him say something. He suddenly grabbed him by the collar and said that he had made a mistake in his choice, saying that he could not trust him with Dae-san. After all, he could never become the same kind of leader as his brother Baek Do-kyung, who would not have allowed such an outrage. At this time, Chief Jang was sitting in one of the snack bars. He called his daughter, asking if she was studying well and eating well. She said that Dad was being too grumpy, when suddenly a familiar man approached him. It was Police Chief Won-ho. He said he knew a couple of good places he should write about, and asked why here. But Jang put his finger to his lips, telling him to be quiet, and he told his daughter on the phone that he would call back later. Won-ho thought that his daughter should have returned from studying abroad by now, so he must have talked to her. He asked if Jang had sorted out the general meeting, but he was in no hurry to answer, and he hadn't eaten much, so the news was not good. But Chief Jang said that, in any case, it was just a bunch of amateurs, and they were professionals. They both started eating, saying that very soon the One Sync project would be launched, and then no organization would be able to stop them. Jang added that this time, he had to meet the General Assembly in person, and Won-ho was surprised by his words. He said he felt that if he wanted to launch the One Sync project, he first needed to take control of the General Assembly. Besides, if the officials find out about this, then everything will go smoothly. After all, Baek Yi-soo and his comrades have already been dealt with. However, Jang said that it was not that simple, because if they directly put pressure on the gathering organizations, chaos would ensue. Choi Jung-ho spoke on the phone with Lee Sung-min, saying that it was not such a big deal, and he felt like he was on vacation. But Sung-min still apologized, saying that he was sorry anyway, since Jung-ho was currently being held hostage. However, the big man from Ilhak only smiled and asked if this decision was not made for the good of the organization. He said that was why everyone decided to trust and follow his decisions, even though the result was a bit awkward. They said goodbye, agreeing to meet sometime, and Sung-min said that he should get a good rest now. Chung-ho also hung up the phone, and Xi'an, who was sitting next to him, noticed that it was as if he was talking to his grandson, not his boss. He continued by saying that even though he was caught because of such a boss, he continues to trust him completely. Jung-ho just shrugged, saying that he simply respected his boss. And as for being a hostage, it was his decision. But Xi'an asked, wasn't it the boss who told him to do this? After all, an order was an order, and now he was the one taking the rap for it. For some reason, Jung-ho asked if Taesun was really such an organization, because if that was really the case, then he was disappointed. Jin-woong repeated that Yi-soo should leave, but Yi-soo became angry, asking if he really thought he could give it first and then take it back. He had already said that he was using Taesun for revenge, and at the moment, Ilhak was in their hands. But he said that the problem was not in his methods at all. First of all, he had to pretend to be Baek Do-kyung, because so far it was not visible. He said that if Baek Do-kyung were here, he wouldn't have done that because Daesun was an organization that trusted him. And if Yi-soo wanted to be like his brother, then he should also show the organization this faith. Then he can replace Do-kyung. This belief, these methods. That is why Daesun still participated in these childish games as a general assembly, as Yi-soo answered him. He said that the organization should simply obey the boss's orders, and as for his methods, he would simply use force. Hearing this, Jin-woong silently took off his jacket, and then said that since Yi-soo thought of it as childish fun, then let him handle it alone. Yi-soo didn't think for long. He jumped up from his place and rushed at the big guy, and then jumped, putting his knee out to strike, but Jin-woon was able to catch him. He grabbed Yi-soo by the shirt and threw him to the ground, so that he didn't even have time to grab onto anything and was knocked down. The big guy asked if that was all that intelligence could do, but before he could finish speaking, he was hit in the chin by a foot from Yi-soo. The blow was quite noticeable, and a characteristic maroon mark was left on Jin-woong's face, but he understood that Yi-soo was not going to retreat. Young-ho asked if it was an organization that obeyed only by force, who would follow it. They trust each other only with their fists and pride, and they fight wars only because they have united with other people. If you meet a person who will only do what he does, and a person who will stab you in the back, then among them, you can find another. Someone you want to believe in and follow, because it will seem to you that this path is the most correct. And Soo finally overpowered Jin-woon, swinging his arm to hit him, but he didn't get up and was now lying on the floor of the room, where everything was turned upside down. He let go of the big guy and turned to leave, saying in parting that he was wrong and the problem was not in his methods of solving problems. He said that their system did not necessarily have to be based on force, because if the organization decided everything by force, then it would already be an army. Xi'an's phone rang, and when he saw who was calling, he stood up and prepared to leave, telling Young-hong that he was interesting and that they would chat again sometime. He suddenly wondered if there was someone who couldn't trust anyone. Would that person try to put pressure on other people by force? Seeing Xi'an, whom he had summoned, Yi-soo said that from today on, they would establish their own organization. They will do this with the help of strong people who honestly do their job. He gave Xi'an a list of those to contact. He said that the deadline for this is 1 week, after which they will get rid of the general meeting and themselves become the strongest organization in Seoul. Jin-woong lay on the floor, feeling a little annoyed that he lost to Baek Yi-soo, even though he was the commander of the NAR Special Forces. He remembered how 4 years ago he worked in a butcher shop, and that was when he first met Baek Do-kyung. One day he came to him again, but Jin-woon was not happy with this man because it was clear from him that he was involved in dirty deeds. Do-kyung then said that if Jin-woong continued to be so unkind, he might soon lose his business. However, Jin-woong only told him that they had a smoking ban in the establishment, and then Do-kyung apologized, changing the subject. But he pointed to a couple of beaten men who were scattered around the diner, asking if they weren't his customers. But Jin-woon told him to stop it and get lost before he made any more noise, and then added that it was already late. But suddenly a man in a red suit appeared from behind the door and was very surprised to see Jin-woon. He said that he had heard many different rumors, but it was indeed Jin-woong, and then asked if he was really working here now. It was Lee Hung-gu, director of the Huk Ilsu organization, which was part of the Garang group and dealt with loans and credits. He approached Do-kyung, saying that the boss didn't serve any bandits here, but he said that he was a regular customer. Hung-gu looked at him in surprise, asking what he just said. Had he really lost his fear? But Do-kyung's face was serious. Then Hung-gu walked up to him, took his face, because it seemed familiar to him, and asked if he was the one who attacked their guys from Huk. He asked how he dared to do that. He must have had an extra life in his pocket. However, Do-kyung wasn't going to play the victim and listen to his taunts. Now he asked how it was possible to call himself Huk. He took one of Hung-gu's hands and put a knife to his wrist, asking if he shouldn't be one-armed if he was in the Huk. A terrifying scream came from the diner, and the men from the Huk who had remained outside hurried inside. Hyung-gu cursed, asking how Do-kyung even dared to do something like that, since if Gorang found out about this, it would be bad for him. However, he asked in response why this should bother him since they were Taesun, so he could run and cry to his Gorang. Members of the Huk burst into the establishment and rushed to take the boss, first going to the hospital because he had a severed finger. Jin-woong asked if he was just going to let them go like that, but Do-kyung said that he too had just sat and watched as those guys were beaten. He noticed that the store was very dusty and there wasn't even a menu, which meant that Jin Woong didn't plan on running a business. He said that he just wanted to get rid of the bandits, and he had just helped him with that, so wouldn't he like to join him now? Jin Woong asked if he even knew who his opponent was, but Do Kyung again said that they were Taisan, so it didn't matter. Then Jin Woong handed him the rubber band on his fist, telling him to tie his hair with it because he looked like a butcher. Do Kyung thanked him, but said that he really had trouble doing business here. Now Jin Woong was looking again at the same elastic band that he now always wore for Mr. Beck. Now, however, there was no longer any need for this, because he was dead, and in his place came his younger brother, with whom he had just fought. He sighed, thinking about how different the twins were, but he liked Do Kyung's character better. Honggu sat in the chair and wanted to scratch his head, but again discovered that he was missing 2 fingers on his left hand. He cursed loudly, saying that he could never get used to it, remembering the one who did this to him. He couldn't forget the pain and humiliation of the last 4 years, so he decided that today was the day for revenge. He said that Tayson left the general meeting and is now powerless, so today they will destroy Tayson Group. The men who were part of the Garang Group unanimously supported the boss's idea, and their total number was 50 people. Suddenly, they heard someone knocking on the door, and they looked there, asking what it could be. But soon they found out for themselves because the door suddenly swung open, and they saw how an unfamiliar guy hit one of them. The rest stood in confusion, not understanding who dared to attack them at such a time, because they were part of the Garang. But the man, whom they had at first taken for a boy because of his ridiculous hat, walked inside as if he was not afraid at all. He had bright blue eyes and pierced ears. He reached for his hat to take it off, and the men suddenly recognized him as Boris. Boris worked as an ordinary builder, and that day he was asked if he had seen who had done such a nasty thing. The head of the construction site pointed somewhere at the wall, asking who could have come up with such an absurdity. There was a huge graffiti painted on the wall in the form of a 5-pointed star, which was now displayed there. But Boris did not answer the main question. He looked away, for some reason thinking about something of his own. Meanwhile, Xian was clarifying some details from the biography of this man with Yisu. They were near the garages and were talking about him. Xian said that the man had a nickname, Shepherd, and asked if he hadn't returned to Russia. But Yisu replied in the negative, saying that he was hiding as a foreign worker and was here now. This was the first man on his list of people with whom he was going to create his own organization. His name was Boris. He was from the Russian mafia, a security inspector and the boss's hound, also known as Shepherd. He saw Yisu in the garages and lunged at him with a knife when he called his name. Xian was then doubtful whether such a person would want to work with them, because his nickname alone was already frightening. Yisu took out a flash drive and held it in front of the attacking Boris to attract his attention. It worked, and the man stopped with a knife to his throat, but Yisu said he had come to make a deal with him. He showed him the flash drive, and it was clear that the man understood a little of what was being discussed, so he took the knife from his throat. He took off his helmet, revealing his bald head, on which was a strange tattoo. On his head was a hole with red claws sticking out. The tattoo was called Demon in a Human Mask. It looked truly terrifying, and in this form, he appeared before Hyung-gu and the members of his organization. But Hyung-gu did not take him seriously, saying that such a hindrance was unacceptable on the day of the destruction of Tayson. He ordered to deal with him. 2 men pounced on Boris, but he didn't even lift a finger, which surprised them a little. But they quickly realized where he got his confidence and power from, because he pointed the barrel of a pistol at the attackers. Of course, it was a real gun, because who needs fights if everything can be solved with a couple of shots? He struck with an incomprehensible side blow from the handle. But it was a powerful blow, and the man who took it instantly fell back. Another of the attackers stood in amazement. He still could not believe that they were facing an armed opponent. He decided to quickly take out a knife to attack the impudent man unnoticed, but he had already aimed at his head. He called them idiots, saying that no weapon would have time to damage him because he would send a bullet faster than that. For now he held back, and seeing that the man was distracted by his words, he hit him in the face with his free hand. The rest of the hook also rushed to the attack, saying that it would be better if they all attacked together. Some even managed to grab Boris by the arms, preventing him from taking proper aim and firing. Another one grabbed him in a chokehold, trying to squeeze his huge neck, but Boris didn't seem to care. Suddenly, he bit the hand of the one who was trying to strangle him, biting under his jacket and shirt with his teeth. Of course, the clothes prevented him from feeling the skin a little, but the man still felt something, and he really didn't like it. He swung his free hand to hit the insolent shooter, but he only gave him a strange look. In an instant, the man was on the ground, and Boris was standing over him. Now it was his turn to do the moves. He picked up the knife that had fallen from the other man's hand as he tried to get it, and turned to face his victim. With one hand he grabbed his face, and with the other he held the knife, holding it near the man's head, who was already losing consciousness. Suddenly he plunged the blade into his body, but the poor guy didn't even have time to scream as Hung-gu watched, overcome with horror. Raising his bloody gloved hand, he said that people raise demons to hide their weakness. Before Hung-gu could answer, Boris's hand was already on his head, and he was overcome with even greater horror. Boris squeezed the knife again, asking if there was a demon inside him, while his gaze was essentially like that of a demon. At that moment, Xion ran into the establishment, quickly finding Boris with his gaze and telling him to stop. He said that he did a good job, and the bald man seemed to listen to him, moving the knife away from Hung-gu. The boss of the Huck said that they were actually from Garang, but Xion only said that everything was clear then, saying that they themselves were from Taesan. Xion called Yisu, saying that the director of HK Kaital from Garang Group had been captured, referring to Hyung-gu. He wondered if Taesan was really that global, while Xion said that with Boris it really was easier. Speaking of simplicity, he told the commander that he knew about Boris's skills, but whether they would be able to control him, he was against it. But Yisu simply agreed that the man had good skills, adding that moreover, he would do anything for a fee. Now they spoke for another member of their potential organization, but Xion doubted him too, saying that such a capitalist would hardly suit them. Then the guy with the knife attacked Yi Su, who came to talk about joining his organization. And Su managed to get his knife out, and this allowed him to defend himself. The one who attacked him asked what he was doing here, and who sent him. He was a North Korean spy, and he asked who he was and who sent him because he was very concerned about it. Lee Kyung-chun, 17, was a North Korean undercover agent, also known as Weasel, who was targeted by the NIA and was on the run. Suddenly, he took his knife, but only to transform it because it turned out to be a butterfly knife. Despite his young age, he was quite skilled in it, so Yisu had to dodge his attacks. He fought with all his might because the guy shouldn't be underestimated. Even though he was young, he was very capable. Suddenly, he managed to knock the knife out of Yisu's hand, and it flew a decent distance away. On top of that, the guy even managed to injure him. But Yisu only greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was obvious that the guy was surprised by this. He even asked again what he had said, because it turned out that he knew him. This young man had killed all of his colleagues and superiors when he fled to the south, so now he didn't understand how Yisu could know his name. His memories took him back 3 years to the Kaesong Industrial Complex. Then they gathered together, and the man in uniform introduced himself as Lee Woo-chang, a major in the General Intelligence Bureau. They were still very young, and he asked them if they knew where they were now and what kind of place it was. When he received no answer, he said it was a place where the North and South unite for profit, the Kaesong Industrial Complex. He said they create goods in North Korea and send them to South Korea to make a living. In short, doing dirty work. He asked if they understood what capitalism was, saying that those morons from the South didn't even take them seriously. There were many things done in the North, but what they did was not just a product of capitalism. They made people who could bite their necks like animals. That's how they raised them. In the eyes of each of these children, there was no compassion for a person, but only a killer instinct. Their special name was Laska. It was their duty and mission to protect their fatherland. The plan for training underage operatives was to work at the industrial complex during the day and train undercover agents at night. Kaesong was in close proximity to South Korea, so the children were sent along with the goods. But this plan had a drawback. He was called out by a man who called him by name, which was rare under their regime. In one hand, he held a box with something tasty inside, and in the other, he had a pack of the same treat. He placed the box in front of the boy, telling him to have a snack of this, since he was already working hard. He told him to eat slowly and not to forget to share with his friends, but the guy was already greedily chewing on the goodies. The taste of capitalism revealed by the Kaesong Industrial Complex tempted these children, especially Kyung-chun, who was quite poor. 2 years later, they were still training, their training only becoming more rigorous and brutal. The commanders who supervised them said it would take about 2 years to complete their ideological education. However, the chief commander said that everything should be finished this week. They had to get the guys into action by then. He explained that it was an order from above, although he personally did not like it either, but they had no choice. Kyung-chun asked the uncle if everything was okay with him, because he could tell from his face that something had happened. He put his hands out and the man remembered that he had promised him cookies, but asked him to wait a little since the goods would only be delivered to him in the evening. He still found one cookie, and he gave it to the lucky guy, but said that he would still have to wait until night. And at night, Kyung-chun was already performing another task. Still holding the cookie in his hand, tears involuntarily rolled down from his eyes. One of his comrades told him to hurry up and leave that cookie, because in South Korea, he would be able to eat them to his heart's content. They said that they first needed to take care of the driver, who turned out to be the man who gave Kyung-chun the cookies. Kyung-chun asked how they were going to take care of him, to which the boys asked if he really thought he was just giving them a ride. He protested, telling them to stop. There had to be another way, but the guy had already opened the door, saying they didn't have time for that. He asked what they were talking about, but before he could finish speaking, Kyung-chun slit his throat. He repeated that he had already said to give him some time, he would find another way, but the guy was already dead. The rest of his comrades looked at him with surprise and horror, and he asked them what had happened. They were silent, and now he began to worry, asking if they really didn't agree with him. He opened the driver's door, looking inside and addressing the uncle, who was still sleeping. He asked if he could give him a lift to South Korea, and he had such a genuine smile on his face that he couldn't resist. But, in fact, before that he had killed all his comrades, and now he alone was trying to move to the south, saying that it would suit him better. Major Lee Woo-chang approached the man, who begged him not to do it, even though he knew he was doomed. He asked why he did this to his comrades, since it was 3:30 and everyone, including the special instructor, were killed by Lee Kyung-chun. At 3:55, there was an intervention by a secret agent who infiltrated during Lee Kyung-chun's sudden actions. This agent turned out to be Baek Yi-soo, and Kyung-chun has since been called Weasel and has become the target of surveillance. At this point, his report ended, he cut the commander's throat, and another of his penetrations was successfully completed. Returning to the present, he pointed the butterfly knife at Kyung-chun's throat, praising his skills, saying that such things are only taught in North Korea. Then the guy raised his hands and said that it seemed that if he really was from the north, which he had no doubt, because he was able to take his knife. Yisu said that he had actually been following the guy for quite a long time, and he asked if he was going to kill him. He said that at that time it was very suspicious, so he asked what he wanted from him if he didn't come to kill. And Soo took out his favorite chocolate chip cookies, saying that he came to offer him a deal. Hearing about the deal, Kyung-chun took a cookie from him and his eyes lit up. He said that it was quite a capitalistic approach. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was relaxing at the Garang Group headquarters, Red Crown Hotel. Suddenly, he threw a bottle of expensive wine at the man who was reporting the situation, and he came with bad news. Tae-hyun asked again how it was possible that 3 hotels from their organization had already closed in just half a day. The speaker apologized and added that the district administration also said that nothing could be done. But Tae-hyun asked why they didn't find out everything themselves when they should have, and he grabbed the man by the ear. He asked why he needed such talentless members like them at all. But at that moment, another one of their Gorang group ran in. The man reported that Taesun had attacked the crook lending business in Hanam-dong, and Tae-hyun realized who was behind it all. He ordered everyone to get ready, saying that they were going to go to Taesun in Hanam-dong. They were walking down the corridor, but suddenly their attention was drawn to a guy who appeared out of nowhere and was now watching them. He mockingly asked if the men from Gorang really boasted that they were bandits, which, in his opinion, was a lie. Then Tae-hyun saw him, and his face twisted in displeasure because he recognized the ghost in this guy. He held one of the guards hostage and then said that he must have broken his arm, so he apologized. It was very disrespectful to Garang Group and Tae-hyun, so he swung his knuckles at the insolent man. Even though he was a first-class killer, Tae-hyun couldn't allow his organization to be so brazenly humiliated. But the ghost only dodged the attack, which enraged him even more. But then another man appeared, apologizing to Tae-hyun. It was Chief Jang, he apologized, saying that his guys could be really unbearable, adding that he heard that Grang had problems with her business. He said that if Tae-hyun listened to a few of his requests, they could help him with it. Then Tae-hyun realized that his hotels were closed because of them, not because of Taesun, and he pushed back his chair, agreeing to talk. Still holding the knuckle duster in his hand, he asked if they were going to beg him for mercy. The ghost sitting opposite laughed, asking for forgiveness, because he could not get used to their gangster manner of communication. He said that at this rate, Tae-hyun would really run into trouble one day and pay with his life. He was about to stand up, asking how he dared to speak like that, but Jang stopped him, making a proposal. He told the director to calm down, saying that he was really not in a winning position. He explained that it was not he who should ask him for a favor, but he who should beg him for help, and his face changed. Everyone knows that the wolf is one of the strongest predators of the canine family. Of course, He is smaller than the same predators, such as a bear, a lion, or a tiger, but this did not bother him. Nevertheless, he was able to become the strongest, surpassing them all. After all, unlike other predators, he hunts and lives in a pack, and this is a huge advantage in fact. They also have one individual who leads this pack, and such an individual is personified by charisma. Such an individual is called a leader. He was the main one in the pack, and the other members obeyed him, because he was the leader. The Gorang trading group could also be compared to a pod, and its name meant giant whale. And in Gorang, such a leader is Ryu Tai-hyun. He told Jang that he said funny things so that they, Gorang, would beg him for something. However, he only phlegmatically lit a cigarette, asking what Gorang had to do with it, which greatly puzzled Tae-hyun. Jang dug into his pocket, saying that their organization touched many areas of activity, from loans to the hotel business. But in the end, they are just pathetic bandits, aren't they? As he said this, he took a pistol out of his jacket. He said that, unfortunately, a hunter with a gun had come to the pack of wolves from Gorang, and he was now in front of them. There was already a special squad standing behind him, and Jang said that they were different from them, the amateurs, because they were professionals. But Tae-hyun's men also managed to gather behind him, and he said that, in that case, they should declare war. However, Chief Jang was not at all frightened by such statements. He repeated once again that Tae-hyun would calm down and listen to him. He said that it was time for them to get down to business, and with these words, he took out some folder with documents. He handed the folder to Tae-hyun, who glanced at its contents, but he clearly didn't like it. He studied the document carefully and then looked at his boss with contempt. He asked if he really thought he would fall for it, since it was all suspiciously tempting, and the document had the words, "one sink" on it. He asked why Jang offered them such a good project, because he knows that if they go down, it will definitely be together. However, the boss said that it was a business proposition, because they would provide them with a workforce that, he repeated, was a pro. But Tae-hyun said that he only talks about his professionals. He tore up his proposal. He added that they needed to be confident, that they could be trusted to do business, and he suggested looking at their abilities. Xian stood on the street and tried to call one person, but he didn't answer, and this worried him a little. He looked at the time and saw that their meeting should have started a long time ago, but he was still not there. He wrote to him asking where he had been hanging out, whether he had fallen asleep, since they had agreed to meet at that time, but there was no answer. Then he called the commander, asking what he should do now, since the one they were waiting for never showed up. Yisu, who was in another place, received the signal through the receiver in his ear, asking if it was heard. He told Xian to wait a little, because perhaps he would call him back. But for now, he, Yisu, was a little busy with Laska. Hearing about Weasel, Xian breathed out into the phone in surprise, asking if they had any problems along the way. He doubted whether the boy was useful at all, but he said so only because he did not know his abilities. He nimbly jumped up to two men who met them on the way and did not want to let them pass, and then took out his knife. Before they could even react, he had already cut their throats and was now deftly returning back to Yisu. He said with a smile that, to kill, you just need to put pressure on the settlement, and this was indeed true. Seeing this, Yisu responded positively to Xian, saying that this kid was useful and would still be useful to their organization. However, Xian asked if he was still too young for such serious matters, since the guy was only 17. But Yisu said that it was just right, asking in return if the person Xian was supposed to meet would be of any use to them. Suddenly, one of the bandits they had just managed to avoid, but as it turned out, not for long, attacked him. He swung the knife right next to his face, so Yisu barely managed to dodge it by moving slightly to the side. Then he grabbed the attacker by the arm, and the characteristic killer instinct appeared in his eyes. He broke the man's wrist, and he, screaming in pain, fell to the ground, while the others looked at them in surprise. But Xian continued to talk to him on the phone, telling him about the person he was supposed to meet. He said that while the commander was in North Korea, he was sent to the Middle East as part of the US Army, and he definitely didn't learn English there. He said that there, he met a group of rangers on motorcycles, but before continuing, he asked if the commander was listening to him. He said he had listened, and Xian continued, saying that among them, there was a capable man named Deadline. He said he was something like a gopher who would do anything he was asked to do as long as he was paid well. Yisu asked again if this was true, and Xian confirmed once again, saying that he was willing to do anything for money. Kyung-chun Yisu said that they had to keep moving, because today, they had to get rid of at least one more of Gorang's subsidiary organizations. So they made their first move by destroying their best and strongest subsidiaries. Xian said that he would start his operation and then join them when he finished, and the commander agreed. He had just finished talking when someone threw an axe in his direction, which almost reached his face. But Yisu grabbed the axe with a strong and dexterous movement and moved it to the side, protecting his face. He thought that it seemed like these people were faster than he thought, but that wasn't a problem for him and Kyung-chun. The man who threw the axe was very surprised that the boy was able to catch it, because he thought it would take him by surprise. It was Kim Do-hwan, the director of Doki Doki Night, an organization that was part of the Gorong group, who asked how they dared to attack Gorong. But Yisu only told Laska to deal with him because he was just an amateur, and he, with a cookie in his mouth, already rushed at the man. He missed it by literally a split second because two other men blocked their boss. One of them swung a knife and Kyung-chun dodged, but the blade passed near his mouth, cutting the cookie. This surprised the guy. He said that these guys, it turns out, are masters. It looks like they trained and studied in the army. He asked why the likes of them were on Gorong's side, and the men took a defensive stance. From behind them, Do-hwan's head appeared, bragging that these guys were sent here personally by director Ryu Tai-hyun. Well, plus, the same guys should have already arrived in their Daesun, because they are not the only smart ones here, so he advised them to return to their headquarters. He said that they had better hurry before Daesun was destroyed to pieces, but Yisu was in no hurry to leave his place. He thought that Chief Jang was directly involved with one sink, and now he dragged Gorang into it to increase his chances. Kyung-chun told him to leave those two masters to him because he would deal with them, and Yisu could deal with the director. The guy suddenly started jumping on his feet, saying that there was something that had been interesting to him for a long time, and now he wanted to check it out. He prepared for the attack, thinking that sure, he was a North Korean spy, but it should work on the South Korean masters too. With this thought, he rushed into the attack, already planning the probable actions for its success. The man he was running towards held out a knife to hurt the boy, but he hit him on the arm, pushing it to the side. Then he clamped it with his right hand, and in his left he was already twirling his knife, preparing to strike. It was clear that he would succeed, and so it happened, and the knife passed near the man's throat, who, in surprise, even dropped his weapon. Blood sprayed from his neck, and the other man was already clutching his knife because he realized that the guy in front of him was quite dangerous. He lunged at where Kyung-chun's head had been a second ago, but he ducked, covering himself with the wounded bandit's body. In an instant, he found himself next to another man, who, like his comrade, did not have time to do anything before he was cut. After finishing with them, the guy turned to Yisu, saying that the road was clear, so they should hurry. Yisu was about to help him with the rest, but the boy told him that he could handle it himself, and that he could go ahead. Yisu agreed. Du Huang, who was pressed against the wall, involuntarily thought how it happened that the elite defenders from the Gorong group were so easily defeated by some guy. Yisu thanked Kyung-chun and hurried to hide, because he still had things to do that he absolutely had to do. As he ran, he thought that Chief Jang was already with Goran, and it happened quite quickly. Taehyun admitted that the boss's guys were not bad, but he asked if they would listen to amateurs like Gorong group. To this, Jang asked him a counter question, asking why he thought they were professionals. It was all quite obvious, because they simply wouldn't work unless they were paid properly. Therefore, it doesn't matter who orders them, the main thing is that there is decent pay. A guy on a motorcycle rushed towards Isu. In this case, this guy was a professional among professionals. He had already swung the crowbar that he held in his free hand. A large group of people had already gathered near the building, each of them armed with a bladed weapon. At the same time, a car drove up to them and stopped near the building. In the car sat Chief Jang and Ghost, the latter saying that he was still not used to the fact that they were involved in business groups. He said that he was sure that he had killed back Yisu, asking why he was still alive. But Jang told him that he should have been convinced of his death and brought the corpse. Then, there would definitely be no doubt. He said that if the ghost had done that, none of this would be happening now, but nothing could be changed. The ghost had a strange expression on his face when he heard these words. For some reason, he looked into the distance for a while without even blinking. Then he seemed to come out of his trance, slamming his fist into his palm, asking why he hadn't actually done that. Suddenly, he laughed, and his eyes seemed to be about to pop out of his eyeballs. He said that he should have done exactly as the boss said. Seeing that he had already gone crazy, Jang said that they should no longer return to the past, so there was no need to think about it. Meanwhile, the guy gripped the crowbar even tighter and prepared to strike, swinging it with all his strength. Considering that he was on a motorcycle and at high speed, the skill of his strike was surprising, because if it weren't for Yisu's knife, he would have already been unconscious. The guy used a crowbar to stop. Now Yisu clearly recognized him as Deadline, but he doubted that Shion could talk to him so quickly. It suddenly occurred to him that if it wasn't Xi'an, then Chief Zhang had already beaten them to it and hired this guy. However, he didn't have time to think about it, because new changes had occurred, and the situation had become much worse. The Middle East, Afghanistan, is considered the most dangerous war zone that can be found in the desert. There was vast wilderness and sand dunes everywhere here. So to overcome these conditions, the 66th Ranger Battalion created a special task force that rode motorcycles. It was called a Special Group, and it was created by the U.S. Special Operations Command, USSO. One of the Rangers was transmitting a signal calling headquarters. He said that they had managed to recover several enemy guns and gunpowder. The problem was, however, that even in those days, there were variables. It was always like this. Such people did not think that they were betraying anyone. They were simply worried about their own safety. Therefore, in order to survive in the midst of these variables, it is necessary to find a reliable way, a method that can ensure their safety without any risks or damage to them. War always means the death of thousands of people, perhaps the most absurd thing that humanity has come up with in its history. For example, a group of extremists seeking to advance their interests through a series of riots, or greedy corporations looking to exploit these interests to achieve their own goals. There were many more examples that could have been given, but something else was absolutely clear. This lifestyle was precarious, because people by their nature will always strive to gain more power into their own hands, taking care of their own safety. In this world, the strong will always rule over the weak. It was, is, and will be so. So there is no point in changing anything. It was a very dangerous war zone, where you never knew what you would be greeted with or what you would be sent away with. And if you couldn't cope with all the variables, your end was as inevitable as the natural cycle. You became a victim in this system. You were eaten by someone who was stronger, and you could no longer do anything about it. Power and authority are not given to everyone. So if someone wanted to get them, he had to go through a rather thorny path. However, if he managed to overcome it, he became the winner and received the power and knowledge necessary to dominate this world. Sometimes people underestimate others, thinking that they are fools who are not able to think like them. However, when these fools returned, their appearance was as unexpected as the delusions about their failure. And then comes the hour of reckoning. That's when it becomes clear who is truly the strongest and smartest. It was a simple principle, which, however, for some reason everyone forgot. If you underestimate your enemy, you will pay. It is precisely in such a place, the desert, where not everyone can survive and ensure their safety. The most terrible of the predators was Deadline, who managed to subjugate not only his comrades, but also the enemy. This was a brief description of what Xi'an had said about him, saying that the guy was feared by everyone without exception. The roar of his motorcycle could be recognized with your eyes closed, because there was something frightening and terrible about it. It was impossible to hide or run away from him. The victim could only accept the fight, the outcome of which determined her life. Now, such a victim was Yisu. He knew that meeting with Deadline was dangerous, but Deadline found him first. He was preparing to attack again, gripping the crowbar tighter and adjusting something on his motorcycle. His left hand, holding the crowbar, was aimed at the enemy's weak points. But unfortunately, Yisu realized this too late. Suddenly, the light emitted by the motorcycle's headlights went out, leaving the two of them alone in almost impenetrable darkness. However, it turned out that the advantage was still on the enemy's side, and Yisu thought that he most likely had adaptation to the darkness. He realized that Deadline had used a clever tactic, first shining the bright headlights on him, and then dimming the lights so that Yisu's vision would become blurry. Suddenly, quiet steps were heard somewhere near him, and only thanks to this, he managed to wave his knife in that direction and defend himself from the blow. The only problem was that Deadline was hitting with a crowbar, and this, as we know, is a pretty strong piece of metal. During the attack with the knife, a piece of the blade broke off and flew off to the side, making his weapon of little use now. Moreover, he did not have time to tense his hand in time, so now it hurt a lot from the unexpected tension. Things were getting tense. He didn't know if he would be able to block the enemy's next attacks, so he had to do something about it. Deadline had judged him on how he had been able to defend himself at the last second, but now he was about to attack again. Meanwhile, in the main office, and at the same time the headquarters of Tayson, a battle was also raging between the two organizations. The men of Tayson continued to fight, telling each other not to retreat and to hold the line, defending their organization. But the people from Gorang kept coming and coming, not giving them time to rest and gather their strength. The worst part was that the attack happened just when they couldn't get in touch with the principal. The men were cutting each other up, waving knives, when suddenly a strange guy in glasses stepped into the arena. He had a strong build and said he didn't understand Chief Jung, asking what was wrong with those thugs. They continued to fight, supporting each other not to give up, because that would be the end for the Tayson group. But suddenly the bespectacled man attacked one of the men, who was fighting hard and encouraging his comrades. The blow was so strong that he even lost his knife. That's how hard they hit him in the jaw. He fell to the floor, unable to stay on his feet. But he did not lose consciousness, and now simply looked furiously at the new bandit. He looked back at him, saying that they were beyond their capabilities, because they were professionals in their field, and those were just a bunch of scum. As if to confirm his words, the men behind him rushed to attack the remaining members of Tayson. The bespectacled man ordered them to kill all these idiots, but suddenly there was a loud bang, as if someone had been thrown to the floor. This turned out to be almost true, as Choi Jung-ho joined the fight and unleashed a heavy blow on one of the Gorang. He sighed in annoyance, saying that he just wanted to enjoy his vacation here, but these idiots had gotten in the way. Putting on gloves with metal inserts, he said that since this was the case, he simply could not help but help. The men of Gorang recognized him. He was one of Ilhak's 9 knives, and therefore incredibly strong. They asked each other what he was doing there. The bespectacled man noticed that his men had involuntarily begun to retreat, and he decided to take a look at what had frightened them so much. Jung-ho also saw the unfamiliar guy, saying that he didn't look like someone from their business. He added that he was sorry that their meeting took place under such circumstances because the guy looked capable. However, today, he, Jung-ho, the deputy head of Gudo, the second knife, was on Taeson's side and fighting alongside its members. With these words, he took off his white jacket and now wore a black shirt, indicating his temporary status in Taeson as the head of security. But the guy just chuckled smugly, taking off his glasses. He asked if he wasn't too old for such games. The guy's name was Park Chang-hoon. He was the head of a special forces group and was dishonorably discharged for violence and rebellion. In the past, Seoul's most powerful organization, he was a member of it as one of the 9 knives. In that glorious era, he was Ilhak's main weapon, because his strength was known to everyone. He was the pride of the 9 knives, a man with great potential and his own convictions that were built on moral ambushes. Now this man is fighting on the side of Taeson, who in the past was one of the organizations that did not dare to oppose him. The boys from Gorang also could not understand this, but they were overcome with fear and panic because the old man was very dangerous. Then Chang Hong turned to him and said that since those fools did not dare to engage in battle with him, he would do it. Jung-ho, however, said that he almost managed to hurt him, but the guy still lacked good manners. However, he jumped to conclusions, and Chang Hong added more strength. Breaking through his block, he knocked out the big guy. He then took a stance and began to throw various punches, which slightly confused Jung-ho. Then he stepped back for a second, but only to get a running start, and in the blink of an eye, he was already running towards the old man. He hit him in the stomach, but to his surprise, the big guy was still quite old, because he completely absorbed his blow. But then Chang-hoon didn't realize it because Jung-ho bent over, pretending that the blow had hit him, so that the boy would lean towards him. But at the last moment, Chang-hong noticed this, and without thinking twice, hit him on the head, ruining the plan to capture himself. Meanwhile, Deadline was already sitting on his motorcycle again, the wheels of which were spinning in place, creating clouds of dust. And Sue wondered if he had broken his arm. He needed to hurry. Everything was taking too long. Deadline placed his hand on the handle of the motorcycle, preparing to attack Yi-soo again. This time he was sure that he wouldn't dodge. The motorcycle roared, and he rode straight towards the commander, who, however, remained calm and did not even move from his place. Deadline lifted the bike onto one wheel. It was a direct attack at speed, which meant you had to aim towards the body to defend yourself. He ducked, shortening himself from the front wheel, and managed to push the motorcycle a little so that the guy almost flew out of the saddle. But the next second, he launched an attack with a crowbar and then managed to stay in the saddle and ride through Yi-soo. The commander was lucky this time. He remained unharmed, although the attack was very close. However, Deadline had already turned his motorcycle around and was racing towards him again. He was intent on finishing off his victim, as he always had before. The wheels created clouds of dust that obscured Yi-soo's view, and the motorcyclist's hand was already raised for another blow. Suddenly, at the last moment, he shifted his weight onto the front wheel and turned the bike around, maintaining speed. This time, Yi-soo only managed to move his leg away from the place where the wheel would have crushed it, and he leaned back a little. Then Deadline swung his crowbar. The speed of his attack added by the fact that he was swinging from top to bottom while sitting in the saddle of his bike. Of course, Yi-soo couldn't miss such an attack. He He dodged it, but it turned out that it was just a feint. Deadline forced him to duck to the side so he could get under the rear wheel of a motorcycle, and then he hit him with that wheel. Even Yisu's cap flew off and blood appeared on his face, because this was the first time the guy managed to touch him, which meant he was really capable. Yisu thought that all his judgments and predictions were wrong. Chief Jang, Gorang Group, and now this Deadline. Yisu needed to be more cool-headed and insightful. He needed to observe the enemy and look for his weaknesses. But for now, Deadline continued to attack, once again starting the motorcycle engine. He prepared to attack again, but it was impossible to tell or understand what weak points there might be. But Yisu still tried to assess the situation, as he had been taught in training, and he realized that his rear tire was smoking due to friction. The smoke now completely obscured the view, but not for Deadline, who seemed to feel confident with such visibility. Yisu no longer had a knife, so he took a stance, thinking about where the next attack would be, since his wound was on the right. Variables are called variables because they cannot be predicted or calculated. However, not all variables change the situation for the worse, because it happens that help comes unexpectedly. He heard a familiar voice asking if these were the methods of professionals, since Yisu wasn't as cool as he thought back then. Yisu was surprised to see Jin Woong take off his jacket and walk towards him, covering him with his large body. He asked if an amateur like him could join them, and that was another variable. Meanwhile, in Taesan, an equally interesting fight was planned between an amateur and a professional. Park Chung-hoon was stretching his stiff neck, and the men from Daesan looked on in surprise and a little fear as he hit Jung-ho. The boy turned to him, asking the old man if he was still alive, since the difference in their strength could have been fatal for him. But, to his surprise, the big guy remained standing on his feet, and it even seemed that he was now even more terrible than before. This made Chung-hong hurry up, as he didn't understand how such a bandit could have such a physical form. He thought that he needed to finish him off quickly, but at that very moment, Jung-ho's fist was near his face. He managed to dodge, but was amazed by his speed and reflexes at that age, because the blow could have been decisive for him. Such a fast attack was not in keeping with his size, so Chung-hong realized that he had to increase the distance between them. He jumped away from the thug, but the latter attacked him again, saying that he had been in a terrible mood lately, because bastards like them tried to interfere in the affairs of their gangs. With these words, he plunged his fist straight into Chung-hong's stomach. He became noticeably nervous, because it seemed that the old man's patience had snapped, and now he was about to let off steam. He lunged at him again, and this time Chung-hong had to defend himself. He pulled out a knife, pointing it at the old man. However, this did not even bother him. He ignored the knife, hitting the guy in the face with all his might, so that the knife fell out and blood appeared. However, that was not the end. He watched in horror as the big guy grabbed his face as if he wanted to break his jaw. Chung-hoon bent over from the severe pain in his stomach. His face also hurt, and Jung-ho, who was holding him, asked if he understood everything. He continued to squeeze his face, asking if he really thought he could do anything to them. He started talking about Ilhak's former strength again, but Chung-hong grabbed another knife with his last strength, intending to cut his hand. However, Jung-ho naturally saw this and took the knife with his free hand, saying that the guy turned out to not be very smart. The big guy pulled his knife away and even squeezed it a little. Then Chang-hong noticed with horror that he was wearing Kevlar gloves. The material was very durable and was used for bulletproof vests, and Yang-ho only squeezed his face tighter. He threw the boy to the floor, following his fall until he hit his face, blood spraying everywhere again. He didn't get up from lying on the floor anymore, and Jung-ho said that it would be better for such professionals not to show themselves at all. He asked how he found the fight and whether it was as easy as he said at the beginning, since he was now lying on the floor unconscious. Meanwhile, Yisu's battle was just beginning, this time with reinforcements in the form of Jin Woong. The big man from Daesan, noticing that he was holding his hand, asked if he had bruised it or broken it, which would have been even worse. However, the commander said he was fine, saying that Tyson was more important. But Jin Woong replied that there was no need to worry. After all, Tyson was in good hands now, so they should also try. He rolled up his sleeves. Yisu said that the guy in front of them was a real pro, but Jin Woong interrupted him, saying that he was already tired of listening to this record. But he decided to explain later, because now he needed to deal with this impudent motorcyclist. Yisu immediately warned him, saying that it was dangerous to rush at him recklessly. But Jin Woong replied that he was thinking too much. He wrapped his jacket around his hand, saying he should try to hit at least once first. Deadline didn't seem at all embarrassed by the appearance of another man, because this was just another victim, He rushed towards them again. Jin Woong only dug his heels in further, saying that Mr. Beck Do-kyung said so. The motorcycle was rapidly approaching. They were preparing to hit each other, one with a crowbar and the other with a fist. He thought back to that meeting at the diner when Do-kyung had first said those words, and now he completely shared them. He prepared to attack, swinging his wrapped fist and gathering all his strength for this blow. It hit the motorcycle right in the center of the body, and the impact was so strong that the bike stopped. Deadline clearly didn't expect such power from the new victim. It even made him fly out of the saddle. He managed to group himself in time and land near the motorcycle, whose wheels continued to spin. But Jin Woon didn't give him time to recover and swung his crushing blow again. This time he hit his opponent, who flew back and dropped the crowbar. So now the advantage was on the side of Yi-soo and Jin Woong. The latter approached the director, saying that someday, solving the problem using Baek Do-kyung's method could make him a real Baek Do-kyung. Yi-soo looked at him with surprise, although he understood what he was trying to tell him, remembering his brother. Jin Woon also knew that the director understood everything perfectly, but he still wanted to remind him of it. If you think about it, it all started back in his childhood. When Yi-soo was 11 years old, he remembered how he cried then. His brother Do-kyung was always different from him in that he never cried, unlike little Yi-soo. Then he asked if he hadn't told him that he would beat him up if he cried again, all because the 6th grade boys were bullying him. Although he and his brother were twins in the same age, his older brother was very different from him, the weakling. He was stronger than the other guys and even beat guys who were older and taller than him. He simply had no fear. And he, as a younger brother, did not like this at all, because in comparison with him, he was nobody. His brother had defeated all the bullies who bullied Yi-soo, and although it was the right thing to do, Yi-soo felt like he was losing to him in every way. Nothing changed when they entered school, and literally the next day, Do-kyung started another fight. They were in the same class, but Yi-soo was more focused on his studies, while his brother kept getting himself into trouble. They were 15 years old then. Their views on life were already very different, but they still worried about each other. The onlookers from his class were glued to the windows, watching his brother because he always fought bravely until the last. They saw other guys who had something broken or bandaged, and then they all noticed Baek Do-kyung. Over the course of 4 years, he became even stronger, and even then, his image had something to do with the ability to gather people around him. He stood in front of other guys who, apparently, were going to confront him and his guys. Suddenly, another guy appeared and asked why only 3 of them came, because now they made him look like a hooligan. He was a high school student, and he clearly knew how to fight well, and he was now heading straight for Do-kyung. One of those who watched the scene from the classroom said that it must be a martial artist. He really did have a well-trained body. He was already on par with Do-kyung and was a head taller than him. He said that he gave his friends advice, but apparently the guys didn't listen to him and paid the price. However, Do-kyung was not affected by this at all. He called the boy by name, asking if he hadn't graduated from high school yet. He asked again why the hell he came here then. Did he really not learn anything after graduation? His last words were to tell them to follow him, as he didn't want to start a fight in the middle of the school. Everyone who was near them at that moment watched their conversation with surprise, but no one intervened. One of the guys who was on Do-kyung's side and who had already been beaten up by that senior once wanted to go too. But Do-kyung raised his hand, stopping him, saying that he would go alone, and besides, in this state, the guy would only get in the way. At that moment, Yi-soo approached the window, also curious about who his brother was going to fight this time. They walked behind the school so no one saw Do-kyung suddenly kneel down, his head bowed to the ground. He apologized to the senior student, saying that he had acted thoughtlessly under the influence of the atmosphere. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events, because he was already prepared to have a good fight with this impudent fellow. But Do-kyung continued, saying that he respected him so much and that he heard that he went to Jaewon High School, where he probably kept everyone in fear as well. The guy was a little perplexed because he certainly didn't expect compliments, especially from this kid. But in the end, he liked his humility. He said that at first he thought of making a cripple out of him, but now he changed his mind. He said that Do-kyung made him laugh, so he would leave him alive and hurt his friends instead. He asked the guy how he felt about this deal, but Do-kyung was already looking at him completely differently and stopped bowing. Clenching his pen in his fist, he replied that this wouldn't do, and that he should have hit the high school student in the head once. The guy naturally didn't understand what he was talking about, but the next moment Do-kyung jumped on his foot, sticking his pen into his boot. It felt like a nail had gone through his leg, and he screamed in pain, clutching at it. Meanwhile, Do-kyung took advantage of his lack of concentration and kicked him in the face. He said that his classmate Ji-hoon delivered newspapers every morning. And at first Do-kyung, laughed because it was terribly old-fashioned. But one day, this high school boy beat him up for the same reason. And now he was angry because Ji-hoon was a good guy. One of those who came to watch their leader fight attacked him, asking what kind of nonsense he was just telling. Do-kyung caught his punch with a bent elbow and asked if the seniors were having too much fun lately. He added that each of them probably had brothers and sisters who also went to primary school, so why didn't that stop them? Why did they still continue to bully those who were weaker and younger? He pressed on the sore spot, and the boy fell down holding his arm, while the others also pounced on Do-kyung. Two of them grabbed him under the arms, and the third swung to hit him. However, even in this position, Do-kyung was able to dodge, throwing his head back as far as possible, and with his free hand, he was already reaching out to the guy. He grabbed him by the hair, saying that he remembered something and forgot to tell him earlier. One of those holding him was surprised that he could still move, because that meant he was stronger. He hit the guy he was holding in the face with his head, but that hurt him too. He was still being held, and the boys decided to attack together since he didn't have a chance against a combined attack. But Do-kyung, instead of answering, showed them the middle finger, saying that if they touched him or his friends again, they were dead. And Soo hated his brother, who ran ahead and did not look where he was going, hated him for the actions he committed. But he also regretted the decisions he himself had not made, and there were quite a few of them. That is why he then came to his brother's aid, just as he had once helped him. Yisu envied his brother and wanted to become like him, not in appearance but in character because his was much better. After all, they were brothers, so no matter what difficulties were on their way, together they could always overcome them. Do-kyung then asked him what he was doing here, to which Yisu responded in a slightly strange way. He showed him his fists, saying that he was always studying so damn much, but still couldn't understand anything. Do-kyung understood everything and also put out his fist, after which they dealt with the older guys together. As they were leaving, Do-kyung asked what Yisu wanted to be when he graduated, but he said he didn't know yet. And now he already knew for sure, because in fact he had answered this question a long time ago. He wanted to become like Baek Do-kyung, his brother. The deadline was lying on the ground. The motorcycle was lying to the side. The same was with the crowbar, which meant that victory was Tasan's. But Yisu continued to think about his brother. He thought that little by little he was beginning to be like him. However, this was not the case. They were completely different people, even though they looked similar to each other. He said he never knew what his brother was really like, even though he lived side by side with him for almost his entire life. It seemed to him that he could never become like him, no matter how hard he tried, and no matter what efforts he made. Then Jin-woon approached him and said that he could help in this matter. He said that he would tell him what kind of person Baek Do-kyung really was. He then knelt before Yi-soo, saying that he would personally raise him to the pedestal where his brother once shone. Jong-ho clapped his gloves to shake off the mixture of blood and dust from the fight with the Gorong thugs. He put one hand behind the other elbow, doing warm-ups and saying that he had had enough of these fights. It was time to retire. But then he remembered his director from Ilhak, who would lose the main weapon of his organization if he left. He wondered whether it was worth making such a radical decision, since it was still too early for him to retire. He then turned to the men who were still left, telling them to hurry up, as he still had things to do. He said they were so young but so slow, but at that moment the ghost appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Deadline had also recovered from Jin Woong's blow, which was quite a clear indication of his strength. He walked over to the motorcycle, preparing to get back on the saddle, and Jin Woong gave him credit, saying that he was a tough nut to crack. He asked Yi-soo who this guy was, but the commander didn't know anything about him either, except that he served in the US Army. Their conversation was interrupted by Deadline himself, who pointed to the broken glass of his headlight, asking what the big guy was going to do with it now. But the big guy was more surprised by the fact that the guy spoke Korean because he didn't even have a particular accent. Hearing no answer to his question, he twisted the crowbar like the butterfly knife that Kyung-chun had. He was already back on his motorcycle, preparing to run into them again, this time carrying out an attack. However, Jin-woon only moved a little away from the place where he had flown into last time, and once again firmly planted his feet on the ground. He clenched his fist and said that since that was the case, he didn't have to hold back. He hadn't fought in such a state for a long time. Deadline was about to step on the gas when he suddenly heard the phone vibrate in the side pocket of his jacket. This made him stop, and although his eyes were hidden behind the helmet, they widened a little. He had an old push-button phone, but it was enough for him. The vibration meant a new text message, and he opened the message. It stated that the Goring organization had transferred 20,000 won as a down payment to his account, and the rest would come when he completed the task. Below, he was given the necessary address, and he started his motorcycle to begin carrying out his new task. He turned the motorcycle around, and Yi Su and Jin Woong stood there, watching in surprise as their opponent left the battlefield. Finally, Deadline pointed his finger at Jin Woong, saying that he remembered the bastard who broke the headlight. With these words, the motorcycle roared, and Deadline, looking at them one last time, rode away. Jin Woong said that he thought he would fight after such words. But Yi Su replied that his work here was probably already over. Or there was another reason. He received a bigger order, because the one who paid more ruled over people like him. Meanwhile, silence fell over the main office of Taeson as a battle broke out between Second Knife Choi Jung-ho and the Ghost Assassin. The rest of the men simply watched in silence as they fought, neither Gorang nor Taeson daring to intervene in their battle. Everyone had different experiences in the organization, but it was rare to see such a battle. Even the most experienced agents understood this, including Jang Soo-bin, who even postponed his vacation. There were traces of blood from various men on Jung-ho's glove, and now he was about to leave the mark of another professional on it. He delivered a powerful uppercut to the ghost, and it seemed like he wouldn't get up after that. But the old man found this guy strange and alarming, because he swung the knife masterfully, even managing to hit him a couple of times. To finish him off, it was necessary to choose the right moment and finish everything in one fell swoop. However, the ghost had his own opinion on this matter. He looked at him with his furious gaze, saying that Grandpa would not defeat him like that. Seeing his face, Jin Woon tensed up, because the guy didn't show any fear at all, and this was alarming. He managed to notice how the enemy transferred his weight to his left leg, which meant that he was preparing to attack. This is what allowed him to put his hands out to protect himself, which saved him from damage to his internal organs. The enemy's speed was astounding, and Jung-ho barely managed to avoid the fatal blow, but his glove was cut. He began to analyze the enemy because as soon as he prepared to reflect his attack, he changed its trajectory. Now he realized that he had underestimated the guy, and now it was not about protection that he should worry about. In front of him stood a real killer, who was a master of the knife, and who also seemed to have mental problems. As if to confirm this, the ghost suddenly burst out laughing, saying that Baek Yi-su was looking at him with the same face. Chung-ho swung again, but the blow missed. The guy moved incredibly fast, not allowing himself to be caught. He went behind the old man, saying that this wouldn't do and that he needed to move faster if he wanted to get him. He pounced on him from behind, spinning his kirambit for a fatal attack, intending to finish the big guy off. But Jung-ho put out his hand, catching his knife, even though it was incredibly sharp and easily cut even the special material. But the man believed that he would not break, as long as he protected something important. He hit his opponent again. However, the ghost grabbed his arm by the elbow, looking at him in bewilderment, saying that Grandpa was pathetic if this was all he could do. Suddenly, he threw his head back, still laughing, and pressed on the joint of his arm, almost breaking the bone. Jung-ho felt it clearly, but he no longer had the strength to do anything to free himself. The ghost attacked again, this time jumping at him, knee out to strike him in the head. However, at the last second, a signal sounded for all employees to retreat, and this forced him to stop. He asked why they were retreating now when Taeson was almost defeated, but the signal only repeated itself once more. Those who remained from Garang began to retreat little by little, and only the ghost remained in place. Chang-hong approached him, saying that the thugs from the top of Garang had changed their plans, so there was an order to retreat. He said it seemed like it was part of a new plan and they seemed to have a role to play too. But the ghost was not satisfied with this explanation. He grabbed Chang-hong by the hair, asking if they would really obey the government. He said he was playing with fire, shifting from side to side between his rulers. He snatched the radio from his pocket, telling the man on the other end that the fun was just beginning and this time, he had to finish off Taeson. But the chief told him to stop fooling around and follow the order to retreat. Jang explained that their all-powerful CEO, Tae-hyun, claimed to have some idea. It was already dawn when Yi-su and Jin Woong arrived at Taeson's office, and they immediately saw traces of a fight outside the building. Jin Woong saw Jung-ho's bandaged arm and ran up to him, asking who could have caused him such damage. Tae-hyun told Chief Jang his idea, saying that in such cases, one must act harshly. Laska had no luck tying his tie, so he kept chewing on his cookie, asking Shion for help with this accessory. He just sighed loudly, telling the guy to come to him. And he thought to himself that, apparently, they didn't teach this in North Korea. The guy came up to me and said he had never worn a suit before, because his signature accessory was his signature butterfly knife. While Shion was tying his tie, Boris walked over to the table picking up a large bread knife, and Shion had to stop him too. All in all, the guy had to keep an eye on every new member of their organization, and it was tiring. Jin-woong and Young-ho didn't help him much with this, so all responsibility for order in the group fell on him. But it was not always like this, because when the director came, order was restored by itself, and that was the case this time. Yisu entered the room with Sue. They were also in full dress, and he was pleased with the general mood. He suggested that from now on they talk like real bandits, because now they were also bandits. He sat down in a chair, spreading his legs just as his brother did when he started the conversation, and asked what would be the best way to begin. Young-ho stood by the car, asking if Jin-woong was really going to send him away like that after everything he had done for them. To which Jin-woong replied that he didn't chase him away, because he could have left at any time. But Young-ho said that he was just joking, and already wanted to come back himself. Then Jin-woong decided to ask him if he wanted to stay in Daesan a little longer, at least for the period of his recovery. But he only put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he understood what he was getting at, but he still couldn't do that. He said that he actually realized something when he saw how Tyson had transformed, and that was just the beginning. Watching the new members and how their organization now worked, he began to think about his own. He said that this was not the end, and one day Ilhak too would rise from his knees, returning to his former glory. That's why he had to come back, and after saying that, he smiled, saying that his vacation was over. Now it was time to return home to his organization, where the guys were probably already waiting for him. At the Nine Knives headquarters, the battle had also ended, and now Hyunim was kneeling, unable to continue it. He asked those who attacked them if they really thought that Ilhak would surrender so easily, since they were the best of the best. However, so far everything indicated the opposite, because all of Gudo's members lay defeated on the floor. Only Hyunim remained, perplexed, asking who had sent them, since they had dealt with Gudo, meaning they were very strong. It was Ghost and Deadline, and destroying Ilhak's trump card was their new mission. They were about to leave when suddenly they were pushed aside by Tae-hyun, who also came to the scene to see everything with his own eyes. He turned to Hyunim, saying that he had aged quite a bit since their last meeting, and now looked like an old man. It all started with Shung-min sitting in his office, calculating the revenue for the last month, which turned out to be small. He said there were more in the last month, and Hyunim, who gave him the report, apologized. But the director said that he shouldn't have, because it was his fault too. But what was more important was how they felt. One of them had a broken arm, the other a broken leg, but neither of them complained much about their injuries. The man with the broken leg, on top of everything else, was suddenly seized by a cramp and grabbed his leg. Sunmin said that they had all worked hard, and as someone who couldn't fight at all, he was glad that they were still alive. He was still speaking when suddenly some strange sounds were heard, and one of the knives suggested going and checking out the situation. When he asked the guards what the sound was, they replied that it sounded like a motorcycle, even though they were on the 3rd floor. The sound came from the landing, where the guards looked in surprise at the unexpected guest. Of course, it was Deadline who rushed towards them on his motorcycle, and in the blink of an eye, the men were already lying on the ground. The others, who had come to see what all the noise was about, now also looked at the motorcyclist with horror. But he didn't waste any time and knocked down the doors to Ilhak's main office, where the headquarters of the Knives was located, with the front wheel. They watched in amazement as the door fragments flew in all directions, unable to do anything. Deadline drove into the room at high speed, waving his crowbar in all directions, and Borscht was overcome with fear. Because of this, they could not move, continuing to stand in place, and the next moment one of them had his face cut by a crowbar. The poor guy even threw his head back. Blood spurted from his mouth, but he, like the others, did not think of retreating. The Knives were not caught off guard after all. They had been through countless battles, just like professional boxers who are always ready for anything. They had no doubts about their duty. Using their experience and skills, they boldly engage in combat with any enemy to protect their organization. However, in this case, a previously unseen enemy entered the ring, whose appearance they could not have predicted. He was like a knight on horseback, all in heavy armor, against their fists and pride. This discovery left the Knives slightly at a loss, as they had never fought such an opponent before, and this allowed Deadline to discover their weak spot, where he directed all his subsequent attacks. A metal crowbar against a human bone is like a knight's sword against a boxer's fists. Even though they were professionals, they couldn't fight against something like that, especially since they had injuries from the previous battle. And after Deadline came other members of the Garang group, who were also supposed to participate in the destruction of Gudo. Now it was no longer a fair fight, because the enemy was superior in numbers and was armed. The knives saw the Garang organization badge on the men's jacket and told them to hold their horses. Hyun Nim shouted that in that case, it was a direct violation of their agreement, asking if they really wanted to turn the entire committee against them. But the men didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. One of them gave the order to deal with this old fool. With all their strength, all the knives fought for their organization, forgetting about past injuries and wounds. Choi Kwang-pal, the seventh knife, was furious, asking who these freaks dared to bare their teeth at. However, his leg was dislocated, and Hyun Nim saw that it had not yet healed, which meant that they would not be able to fight for long. Gwan-pal was a pretty strong knife, but in his current state, he couldn't fight to his full potential. So Hyun-Nim decided to take on the guy on the bike. It was the least he could do, and Deadline had already lifted the wheel, intending to run it over the head of one of the knives. The man's name was Sunman, and Hyun-Nim managed to pull him away at the last moment, avoiding being hit by the wheel. He told him to protect the master, and he himself would detain these bandits. But Songmin replied that he could not handle it alone. Then the man named Jan Tok Bae, Ilhak's eighth knife, who Deadline had first knocked out, suddenly stood up again, saying that he would help too. He said that together with Hyun Nim, they could teach that motorcycle-riding idiot a lesson. This surprised Deadline a little, who clearly didn't expect him to get up after being hit on the head with a crowbar. He was distracted by it, which gave Hyun Nim the opportunity to attack him when he was defenseless. He told director Lee Sung-min not to worry about them and to escape, because it was dangerous here and they wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Gwan-pal fought with the rest of the Gorang members who arrived as reinforcements, and so far he was doing a good job of stopping them. Sunman said he was counting on him, leading the director out of the room, who protested, saying he didn't want them to be finished off here. But Gwan-pal told him not to worry, he would catch up with them later. After all, they were Ilhak's 9 knives. Sunman walked out to the car with the director and opened the doors, telling him to get in, but he was still leaning on it, saying that they should help the others. But Sunman replied that Gorang had begun to act, so they were now in danger, and it would be best to retreat. Director Lee protested again, saying that there was no retreat, but he interrupted him, saying that if he died, they would lose everything they had fought for. Then Shung-min asked if they really wanted him to live no matter what, and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for that. Even if everyone else died, their battle would not have been in vain because they knew what they were getting into. That was the background of their fight. And now Tae-hyun stood in front of Hyun Nim, saying that it was quite a sad ending for Nine Knives. He noticed that their boss was nowhere to be seen and asked him about it, asking if he had abandoned them. Sun Min was indeed riding in the car. His organization was left behind, and with it, its loyal members. He sat there in a depressed mood, wondering what the point would be if only he, the director, survived. He was overcome with regret, because he had done everything he could to raise Ilhak from the ashes. But in the end, he had only ruined him completely. Sunman wanted to say that the master was wrong, but he interrupted him, telling him not to call him that. In despair, he asked himself how long he would remain the young master, and when he would become Ilhak's real boss. Seeing that he was not in the best mood, Sunman said that this was not what he meant. He was about to continue and add a few words of encouragement when suddenly a motorcycle jumped out onto the road. It was Deadline who had foreseen their retreat and had even placed spikes on the road so that they could not pass. Sunman noticed them in time, but it was impossible to get around such an obstacle, so he was forced to turn the car around. To top it all off, there were also the weather conditions, as it was raining heavily outside, which only made it more difficult to get around. Fortunately, at the last moment the car was stopped, Shung-min opened the door, going outside. He asked what it was, but at that moment, Sunman got out of the car and said that he would go on without him. As he closed the door, he said that the director still had a lot to do, but he believed in him and that he could handle it. He walked up to him and shielded him from the rain with his hand, saying that they all believed in him, because he had already shown that he was worthy of being called their boss. Lee Sun-mong looked at him like a father would look at a child who was about to leave him and begin adulthood. He took his face in his hand, saying that there was something else that he should not forget and always remember. Sun Min knew where to run. His suit was completely wet from the rain, but he didn't care at all. The last words Sunman had spoken to him back then were a reminder that he was their boss, and they, the Knives of Ilhak, would always be his support. He couldn't run any further, and fell to his knees in the middle of the sidewalk as the rain continued to spit on his unprotected back. Passers-by walked and looked back at him, but he didn't even pay attention, because it wasn't his own image that he should be uniting about now. He thought that no matter how pathetic the situation the organization was in might seem, He is Ilhak's CEO and is solely responsible for her well-being. Then Sunmon told him that there was nothing the knives couldn't do for him, so he thought he should repay them in kind. There was only one place he could think of where he could run for help, and now he was standing at the entrance to the Taeson group. Jinwoong, Yisu, and Jungho looked in surprise at the guy who didn't even look like the director anymore. Chungho recognized his master with horror and rushed to him, asking what had happened to him. Baek Yisu also asked for an explanation, arguing that his condition was indescribable. Then the fateful moment came for Seung-min, however. After thinking for a while, he still overcame himself and began to speak at breakneck speed. He said he had to trust Taeson. No. He begged them to help him save Ilhak and the 9 knives. He knelt down, thinking that he would even roll at their feet if necessary, until they agreed to help him. Suddenly, he couldn't see where he stepped and his foot started to move. But someone grabbed him by the shoulders. It was Baek Yisu. He said that he almost fell and suggested that they go inside where they could discuss everything, since the director was soaking wet. Hearing these words and realizing that Taeson was agreeing to help, he looked at Yisu, addressing him as Do-kyung. He said that he himself was fine, but the knives from Gudo needed it more, since Garang had attacked them half an hour ago. Jungho and Jinwoong looked at him in surprise, and Yisu asked him to tell everything more slowly, since nothing was clear yet. Of course, this is sarcasm. He said that they were just discussing something interesting, but could not decide on one point. He explained by saying that they were going to destroy the committee, but they didn't know where the best place to start was, from Cheonwoon or from HHS, and maybe it would have been better to start with Garang Group, since they were connected with Ilhak. He said this with a characteristic furious look in his eyes, because this was his new plan. The hospital had good conditions for all patients, but special wards were reserved for those like him. Sue checked the medicine that was attached to the IV. It was important to her that everything worked well. She looked at the one she cared about. This man meant much more to her than an ordinary boss. Lying on the bed was Baek Do-kyung, who had been hospitalized in hopes of being saved after being seriously injured, but he had fallen into a coma and had never woken up since. Sun-min recalled his childhood, which took place in a rather unusual place because he was not an ordinary child. At that time, the head of Ilhak was Lee Sung-han, who was the highest point in Seoul, and at that moment he decided to light a cigarette. Then, little Lee Sung-min approached him and asked if the old man had smoked again, and he began to wave his hand and hide the cigarette. He was only 8 years old then, the successor to Lee Seong-hak, and he pointed a sword at his grandfather, saying that he had ordered no one to smoke here. The grandfather decided to play along, saying that he was scared and promised not to smoke anymore if the boy hid the weapon. He asked who taught his grandson such words, and Seung-min said that his uncle Jung-ho taught him. The boy said that Uncle Jung-ho was an excellent knife fighter and asked if Grandpa could fight like that too. The old man replied that he couldn't do that, but Seung-min didn't believe him, saying that he was the best in Seoul, and he started pulling him by the hand to show his skills. The boy said that his grandfather was not the best of the best back then, and he replied that it was not necessary to have superiority in combat for that. He became serious and said that for this it was enough to have strength of spirit and not fall on your knees before anyone. Little Sun-min did not immediately understand these words, or rather, he did not understand them at all. He told his grandfather that he should have admitted right away that he was a weakling, but he only smiled in response. This was the story of the creation of Ilhak, which was founded by Chairman Lee Sung-hak in central Seoul. And now, as Seung-min lay in the Taeson headquarters, it all seemed like just a dream to him. He stood up and Jung-ho immediately asked if he was okay, and Seung-min replied that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Returning to his memories, he thought that, like any dream, this one had to end sooner or later. He said that Ilhak fell, tears welled up in his eyes, and Jung-ho's face became such that it was even pitiful to look at. Then Yisu and Jin-woong entered the room, and the director of Daesan sat down on the sofa next to Seung-min, seeing that he was in a bad mood. He asked how he was feeling while getting out the tea service. Instead of his boss, Jung-ho answered, saying that thanks to Taeson, he was recovering rapidly. Yisu said that it wasn't very noticeable yet, but they could stay here as long as they needed and have a good rest. Jung-ho replied that they were just helping each other, to which Yisu said that was exactly what he was thinking about. He asked if Ilhak would be able to support them, and Jung-ho immediately rushed to reassure him, but was interrupted. Yisu said that he appreciated his nobility, but now he was asking the director of their organization. He poured tea into a beautiful cup, then smiled and asked if Mr. Choi Jung-ho was the boss now. This puzzled the old man a little, but Seung-min asked him to wait outside since he himself had something to discuss with director Do-kyung. Jin-eun offered to accompany him, even though he saw how sadly he left the room where the fate of his organization was being decided. After they left, Seung-min turned to Yi-soo, saying that before they discussed something, he wanted to ask a question. He asked if Baek Yi-soo was the real head of D-sun, calling him by name. He also wanted to know where Mr. Baek Do-kyung was now. But Yi-soo interrupted him by placing his cup of tea on the table. He said that in front of others he called him Do-kyung, and he hadn't even revealed his identity to Jong-ho. But there were some things he didn't understand. He said that he, Seung-min, should be scared because they were facing something they couldn't handle. And if that's the case, then they should still be scared, not asking stupid questions. Hearing this answer, Seung-min thought that he had gone too far, because it seemed like this topic was a sore point for brother Do-kyung. Right now, they need to be as nice to Taesun as possible, so he said it really didn't matter. He asked if Yi-soo was going to work with Il-hak, but he replied that there was no point since he was too weak now. Then Seung-min rephrases the question, asking if they can help them, since he needs to know the answer to this. But Yi-soo decided to act tough, saying that he did not ask for his opinion, but rather wanted to know how Il-hak could be useful to them. Sun-min thought for a moment and then said that they were going to destroy Gorang and the entire committee. But would they have enough strength? He continued by saying that Il-hak was a sister organization of the committee, but despite this, Gorang attacked them. So if he, as the director of Il-hak, reports this to the committee, Gorang will pay the fine for violating the terms of the contract. Sun-min said that the current Il-hak might be weak, but the legality of their actions still remained. However, Yi-soo interrupted him, saying that this was not what he meant, since Il-hak's main problem was Mr. Seung-min himself. In other words, he was a weakling. He asked how they were supposed to take them seriously if the director of the organization was on his own. The HHS office was located in the Ganjam area, and Tae-hyun had already appreciated it, calling it a fancy place. He sat in the office of HHS chairman Han Hae-sung, who asked him how he was going to clean up the mess he had made. He didn't understand why his organization attacked Il-hak, since they were both members of the General Assembly. However, Tae-hyun just chuckled, replying that he did it because he wanted to, since ever since he was a child, he did things first and thought later. But Hae-sung didn't share his enthusiasm, saying that he wouldn't take his side, but Tae-hyun simply told him to wait. Hae-sung replied that the main thing was not to anger Seung-min, but Tae-hyun just laughed, saying that he didn't yet know where the next meeting would be. The place was specially chosen for the young master. It was the house of his grandfather Lee Sung-hak. Seung-min also found out about this and became angry, because it was too much and Tae-hyun had gone too far. He walked to his grandfather's house, and the men from Gorang joked that he was just taking a stroll there, since the place was familiar to him. He continued walking amid mocking laughter. Some even recognized him as the director. But this did not stop them. He remembered the words that Yi-soo had told him back then. He had said that without the Il-hak knives, he was just the heir to a fallen organization. Then he looked at the men and realized that they weren't even from Gorang. He had to prove something himself. He had to prove on his own that he was worthy of being called the head of Il-hak. And at that moment, a cigarette butt was thrown at him. He realized that he had to follow the example of the men of the Nine Knives and do everything in his power to achieve this. Gorang's immediate supervisor came out to them and said that a closed meeting was currently taking place. Only the heads of the 4 largest organizations were allowed to attend. But Seung-min interrupted him, telling him to get out of the way. At first, the man didn't understand that he was being disobeyed, but Seung-min yelled at him to move his ass and get out of here, and he pounced on him. The rest stood and looked in surprise at what was happening at the front entrance, but no one dared to interfere. Seung-min managed to knock out the big guy because he caught him off guard, but he still had to fight today. Another guard was already rushing towards him with a wooden stick, asking what this idiot was doing here. He hit him on the head with a stick, and Seung-min didn't even have time to put his hands up to defend himself, because he had never fought before. But he remembered his grandfather's words, who said that it was no big deal if a guy didn't know how to fight. The main thing is that he must be strong in spirit and never fall to his knees before others, no matter how strong the enemy was. Now that Seung-min finally understood his words, as they accurately reflected his situation, he decided to listen to his grandfather. Even though the man hit him, he was still able to fight to the end and grabbed him by the throat. His gaze spoke for him. An incredible strength appeared from somewhere, and he felt that he would not yield to anyone else. With these thoughts, he hit his head on the man's nose, but another one had already appeared from the room, this one with a knife. Luckily, this was noticed by one of the workers, who was actually none other than Shi-on. He put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that this was beyond the pale because it was wrong. And then he hit him and he fell, dropping his knife. which Xion successfully confiscated for the benefit of the organization. Taking off his cap, he said that freaks like him should know their place and not get involved in other people's squabbles. After all, there was a generally accepted rule that only bosses could enter, and right now they were holding one of them back. 3 of them had already gathered. Ilhak and Tayson were still missing, but Taehyun suggested starting the meeting already. However, the others asked whether it would not have been better to wait for Director Lee from Ilhak, since it was about him that they were talking. It was clear that Taehyun could barely contain his laughter when Seung-min's name was mentioned, and he asked if he really wasn't invited. He added that he didn't think he would have the courage to come here, even though he was a victim. However, the next moment, Seung-min entered the room. His appearance was completely inconsistent with his status, but he was worried about it. There was blood on his hands, and the members of the General Assembly looked at him in surprise. Taehyun looked especially puzzled. Sun-min addressed him, calling him a bastard who apparently didn't know one rule. He looked at him in surprise, not expecting this from Director Ilhak, and he held a cigarette in his mouth. Sun-min continued, pointing directly at her and saying that smoking was prohibited in this house. He walked up to him and took the cigarette right out of his mouth, and then said that he would answer him what he had once answered the owner of this house. He said that if he caught him here with a cigarette again, he would kill him on the spot, and his look confirmed his words. In dark times, Ilhak made the rules, and Lee Seung-hak, the highest point in Seoul, enforced them. He dreamed of entering the political arena, but nothing came of it. His dream remained unfulfilled until his death. Eventually, Ilhak began to disintegrate, with everyone desperately fighting for control of the weakened organization. A war broke out between the 9 Knives of Ilhak and other capital factions. The criminal community had set up a bloody massacre in Seoul, but soon it was time for a change. Lee Seung-hak, tired of watching the situation get worse day by day, made a decision. The decision ended the feud between the organizations, but it was not an easy one. It consisted of dividing the criminal world into spheres of influence and appointing leaders of 4 groups. This is how the committee of 4 major organizations emerged, whose roots went back to Ilhak. Now, Ryu Tae-hyun, forgetting about Chairman Lee Seung-hak's wishes, violated the committee's agreement and attacked Ilhak. The girl from the assembly told him to work hard to give a clear justification for his actions. Otherwise, Gorang would become a common enemy of the entire committee. But Tae-hyun didn't take her words seriously, saying that she couldn't decide anything for everyone here. He then advised her to watch her language, otherwise they would be missing another participant at the next meeting. The girl was about to stand up, asking how he dared to say such a thing. But at that moment, Seung-min walked in. This was something they had talked about before, but now he was already in a meeting and Tae-hyun even became a little tense. Meanwhile, Sun-min took the cigarette from him and sat down in his seat, starting the conversation with a reprimand for the organization. He asked if this was some kind of kennel, and if not, then why were there so many mongrels there, all wanting to fight? Suddenly, Tae-hyun laughed, but it was an angry laugh. He swept all the dishes off his half of the table, asking when he had managed to become so bold. He said that Seung-min was finally acting like a man, asking if the realization that his days were numbered had changed him so much. And Seung-min just smiled strangely, saying that thanks to him, he came to his senses after his head was almost smashed. Meanwhile, the other council members demanded an explanation from Tae-hyun, but Seung-min said that he would explain everything himself. He said that they knew that Gorang had attacked Ilhak, and that they had just tried to attack him again. Gorang broke the rule prohibiting committee members from attacking each other, and took Ilhak's property for himself. Based on this, he, as the director of Ilhak, asked to exclude Gorang from the committee, depriving him of all rights. He asked Tae-hyun if he had any objections, but he replied in the negative, saying that he had indeed screwed up. But then he continued, saying that Seung-min had mixed something up. After all, wasn't Ilhak the one who spat on the agreement first? He pulled out a photo of the moment he made the deal with Tae-san, saying that the 2 organizations had clearly become closer recently. And then he suddenly accused him, saying that this is how he set Tae-san on them, who then left their committee. However, Seung-min said that he was only transferring files for synchronization, and that it had nothing to do with Gorang. But Tae-hyun also didn't back down, saying that in the past, there was a squabble between Gorang and Daesan over the Hanam area. He continued by saying that Seung-min decided this was his chance, and a little later, several of their groups were ambushed. It turned out that Ilhak had used connections outside the committee to organize the raid on Gorang, which meant that they had started it first. He asked Seung-min if he had said everything correctly or if he had made a mistake somewhere, because he understood that he could no longer get out of it. After all, he understood that he would not dare to show the organization's files to everyone present. He then decided to make his position clear, saying that he wanted to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. At that moment, as if on cue, men in black suits from the Grang group emerged from the side where he was sitting. Taehyun said he believes Ilhak's leader, Lee Seung-min, should be held responsible for breaking the agreement. He went on to say that he also insisted on the dissolution of this senseless committee, and everyone present was surprised. And Soo foresaw this yesterday, saying that Goreng would demand that the committee be abolished, since it serves as a support for Ilhak. Seung-min said that there was no point in him going to the meeting then, but Yi-soo replied that he had to prove who was boss. At this meeting, he needed to show that he was worthy of being called the head of Ilhak. When Taehyun finished his speech, the others began to express their dissatisfaction, but Seung-min only closed his eyes. He said that he didn't care about Goreng's threats at all, and if Taehyun didn't want to be a member of the committee, let him do whatever he wanted. HHS Director Hae-sung said Seung-min was being unreasonable, adding that he should have kneeled down and begged for help. Then Seung-mi said that it was now obvious that Goreng and HHS were in sync since Hae-sung was supporting Goreng. Then a girl intervened in the conversation. She said that the guys were making a mistake by starting a war in this way. She put on her glasses and snapped her fingers, and a shadow and a hand holding a machete appeared behind her. She said that they could continue to talk nonsense, but they should keep in mind that she would definitely take one of their heads with her. Looking at her people, Seung-min thought that they were the same infamous Baek-jung of Cheonun, but they seemed to be in China. Taehyun ignored her gesture. He slammed his hand on the table, telling Seung-min that this wasn't something he should worry about. He stood up from his seat and walked over to him, then sat down on the edge of the table, saying that he had other problems now. After all, he no longer had the 9 knives, which meant he couldn't escape anywhere now. Taehyun leaned towards him and asked if he really thought he would grab all the files for himself and not share them with anyone. Sun-min, to his surprise, simply agreed, saying that he was right. He really wasn't able to carry everything. As he spoke, footsteps were heard, which could only mean one thing. The last member of the committee had arrived. The guards who stood at the entrance could not stop him, because he had the right to be present. When he was already at the door, Yi-soo stopped for a moment and called out Ryu Taehyun, mimicking his name. He entered accompanied by Jin-woon and Jung-ho, saying that he didn't mind playing with Goreng and Taehyun himself. Then he saw the big picture of the situation and continued to talk mockingly about the stoppage, which was only getting worse. He asked if he had interfered with the 2 directors' decision on serious issues, adding that he wanted to join them too. Taehyun was puzzled and asked if it wasn't Do-kyung himself, who said that he didn't want to have anything to do with the committee. And Soo answered him what a fool he was, because the committee and the agreement were nothing, saying that Taehyun himself thought the same. Taehyun understood why Seung-min didn't speak out in favor of keeping the committee, saying that he was even a little offended by how close they had become. Yi-soo confirmed his words, saying that everything was correct, because after all, Seung-min was their chairman. While everyone was surprised, he continued, "They say that Tyson shares the beliefs of Ilhak's previous prejudice. Therefore, they will support Ilhak and nominate Lee Seung-min as the next chairman." So he told Taehyun to get ready, since finishing them off would be his initial goal. He then turned to the rest of the congregation, saying that they in turn would have to make a choice. Either they will show Lee Seung-hak's will the respect it deserves and agree to his proposal, or they will fall to the level of brainless scumbags. Here he looked at Taehyun, meaning him. However, he said that everything was already written on their faces, because each had already made a decision for themselves. When he said this, the girl clenched her fist, which was a sign for her people to hide their weapons. Yi-soo turned to Seung-min, saying that they should also finish up, since they had other things to do. Now he had a different status. He was no longer the CEO, but the chairman of Ilhak, with Taesan as an ally. On the way, Yi-soo asked if he was okay, to which Seung-min replied, "Can't you tell?" saying that they should have arrived earlier. But Yi-soo just smiled slightly, saying that it was cool, so everything went pretty well. He said he was a little lost, having never been there before, when he suddenly saw a man standing below. His pupils narrowed in surprise, because he didn't expect to see this person at all, especially under such circumstances. Standing in front of him was none other than Chief Jang, who, upon seeing him, greeted him as Baek Do-gyun. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and now they finally met again. His face expressed pure innocence. But Yi-soo's face showed the opposite emotions, because in front of him stood the killer of his small squad. Jang stood at the beginning of the stairs and began to walk up to them, saying that he didn't expect to see Taesan here. Yi-soo quietly called him Chief Jang, but Seung-min heard and asked again if it was really Chief Jang. After all, he knew that he was responsible for the collapse of synchronization. Moreover, he was behind the OneSync project. This man was responsible for everything that happened to him and Ilhak. And he was also one of the bosses. Sun Min wanted to shout at Yisu to let him know about it, but he only managed to say his last name since it was impossible to say his real name. Besides, he realized that he already knew everything perfectly well, because a knife flashed in his hand, with which he began to go down to meet the boss. Yisu knew that they were 2.1 meters apart, and it would only take him a couple of seconds to finish him off. After all, back then, the boss treated them in exactly the same way for his own purposes. He didn't care about other people's lives. Then, for some reason, he did not hesitate, killing all the members of the squad, from which only Shi-on miraculously managed to escape. This was also the case with Baek Yi-soo, whom he created. The same as his boss, he should have done the same. He came close to the boss, who was protected by the light reflected from his glasses, so that Yi-soo could not see his eyes. But Zhang could clearly see his eyes, which were filled with unmistakable hatred and contempt for him.
Du Kyung put his hand in his pocket, taking out cigarettes, and thought that now there could be no doubt. He took one of the cigarettes out with his mouth, wondering what would be the best way to start a conversation with the man standing in front of him. He asked the chief if he had a light, and he also took a lighter out of his jacket pocket. Yisu leaned towards him, indicating that he should light his cigarette, and Zhang reached out to him with the lighter. From the outside, it looked a little funny, because the head of the NAR was lighting a cigarette for the boss of a criminal organization. Zhang was the first to speak, saying that he heard that there was quite a commotion after his brother's funeral. Yisu agreed, saying that perhaps that was the case, and the boss asked if the problem had already been resolved. Yisu did not answer right away, saying that he was sure he knew who was to blame for everything, but he had not yet found any evidence. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and picked up the knife, saying that he could no longer say for sure, seeing the boss there. Zhang asked what he was going to do, and Yisu replied that he could kill him right here and now. But then he put the cigarette back in his mouth, saying that, alas, it wouldn't solve the problem, and so it was pointless for now. Hearing this, the boss tensed up, and he could see how his face distorted a little from these words. Then Yisu decided not to delay him any longer, since he was going to Sungmin, so he continued to go down. He said he would keep an eye on the boss, and when their paths crossed again, he would be able to answer his question. That was the last thing he said. He continued down the stairs without looking back, and Zhang looked at him suspiciously. He thought to himself that he would keep an eye on him too. After their meeting today, he had a lot of questions about his little brother. He wasn't entirely sure, but for a moment he thought there was something familiar about his behavior. Yisu noticed this too, but he just waved his hand to deflect suspicion because Du Gyung would have done the same. Seung-min, Jung-ho, and Jin-woong also came down the stairs. It turns out that the boss didn't come to see Ilhak. He remained standing at the top, still thinking about what had just happened, Baek Do-kyung's words troubling him. And Soo also thought about his feelings. Of course, he wrote hatred, but killing him now would be stupid. When everyone came down, Seung-min wanted to discuss what he had just seen, but Yisu said that they would move on. Sun-min understood that the boss was somehow connected to him, but he only repeated that they simply had to go. In the morning, the Hyungu Business Contributions Company was already in full swing, calculating the revenue for the recent period. The company's president, Lee Hyun-gu, slammed his hand on the table, saying that there was still 46,000 won missing. The man he was scolding said something about some lady from the fruit store, but Hyun-gu told him not to talk nonsense. But the man continued anyway, telling how his creepy daughter told him to take something and come back tomorrow. He said he got an apple in return, and it was pretty sweet, but Hyun-gu told him to shut up. He was depressed. He thought about how he had ended up in such a life, remembering that it was all because of that guy sent by Tessin, and also that handsome blonde guy who then relayed the words of his captain, who advised him to retire. He brushed off these memories, saying that he would definitely take revenge on them if he saw them, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Shion entered the room and greeted him, saying that it had been a long time since they last met. The man Hyun-gu was talking to asked who the brat was, but Hyun-gu became visibly nervous at the sight of Shion. Not hearing an answer, the man approached the boy, asking what he was doing there, but Hyun-gu told him not to be so rude. He was a little late with his advice. The man called Shion small, and he couldn't stand it and attacked him. A moment later, they were already sitting at the table. Shion told Hyun-gu to tell him about Garang. For example, about the location of their business centers, but Hyun-gu asked if he himself didn't know, came here and caused a fuss. Shihi reached for his coffee, saying that he thought he knew, but he wasn't. He was looking for something but couldn't find it. Hearing this, Hyun-gu became interested, asking what he was looking for, but Shion only looked at him with distrust. Then he thought for a moment and still said that he was looking for people, or rather, a place where 5 people could be kept. Hyun-gu was surprised to think that these were not rumors. Gorang really attacked Ilhak and stole the knives. He also heard that the committee was dissolved and Taesun joined forces with Ilhak, so that meant it was true. His thoughts were interrupted by Shion asking if he knew anything useful or not, and he agreed that he did know something. He rose from his chair, saying that 2 places initially came to mind where hostages might be held. He approached the map and showed these points, saying that he had visited them at one time while giving bribes to gain a stronger foothold in Gorang. He said that he was well aware of the locations and the number of guards, but he would tell everything on one condition. Shion told him to spit out whatever he wanted, and he asked them to take him with them to Daesan, striking a funny pose. Shion then asked if he was not a member of Gorang, to which he replied that changing his activities would not hurt him. In fact, he thought that Taesun would win, and in that case, he wouldn't be left out either, Shion agreed. He stood up and said that they were leaving right now, and Hyun-gu didn't understand if he had been called too, so he asked him about it. Shion looked at him, asking in response if he wanted to join Daesan, since in that case they should go together. These words greatly surprised Hyun-gu because he had never been invited to participate in something like this, and he stood there in bewilderment. The place was quiet and deserted. There really wasn't a soul here because not everyone knew this location. Hyunim sat on a chair in the middle of the spacious room, his hands tied behind his back. There were traces of blood visible under his feet, and he was sitting with his head down when someone entered the room. It was Ryu Tae-hyun who asked if it was okay for him to be there. He came closer to the man, but Hyun-nim remained silent, and Tae-hyun told him to at least answer something, because it's not fun when you come across such obstinate prisoners. He said that it might be because they shared it with their friends, to which Hyunim responded by telling him to shut up. But Tae-hyun said mockingly that he actually came here to tell a funny little story. He continued by saying that Taesan is now reporting to Ilhak, and it seems they are planning to make Seung-min the new chairman. And that's why they're looking for them everywhere right now, he said. There's no doubt about that. In general, he congratulated him. Sun-min became president, which means they raised him well. Hyunim raised his head, saying that then Gorang would have to fight against the combined forces of Daesan and Ilhak. He asked Tae-hyun if he had come to cry on how scared he was, since that was just like him, but he told him not to talk nonsense. He said they were Gorang, so what could Taesan and a bunch of crippled knives do to them? Continuing to praise his organization, he said that if it had been Choi Jung-ho or the steadfast Yaksha, things might have been different. However, they had real professionals on their side, who, unlike amateurs, always do their job well. But Hyun-nim just laughed at his words, saying that even though he didn't know who his pro was, he was sure of one thing. Taesan had Baek Do-gyung, who was no match even for knives, since they had already fought once. Right now, he was just entering another battle, destroying another one of Gorang's subsidiary organizations. He told the boys, who were looking at him with fear, that he had overdone it a little, but he would be careful in the future. He placed his finger on the blade as Sue had taught him, saying that in that case, it was time to begin. It was the Nine Knives rescue operation, and from that moment on it began. He loosened his tie and walked forward. Meanwhile, a young girl who had an appointment there arrived at the main office of Taesan. Su-ah entered the hall where Jin Woong greeted her and took care of her luggage, greeting Madam Secretary. Su-a said that she tried her best to figure everything out on the way here. The knives should be in one of the 2 buildings. Jin Woong noticed that she worked tirelessly, but the girl replied that she was only doing the job entrusted to her. Jin Woong then asked if there had been any progress, and the girl paused for a moment to answer. She stood in front of the door where they were already waiting for her, but she turned to Jin Woong, reminding him of something. He himself had said that without Baek Do-kyung there would be no Taesan, and now she completely agreed with him. That's why she, as his assistant, simply did her job, and Jin Woong should follow her example. She entered the room, apologizing for the long wait, and then offered to give a briefing. She brought up 2 buildings on the screen, one a motel in Itaewon, and the other an abandoned warehouse in Incheon. This was the data that Shion collected. She said that one of these points was definitely holding knives. But since they could not boast of numerical superiority, they had to storm only one of the locations. Plus, it was worth leaving a few people to protect their headquarters, since it was under threat of attack. And Su began to think. He said that the population density in Itaewon was low, so it was likely that the enemy would quickly discover them. Su-a shared his thoughts, saying that based on what was said above, it was more logical to attack the warehouse rather than the motel. And Sue continued, saying that they would not send their troops there, because if Goreng figured them out, he would involve his groups. In that case, they would be at a disadvantage, and the future chairman thought the same thing. Then Yisu stood up and said that in that case, they themselves should go there and free the hostages. To begin with, they would transfer the guys to an abandoned warehouse who were masters of stealth penetration. It won't be difficult for them to get there without attracting Goreng's attention. And as for the other location, and Sue went there personally. It was a small motel where they could potentially also keep people. The man at the reception asked if he wanted to rent a room, but Yisu replied that he was actually looking for someone. Then the man stopped him, saying that he could not share information about the guests with just anyone. And Sue reached into his pocket, and the man thought that he was about to be offered a bribe and extended his hand contentedly. However, instead of money, he received a knife, which Yisu stabbed into his hand so hard that the man did not even immediately feel that he was wounded. At that moment, Yisu leaned against the glass that covered the window of the booth where the shocked man was sitting. He ducked his head in pain, and Yisu leaned towards him, asking if he would now tell him about his visitors. But the man remained silent, so he clarified his question, asking if the men of the 9 knives were here. However, after thinking a little, he said that he might not answer, and with these words he took the knife out of the poor fellow's hand. There were some armed guys coming into the motel heading towards him, and he said he would ask them about it himself. A fight broke out, but it didn't last long, and soon one after another the guys fell at his feet. Such an opponent was no match for them. Yisu noticed that these people were Chief Jiang's subordinates, which meant that he had come to the right place by choosing this location. He asked, even though they hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle, if they really wanted to come with him. He asked this question to Chung Ho when he was going on his mission. The old man agreed, and now fought alongside him. He even joked about his injuries, saying that he was okay now and that Du Kyung-woo shouldn't overexert himself. But Yisu responded in kind, saying that he didn't want their new chairman to get angry if he got hurt. They were walking up the stairs when Jung-ho asked if there was something he could ask the principal. It was unexpected for Yisu. He even told him about it, but he agreed to listen to him and perhaps answer. Then Jung-ho asked what was bothering him so much. He asked why Daesung chose Lee Sung-min as its chairman. At first, Yisu wanted to avoid the question by saying that he just wanted to maintain Ilhak's traditions, but Jung-ho said that he didn't need cheap show-offs. The government has become increasingly involved in their affairs, the committee has been dissolved, and they are on the brink of a new war. This whole mess had been brewing for just 3 months, but then Yisu interrupted him, asking what he was getting at. Jung-ho looked at him and said that he just thought that he, Director Baek Do-kyung, was somehow connected to these events. And so he, Jung-ho, wanted to know what his true intentions were, if he didn't have any bad intentions. Yisu turned away from him and looked down, asking if he really wanted to know that. Jung-ho responded positively, saying that they had agreed to fight together, and he was even here because of that. But Yisu didn't have time to answer him, because at that very second more of Chief Jiang's men were rushing towards them from above. One of them took out a knife and pointed it at Yisu, but he told him not to yell, because this was where adults were talking. He added that if the guy had something to say, then he should go down himself, but if not, he would help him with it. After these words, he grabbed him by the leg and pulled him to the side so that the guy fell, because there was a fence there. However, another guy appeared behind him, also with a knife, who attacked Yisu and Jung-ho with screams. With a calm movement, Yisu grabbed his hand. Dodging the attack, he suggested to Jung-ho to postpone their conversation. In agreement, the big guy from Ilhak hit the guy Yisu was holding in the face with all his might, so they launched a joint attack. This time he was without gloves, but this did not affect the force of his blow, and the opponent fell, never rising again. It happened on the stairs and Yisu was already fighting in the flight. It was inconvenient to advance like that, so it was worth hurrying. Jung-ho thought that the opponents were attacking from above, and that those attacking from higher positions had an advantage. But he couldn't tell that from the faces of these guys, because in this case the situation was exactly the opposite. As if to confirm his thoughts, Yisu grabbed one of them by the sleeve again, intending to throw him as far away as possible. After all, even though they attacked from above, their actions became much easier to calculate. And Sue was already finishing them off, defeating them one after another. His strength seemed to last for a long time. Jung-ho also helped him, every now and then grabbing someone by the arm or leg and throwing them aside. He even managed to grab one of them by the head, and the poor guy was in for some serious pain. It was quite easy to lose balance on such a ladder, so he pushed him against it with all his might. And Sue saw this. He liked the way Ilhak's second knife fought, and he said that they were a great team. While he was still speaking, another man attacked him, but he managed to duck in time, preparing to attack back. He didn't even have to make any special effort because the latter did everything for him, and the man fell. He hit his head hard on the steps, but he could still get up to fight, so Yisu took care of that as well. He demonstratively picked up the knife as if it were a pen and held it towards the frightened man who did not want to die. However, unfortunately, he was in the service of Chief Zhang, and therefore chose his own fate. Yisu swung and hit him. The guys who were still alive looked at him with caution, and he asked if this was the end. He added that he was disappointed, because he expected more from the boss, but since that was the case, there was no point in staying here any longer. He said he heard that Garang was recruiting real pros, and they all lost to a worthless gangster like him. So it looks like he was the professional here, as well as his partner Jung Ho, who was also already climbing up to him. Meanwhile, at the abandoned warehouse in Yongsan, the guys decided that they needed to search everything first. Their team consisted of Shion, Kyungchun, and also Piratic, as Shion had managed to nickname him. Laska, as always, had a cookie in his mouth. He asked who this old man was, to which he replied that he was not that old yet. He told Shion that he had indicated 2 possible locations, but for some reason now, he was certain that the knives were hidden here. He added that this is where Gorang keeps his prisoners, and he himself saw several new faces heading towards the motel. He finally said that he heard that one of them had a gun, which made Shiona tense up a little. For the umpteenth time, the man received a harsh rebuff from 2 members of Taeson, who were still fighting on the stairs. But Jung-ho wasn't really thinking about the fight anymore. He was thinking about director Baek Do-kyung, seeing how he was fighting. He suddenly remembered Hyun-nim's words, who had said back then that he was just a monster and they weren't even close to him. Of course, he didn't really take his words seriously back then, because the knives weren't in the best shape, which is why they lost. He knew that Director Taeson was strong, but as it turned out, he had no idea how strong, looking at the crowd of opponents. The boys soon realized that they were up against strong opponents, and some of them decided to run away. But suddenly one of them was hit in the direction he was running, and this came as a surprise to everyone. The guy who struck was Lee Gyu Chang, Ilhak's 9th knife, who somehow ended up here even though he was covered in blood. Seeing one of them, as well as Boss Taeson, he said that he tried to escape himself, but the other knives were in danger. It was obvious that he was having a hard time too, but the guy didn't pay attention to his appearance, telling them to follow him. Chung Ho, hearing about the danger to his comrades, wanted to run after him, but Yisu stopped him with a gesture. He also told Mr. Gyu Chang to wait, but he replied that they were right here and needed to hurry. Gyu Chan ran into one of the rooms in the corridor. Yisu carefully stepped after him, but something told him not to go in there. He asked him what it all meant, but in response he only heard the click that is usually heard when a weapon is released from safety. Quickly realizing that they had been ambushed, Yisu began to think of his next move while Gyu Chang aimed for the passage, and Su couldn't think of a better option than to arm himself with a knife, because he believed that the enemy would not brazenly shoot them. For now, Gyu Chang was really just holding his gun at the ready as he recalled their conversation just now. Then he was asked if he had ever had the chance to shoot because it was quite a useful skill. He replied that he had tried a couple of times in the army, but he did not yet know whether he could trust this man. In front of him sat Director Zhang, who said that this time everything was a little different than in the army. But Gyu Chan, taking the gun, said that he didn't think there was much difference. After all, it was just a gun. Then Zhang told him to cock the gun, and he obeyed, performing the usual actions. Then the chief told him to aim, and he pointed the gun at him, saying that all he had to do was pull it. He said he wanted to ask something. If he betrayed Ilhak, would they really spare his comrades? To which Chief Zhang replied that they did not kill them, and while everyone was alive, he continued to smoke a cigarette. He told Gyu Chang to imagine that he was doing this for the good, and overall, it really was. Gyu Chan asked why he was giving him such a chance then, but the boss replied that he had misunderstood. It was not a chance. He looked at him with disdain and said that he was sitting on their neck, a worthless knife and a burden to Ilhak. He said that Ilhak was just a bunch of losers who were abusing their hospitality. Gyu Chang couldn't stand it. He gritted his teeth, asking if he really was offering such a thing to them. The 9 knives. He said that the chief should not expect them to go over to the side of the wolves. By wolves, he meant Gorang, and Zhang didn't understand it right away, but then he just smiled. He said that it wasn't quite like that. There was no need to take sides. He just wanted to buy them. He continued by saying that Gyu Chan said that the knives were the foundation of Ilhak, but that meant something else as well. Lee Sung-hak and Lee Sung-min weren't worthy of being called leaders, so the wolves wouldn't have to do anything. All the work will be done by them. The 9 knives? Or rather, Here he looked at Gyu Chan. He will do everything. Finally, Zhang explained the mission, saying that it was simply to shoot one person. It was necessary to do this at the closest possible distance and aim as accurately as possible. He grabbed Gyu Chang's gun and pointed it straight at his chest, saying that it was easy, wasn't it? Gyu Chang then asked if they weren't on Gorang's side, to which Zhang replied that they were more like tamers than allies. That's why they needed him, Gyu Chan, because it was necessary to keep them in check. Lest they think that the world belongs to them alone, these were his last words then. Yisu took out a knife and wanted to turn towards where Gyu Chan was hiding, but something stopped him. Someone's hand fell on his shoulder. It was Chung Ho, who had also already managed to suspect something was wrong. He looked at the director, making it clear that it was better not to go in there because it really was a trap. Then Gyu Chan apologized to Baek Do-kyung, saying that he had no choice, and Jung Ho decided to take care of his comrade himself. He stood forward, leaning against the wall, telling him to explain what was going on. But Gyu Chan said that he did it for them, and when Jung Ho came out from behind the wall a little, he shouted at him not to come closer. He screamed desperately that it was for their own good, so they had to admit it. Then Jung Ho asked him what he meant, and he replied that he had spoken with Chief Zhang. He said that he promised to transfer part of the rights to them, the knives, but he didn't have time to finish. Chung Ho interrupted him. He told him to pull himself together, asking if he really thought they were going to be in charge now. But Gyu Chang didn't listen to him. He asked if he was wrong because then why did the young master become Ilhak's boss? He brought them nothing but trouble. So after the chairman's death, it was Chung Ho who was supposed to inherit the organization. After all, he had done a lot for her prosperity. But Chung Ho interrupted him by slamming his fist on the wall. He gritted his teeth and quietly asked if this was the only reason he betrayed Ilhak. Suddenly he hit his head on the wall, which wasn't made of plasterboard, but he didn't care. A thin stream of blood flowed from his forehead, but he continued to stand there out of despair and disappointment. Gyu Chan wanted to say something in his defense, but Jung Ho stopped him, saying that he was no longer his family. He banged his fist against the wall again and said that in that case he would destroy him in the name of Ilhak. As he said this, his voice trembled, and tears rolled down his eyes. It was a difficult decision for him. However, Gyu Chan shouted at him not to come any closer, and if he took another step, he would have to shoot. But Jung Ho suddenly said something completely unexpected, saying that you shouldn't address him like that. Let him tell his friend this instead. And at that moment, Yisu flew into the window behind Gyu Chan. He smashed the glass, sending shards of glass raining down into the hallway as Gyu Chan turned to shoot his opponent. But he was unable to do this because Yisu grabbed his hand while still in flight, preventing him from pointing the gun at himself. The next second, a knife appeared in his hand, and he slashed it across Gyu Chan's hand with one sharp movement. He dropped the gun in surprise and winced from the pain that pierced his arm, because the attack was not weak. After that, Yisu kicked him in the legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the floor, still unable to attack back. He hit his head hard on the floor, but that wasn't all, of course. Then Yisu pounced on him. He grabbed him by the throat with his strong grip so that he could no longer make any attack. Holding him in that position, his wild look suddenly appeared again, and he asked the man, was he also a traitor? This reminded him of Chief Zhang, so he prepared a knife. He was about to stab him, but at that moment, Jung Ho ran up to him, asking him to wait. Yisu listened to his words and put away the knife, but Gyu Chang was still a traitor, so something had to be decided. And S couldn't think of anything better than to just kill him for this, and he told this to Chung Ho. Meanwhile, the rest of the knives were in an abandoned warehouse in Yongsan, and he was one of them. Lee Sun Mong sat on a chair with his hands tied behind his back, just like Hyun Nim and the others. It was obvious that he had been beaten up badly, and besides, he was very hungry, so he raised his head when he heard a noise at the door. Someone slightly opened the unlocked huge doors, and a small ray of light from the moon seeped into the room. It was Kyung Chun, but he apologized, saying that he didn't have food, but he could do something else. He entered the room and began to approach the man, and the man asked who he was because the guy was not one of their people. Instead of answering, Laska broke open his cookie, which he had saved when they left the main office of Tayson. He handed him half, asking if it was enough for him and wanted to throw the other half into his mouth. Of course, he kept more for himself, but Sun Mon was worried about something else, and he asked where the guy came from. Not to mention how he managed to get past security, since he knew for sure that they had guards assigned to him. Then Kyung Chun wanted to tell the man that he was from North Korea, but stopped in time, because it was dangerous. Instead, he replied that he was from Taisan, and Sun Mong looked at him in surprise, asking again about Taisan. Laska began to cut the ropes, and Sun Mon said that apparently Taisan made his move, which meant that Sung Min had not let them down. He asked how things were with the others, to which Kyung-chun replied that they had already sent people for them too. At the same time, Shion finished guarding another bunker where one of the knives could be kept. He looked for the right place, thinking that it must definitely be somewhere here, and soon he actually found it. Another of the knives was tied to a chair in the same way, and also well beaten before that, which was visible on his face. It was Jang Tok-pei's 8th knife, and Shion asked how long he had to wait, but he didn't answer. Then Shion leaned towards him, asking if the man remembered him, since they had once fought against each other. However, he remained silent, and the guy thought that he was still unconscious, so he lightly touched his head. He heard that the man was conscious and even muttered something, but it turned out to be a trap. The next moment, he suddenly threw his head back and attacked Shion with a scream, which he clearly did not expect. It turned out that he wasn't even tied up, but was hiding a knife in his hand behind his back, which he swung at the guy. At the last moment, Shion managed to duck, and this surprised the man because he did not expect this. Then Shion took a closer look at him and realized with horror that this was not at all the man he had fought with back then. He said that his physique was different last time, and he asked how he was able to dodge his attack. The man suddenly pulled his face, removing his mask, and said that even Baek Yi-soo couldn't dodge this attack. In front of him stood Ghost, a hired killer and a professional in his field, who was fighting Do-kyung. Shion looked at him with surprise because he mentioned that he killed his commander, and suddenly everything became clear. The Ghost began to spin his karambit, asking if Shion didn't know the whole story of the battle. However, the guy didn't need to know anything. He had already guessed everything himself and attacked his opponent with a knife. He remembered how Jin Woong's face had changed dramatically back then in the alley. He must have been informed of Do-kyung's death, and the one who killed him was this man, who also thought that he had killed the real Baek Yi-soo and was clearly proud of it. He repeated these words again, saying that he killed the NAR commander Baek Yi-soo, and it seemed like he was not quite right in the head. Meanwhile, there were still bunkers in the abandoned warehouse that their team had not yet had time to check. One of them was approached by Hyun-gu, nicknamed Pirate. Now he worked for Taesun, which meant he had to help. He knew this was his chance to show his best side, so he had no chance to make a mistake. He had to show that he was worth something after Garang had written him off. The guard was already waiting for him. It was the former leader of Garang, John Mensok. He said that this was the private property of their organization, so the guy should leave. But Hyun-gu ignored his words, telling him to get out of the way himself. And this answer surprised the man. The pirate shouted that he was Lee Hyun-gu, the hook of Hanam-dong, and pounced on Mansok, who became a little tense. Then he too put out his fist, preparing to repel his attack, but he still didn't know what awaited him. It was immediately clear that Hyun-gu had no chance of winning, so he came up with another way and showed his Garang badge. In this way, he showed that he was also a member of the organization, so Mansok had to let him through. He entered the bunker and saw one of the knives tied to a chair in the center of the room, like his comrades. It was Doko Hyunum, Ilhak's 4th knife, who was still alive, although blood was visible from his head. The pirate introduced himself by saying that he was Hook from Hyun-gu's shares and added that he had come to help. He said that it was Taesun who sent him to get the man out of here, and he looked at him with disbelief. Meanwhile, in another bunker, where Shion came to save another knife, a battle between 2 experienced fighters was currently raging. The Ghost waved his karambits, to which a fishing line was attached, asking where such an opponent came from. He also asked how he knew Yi-soo, since he didn't look like a bandit, but Shion was in no hurry to answer him. His gaze suddenly became serious. He put on his hood and covered his nose. And then the Ghost thought that he was one of the same pros as himself. He wanted to make another guess, but Shion interrupted him, telling him to watch his language. He made a quick lunge towards the enemy, and the Ghost barely managed to dodge. The guy attacked incredibly quickly. The man noticed that he was aiming at the neck. He didn't hesitate at all, which meant he was trained in professional knife use. Besides, he hit quickly and accurately, and he didn't often have to fight with opponents like that. However, he was no slouch either, as he was a hired professional killer, and he ducked from the guy's next attack. Then he told him not to yawn and pounced on him. Although Shion didn't seem to be worried at all. Suddenly, he took out a throwing knife and threw it at the Ghost's face. He noticed it in time, but it was difficult to react. He leaned to the side, but the knife hit him, cutting his cheek, and he thought that Yi-soo was nowhere near this guy. To avoid falling, he put his hand out and put his weight on it, then prepared to counterattack. He rushed at Shiona. This fight promised to be interesting because they were both strong and experienced. When the Ghost ran, he thought that the guy was smart on top of everything else because he had deliberately weakened his defense to let the enemy get closer. He had obviously done this to attack him unnoticed, and now he stood ready with another knife clenched between his fingers. Shion said that the man seemed to be a pro since he was able to dodge it, but this only made Ghost laugh. A moment later, his face became serious again, and he told him with eerie confidence not to die like Baek Yi-soo. Meanwhile, Yi-soo himself stood on the sidewalk and lit a cigarette. He realized that the hostages were not being held in his location. He stood next to the car where Young-ho was sitting with Gyu-chan, whom they had disarmed, and now the two were talking face to face. Chan asked him where the rest of the knives were being held, and he replied that they were all in Garang's abandoned warehouse. Then he said that no one intended to harm them, but still, Yi-soo and Young-ho shouldn't have gone there. Young-ho asked why, but Gyu-chan simply replied that they had guaranteed their safety. He said that times were changing, and now they couldn't defeat Garang. He asked if Young-ho didn't understand that. In this situation, he simply had to go over to the young master and Taesun and go over to the side of the stronger organization. This is the only way the knives can continue to exist, but before he could finish this, Young-ho hit him. He still couldn't believe that his teammate had betrayed him and his organization out of weakness. Gyu-chan wanted to say something in his defense, but he didn't want to listen to anything else and continued to beat him. The man couldn't even defend himself anymore. The fight with Yi-soo had taken all his strength, and he stopped resisting. Young-ho grabbed him by the collar and said that if he continued to wag his tongue, he would tear him to pieces. However, Gyu-chan did not want to give up his beliefs. He said that Ilhak would not be reborn again. He didn't have time to finish this either. A scream was heard from the car as if they were screaming in pain. It was Chong-ho who had punched him in the face. But then the man took his hand and asked why he insisted on his own, knowing that the game was not worth the candle. Young-ho gripped the collar of his shirt with all his might. It was clear that he was experiencing mixed emotions, but soon he looked at Gyu-chan. He screamed that the reason was that he was wrong, and he swung again to hit him. This time, Gyu-chan was unable to do anything at all, so he didn't even move from his place, but he wasn't hit. Young-ho hit him near his head, breaking the glass, but it still wasn't manly to beat him in that state, even though he was a traitor. He put his hand on his shoulders and explained why he was wrong when he said that he had forgotten the main principle of the knives. They, the knives, fight not for the sake of victory but always to protect what is truly dear to them. Gyu-chan was touched by the old man's words, but he still didn't understand his position. So he took his hand and asked, how could he protect anything with such weak hands? He touched them with his forehead and tears started to flow. But at that moment, the car doors opened and Baek Yi-soo sat in the driver's seat, interrupting their conversation. He started the car and buckled up, getting ready to go somewhere, and Young-ho asked in surprise where he was going. Instead of answering, Director Taesun pressed the gas pedal and the car moved off. He directed it along his route. Confused, Young-ho asked him what happened, but the director only pressed the gas pedal harder. He just spoke to someone and said that everything went to hell and now they had to go back to the warehouse. Meanwhile, the fight between Shion and the ghost was still going on. The guy didn't stop throwing knives. But soon, the man got tired of this and asked if he was really going to continue playing the fool, since this was actually a serious fight. Finally, he got close and attacked. But Shion was good at both throwing and close range. The ghost swung his knife, but even before that he managed to notice that the guy was clearly not so simple. He easily dodged each attack. As if to confirm his thoughts, Shion pulled his hand behind his wrist, thus loosening his grip. The man felt it. He felt like he was about to drop his weapon, but he couldn't do anything. It was too late. And then something happened that he never expected. In an instant, the guy was behind him, preparing to attack. He bent his arm at the elbow, but no blow followed. He did it for another purpose. With a sharp movement, he spun on his foot and snatched the weapon from the ghost's right hand, before the ghost could even realize it. He only noticed with surprise how the karambit slipped out of his hand, and he looked at his opponent in horror. He thought the guy was reading his attacks. No, he saw his every step, and now he even managed to get rid of one knife. He copied his every move, while Shion himself asked if anyone still used fishing line. The ghost realized that this guy even knew about his spare weapon, so he couldn't be caught off guard. He even looked a bit like him, and the men even had a flash of thought that he too was a professional hired killer. However, if that was true, he still couldn't lose to him, so the ghost prepared to attack again. He asked the guy who he was, but instead of answering, Shion rushed towards him. It seemed like he had a plan again. He swung again, Ghost ducked, preparing to strike at the face, but realized it was useless. Shion looked at him and said that he knew his every move, so there was no point in trying to outwit him. The ghost thought that he knew everything so well that it made him sick. Now he even spun the karambit like him. To his surprise, the guy was very skilled with this type of weapon and even masterfully used fishing line. and then he suddenly stopped twirling the knife and looked at the man as if he was about to finish him off. It almost happened. Ghost didn't notice how the fishing line wrapped around his body, and then Shion cut him in the stomach. The man felt blood. Now he was a little scared because the guy was clearly a professional and perhaps even stronger than him. But fear quickly turned to joy. It was not the first time he had fought with such an opponent, so he knew that he would not lose. Despite his wound, he began to attack Shiona even more vigorously, but was still unsuccessful. Then Shion decided to end this fight and, waiting for the right moment, swung his karambit at the man's face. But to his surprise, he didn't even think of turning away from the attack. Instead, he stopped the knife with his bare hands. Blood sprayed out from his hand, but the attack was stopped. Shion didn't expect this, so the enemy had a chance. The ghost took advantage of this and extended his free hand with the karambit towards Shion's hand, intending to cut off his finger. Even though the guy noticed this, it was still difficult to take the hand away. His opponent's behavior puzzled him. Now in front of him was not just a professional killer, but a crazy maniac who only laughed at his wounds. He strained his face so hard that the scar on his face began to bleed, but he didn't care. He demanded more. Meanwhile, Sunmon and Hunim had already teamed up and were now breaking into other bunkers together in search of their comrades. Sunmon said that they should be careful if they wanted to do it quietly, when suddenly he saw a familiar body. They opened another bunker and killed the guards. This time they were lucky and saw Guan Pal here. Hunim ran up to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. He told the man to come to his senses, but he didn't react yet. They became worried when they saw the man's head bowed as if he was unconscious. Hyungnim shouted at Guangpal not to joke since he couldn't just die here, but he still remained silent. For a moment they were overcome with fear for their comrade, but a moment later they were already standing in bewilderment, because it turned out that he was simply sleeping. Hyunnim asked with displeasure what the point of secrecy was then, but Sunman suggested that they simply wake him up. Then Hyunnim gave him a light slap, and Guangpal sleepily opened his eyes. The men sighed with relief. They said that now all that was left was to find Tokpei, when suddenly Hook with a man on his back and Weasel entered the bunker. Hyungu said that they had a problem because their comrade was not breathing properly, and it turned out to be Tokbai. There was blood flowing from his temple. It was obvious that it had been used to remove a sample of a human mask. While the men were helping Hyungu take it down, Kyung-chun said that he had contacted the boss and that they needed to get out of there quickly. He was still speaking when suddenly the darkness of the night was dispelled by the bright light of headlights that were directed straight at them. Kyung-chun closed his eyes and couldn't fully understand what it was. But soon it became clear to all of them what situation they were in. A man came out to meet them, saying that he thought they would get in here, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Taehyun said that they had snuck in like a bunch of brazen rats, and now he had to get rid of this trash on his territory. He was already clutching a knuckle duster in his hand, and behind him stood members of Garang, who were just waiting for his signal to rush into battle. Meanwhile, Shion realized that he would now have to fight at full strength, because one mistake, and he would be dead. He remembered how 5 years ago he had taken part in an operation to storm a building, when he had already mastered the art of knives. The security was pretty weak, so he dealt with the whole squad on his own, but something happened. He fought just like he was fighting the ghost now, but those people weren't on his level, so he didn't think about it then. Another guard with a knife attacked him, and Shion had karambits at the time, and he was spinning them just like Ghost. He then grabbed the man's arm and twisted it so that he could not carry out an attack, and then ran the blade along his arm. This made the guard's eyes go blurry and he dropped the knife, and Shion prepared to finish him off. He swung and looked at his victim with a wild gaze. Only his eyes and the earrings sparkling on his ears were visible. He hit the man in the throat and blood poured out, but he remained alive for some time. He covered the wound with his hand and sank to the ground, his eyes showing silent horror and fear of the guy. But Shiona was not dissuaded. He swung his knife again and finished off the man, whose blood spattered his clothes. This was the last guard on the floor, so now he was able to enter the door he needed, looking for one person. He looked inside and heard laughter, and then someone said that they shouldn't have done that to his people. The man said they could just talk. He was sitting in a spacious office, more like a library. His name was John Jong-pal, nicknamed Two Hands, and he was wanted for espionage in both North and South Korea. He was a smuggler of military supplies and a broker for deserters from North Korea, and now his hand held a revolver. He asked who sent Shion, saying that he could offer him a deal, and then took out his weapon. He aimed at his head, when suddenly something thin wrapped around his hand, and he didn't even understand what happened. What happened was this. Shion threw the line around his hand and, using the kirambits, pulled it towards himself, cutting his hand. John Paul grabbed her, The revolver fell to the carpet and his blood spattered the table, then he cursed loudly. He told the guy that he was crazy, but Shion replied that it was in fact just a warning. He continued, saying that now it was time to get to the main point because, as they say, don't open your mouth at someone else's eye. Back then, Li Shi worked in HID's Special Forces Unit for eliminating targets, the Ghost Battalion. He left the building with a total of 11 successful kills to his credit, but it looked like that list hadn't expanded any further. His boss called him, asking what was wrong with two-armed, and Shion replied that he was now one-armed. Then the boss asked if he really let him live, and Shion asked in response if he really had to kill the man. His boss was Chief Zhang, who said that they couldn't leave any traces, so he had to finish off the bandit. But Shion replied that he had been ordered to warn him, not kill him, and so he did so. Zhang agreed, but said that it was still better for them to be absolutely sure of their safety. He added that he understood Shion's views, but that was their mission after all. Wasn't that the kind of behavior expected from a squad leader? After all, even though the top leadership might not know about their detachment, he must realize how important his role is. Finally, the boss told him to finish the job next time, and Shion replied that he understood everything. He was brought back to reality by the voice of the Phantom, who asked if he had also had fun fighting him. Instead of answering, Shihi swung his leg, and once the opponent managed to catch him off guard, but nothing more. He knocked the man down, but he managed to cut him in the collarbone area, although the guy did not pay any attention. Now it was the ghost's turn to be surprised by his opponent. He stopped laughing and looked at him seriously. Shihi moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing over the man, swinging his knife. A second later, a blow followed where the ghost's head was, and he barely managed to turn over to the other side. However, the guy didn't even think of stopping there. He used the knife as a support and jumped on the man. Until the very end, he kept the knife on the ground, so the ghost did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but the situation was dangerous. Shion landed right at the man's feet and swung his knife. He managed to put up a defense, but the knife still hit him. Then the ghost kicked him. He was already angry because he couldn't seize the initiative in the fight. But despite the strong blow, Shion didn't seem to suffer any damage. He blocked it with ease. Then he grabbed his leg and put 2 knives to it, and the ghost was seriously scared because he realized what he was going to do. Shihi crossed the knives on his leg, and his gaze suddenly became somewhat distant. Now he was indifferent to everything. That look scared even a rabid killer like him, and the ghost knew he had to avoid the blow. Gathering all his strength, he made a dash and pushed off the guy, but he still managed to leave traces of cuts. Now the man realized that he was dealing with an unusual fighter, because another second, and he would have lost his leg. It seemed that now their places had changed. He thought he would hunt big game, but in the end, he himself became the victim. Shion began to approach him, when suddenly he heard a signal about movement in another sector. His comrades were calling him. He sighed with annoyance, saying that they had been discovered, but that this should have been foreseen from the very beginning of the operation. He looked at the man and said that they would end it for today and continue another time. But this meant defeat for the ghost. He tried to get up, saying that he couldn't just leave like that. Shion didn't have to answer. His attack spoke for him, causing the man's pants to rip and blood to flow down his leg. Out of helplessness, he could only scream at the guy not to dare leave, but Shion no longer paid attention to him. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was getting closer and closer to the bunker, near which the wounded knives, Kyung-chun and Hyun-gu stood. Director Garanga said that he expected to see real professionals and not some pretty brat. He meant Weasel, and then turned his gaze to Hook, asking what kind of burdock with a pirate's bandage was that. Hearing this, Hyun-gu shed a few tears, asking if he didn't know him, but perhaps it was for the best. However, they didn't have much of a chance. The exit was blocked by cars, and Tae-hyun said that they wouldn't leave alive. Laska assessed the situation and prepared for battle, although he understood that they would not hold out for long and needed help. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared from somewhere. Kyung-chun only managed to see its leg, but that was enough. He realized that Shion had received their signal and had already arrived at the scene to help them, since he was the one who had just intervened in the battle. The fishing line jumped everywhere, wrapping around the guards one after another, and then it reached Tae-hyun. He didn't even notice how the noose was around his neck, and from behind, Shion prepared to deliver the final blow. He told the bandit to stand still, intending to slit his throat, but Tae-hyun quickly realized this. He ducked his head, preventing the line from closing around his neck, and swung the knuckles, but he didn't see the guy. Shion quickly ducked under his arm and ended up behind him, continuing to tighten the line around the bandit's body. When everything was ready, he pulled her towards himself, and Tae-hyun felt his neck being squeezed by something metallic. In this way, Shion moved the opponent to his back, and then grabbed both knives that had the fishing line tied to them. With a sharp movement, he pulled them towards himself, and Tae-hyun found himself in a noose, holding onto his neck, lying on the guy's back. Shion was frozen in a squat for now, but as soon as he straightened up abruptly, Tae-hyun risked saying goodbye to his life. He also understood his situation well, so he tried to somehow get out, swinging his free elbow. But Shion removed his hand, saying that today, Gorang's boss was just unlucky, and he should think that he got hit by a hot hand. He then hit him below the knee, and Tae-hyun lost his footing and fell to his knees. At the same time, Shion straightened up and put the knife to his still-wrapped neck. Tae-hyun began to choke. He looked rather pathetic now, and Shion told the rest of Gorang that they had better not move. He added that otherwise he might accidentally kill their boss, and they realized that the guy was serious. Shion then turned to his comrades standing near the bunker, telling them to take away the wounded man first. Hook was wondering how this crazy guy managed to deal with Ryu Tae-hyun so easily. He was asking himself where Taeson had dug up such a guy. However, in such situations people often say such things, so it is always worth being prepared for the unexpected. Shion ordered the people of Gurang to get out of the way or he would gut their boss like a pig. But at that moment he heard the whistle of a knife. Someone had crept up behind him unnoticed and was now quickly attacking. Fortunately, he managed to notice the enemy in time. Chief Jong swung the knife right at his throat, and Shion barely managed to duck, and the knife cut the fishing line from Tae-hyun's neck. Jang told him that he talked too much. As a poser, his appearance was an unpleasant surprise. The line that was holding Tae-hyun was cut, and now Shion couldn't control the bandit. Moreover, hatred boiled up in him at the sight of his boss, because he personally ordered that he and his friends be shot. He didn't think much about the attack and stabbed him, but Zhang dodged it, saying it was predictable. To his surprise, the boss also had incredible speed. He quickly went behind his back and stabbed him with a knife. Shion sank to the ground in searing pain because the boss knew him too well. He apologized ironically, saying that the guy had a wound there, so he specifically aimed for his back. He said he was glad to see him again, and since he was alive, many things became clear, in particular the situation with his commander. He stabbed the karambit into his wrist, asking if the boss of Taeson was really Baek Yi-soo, who had not died. Shion cried out in pain, and the knives wanted to come to his aid, but Zhang told them to stand still if they did not want their friend to die. He added that the situation had changed slightly, and if they did not want it to get worse, then they should stand and watch the show. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun also came to his senses. He held his hand to his neck, cursing the experienced guy who was able to do this to him. The boss told Shion that he had already told him that such things were not done casually, and that unfinished business should not be left unfinished. Then Tae-hyun intervened, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, since the guy had just almost killed him. He kicked Shion and he rolled back, and then he rushed after him, intending to hit him with his brass knuckles. Unfortunately, he still managed to land the blow, as Shion was too weak and shocked to block. Tae-hyun grabbed him by the jacket, asking what he could do now, calling him a stupid show-off. The boss didn't really like this behavior, especially since he interrupted him with a question about the real leader of Taeson. But Tae-hyun didn't care. He continued to beat Shion, and Shion blocked some of the blows with the last of his strength. Tae-hyun then swung to finish him off with one precise attack to the head, saying that luck was not on his side now. He brought his hand down on his head, but Shion only pulled it away and grabbed his hand, preparing to counterattack. In one jerk, he rolled over onto his stomach, using Tae-hyun's arm as support, and then grabbed his shoulder. This way, he managed to get on top of his opponent again. He pulled one of his arms to the side and pressed his face to the ground with his elbow. This was necessary in order to knock the enemy's confidence down, and then he took him into a choke. He squeezed his neck again, and Tae-hyun's vision even went blurry, and he began to convulsively grab the air with his hands. Then Shion loosened his grip a little, but put the karambit to his cheek, asking if he still hadn't learned his lesson. With these words, he drew a knife across his eye, and blood poured out, and Tae-hyun screamed in horror. Shion just smiled, saying that the boss was right, because they really put on a good performance. He turned to his boss, telling him to get out of here quickly, or else he would actually kill Boss Garang this time. Everyone thought that this would be the end of the showdown, when suddenly Chief Jang said that he could kill Tae-hyun if he wanted. He said that they had no need of such a useless ally anyway, and then he called the others. However, the men from Gorang did not budge. They hesitated, but still no one carried out his order. Then Shion pointed this out quite a bit, saying that it seemed like the chief didn't understand bandits very well. After all, the world of bandits is in many ways different from the world of soldiers. Different rules and laws apply here. For example, that he cannot become a boss only through force because each of them believes in his boss. And if the boss was going to play with the bandits, then he shouldn't leave any unfinished business because the rules on this side of the border are different. This offended Zhang, and he asked if he really considered logic based on emotions to be rules. At that moment, he thought that even if Taehyun died here, they would all lose control over Garang. He then realized that a bunch of thugs would not follow his orders and turn to Xion. He told him to leave Taehyun and get lost because he would only play by his rules this once. And then he turned to Taehyun himself, calling him president and saying that they would talk about everything later. His face was so gloomy that no one dared to argue. There was something frightening about this man. Then Xion told the others to leave, and he would let Taehyun go when they were safe. Chief Zhang stepped aside. Knives, Weasel, and Hunggu left through the bunkers from the back, and so far no one was following them. Xion and Taehyun also began to slowly retreat back. Or rather, it was Xion who led Taehyun back. He grimaced with displeasure, and the guy said that next time he would take his eye for real. He then held the bloody karambit to his throat, telling him to try not to die before then. Taehyun couldn't stand this. He waved his hand, thinking that this time he would definitely be able to hit the guy. However, his hand only hit the air, and he was surprised to notice that Xion had already managed to disappear. Then he was overcome with anger and hatred towards Taesan because this guy was her member, which irritated him even more. He called them all worthless, disgusting insects, who, however, managed to make him afraid. He was indignant, saying that he would put an end to this organization of fools, but suddenly Zhang turned to him. The boss had followed them and was now standing behind Taehyun, saying that they needed to clarify something. Seeing him, Taehyun's eyes flashed angrily. He said what he felt. Now was the time for an explanation. He held out his hand with a knuckle duster, and Chief Zhang pointed a knife at him instead of answering. Meanwhile, the wounded Knives and others were already waiting for the car in which Yi Su and Young Ho with Gyu Chan arrived. When the old man saw his comrades, he ran out of the car, asking what had happened to them during this time. Coming closer, he noticed that Guanpao was still limping, and Tok Bae was completely unable to walk on his own. He hurried to take it from Hyungu's back, and Hyunam noticed that his condition continued to worsen. He said that they needed to hurry to the hospital, otherwise everything could end badly. Yisu quickly assessed the situation. Of the wounded, besides Knives, there was also Xion, but he said that he was okay. They were already on their way. Fortunately, the hospital was located near the abandoned Gorang warehouse, so they would make it in time. In the back seat of the car were the unconscious Tok Bae and Gyu Chan, who suddenly quietly apologized to his comrade. He said he didn't think things would turn out like this, but suddenly Tok Bae opened his eyes, asking what he was apologizing for. Gyu Chan replied that he was short-sighted, and that was why Tok Bae and the other Knives suffered. But he interrupted his friend. He leaned back in his seat and said that he should ask forgiveness from the young master, not from them. But Gyu Chan couldn't do that. With tears in his eyes, he asked how he could show himself to Seung Min. Then Tok Bae looked away and said that if the young master did not forgive him, then he would kneel down with him. And together they will ask for his forgiveness. With these words, tears also began to roll down his face. He said that they should go to him right now. But that was the last thing he said. After that, the man fell silent, and given his condition, Gyu Chan became worried. He was touched by his friend's devotion, but he understood that Ilhak had suffered because of him, and it was only his fault. He could no longer hold back his tears, and they flowed like a river onto his hands. He thought that he would not be able to bear it if Tok Bae died. However, time was running out as they drove, and he had to come up with a plan quickly, and he realized what he had to do. He agreed with his friend, saying that they should indeed go to the young master and ask for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Chief Zhang brought a lighter to light a cigarette and turned to President Garang. Apparently they had a fight before, but for some reason Taehyun ended up on the ground and Zhang was towering over him with a cigarette. He said that the bandit's fists weren't that bad. You could even say he had some talent. However, Taehyun didn't feel any praise in his words, and the boss grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up slightly. At the main office of Taesan, there was now a difficult task ahead for Gyu Chan, who came to ask for forgiveness. All the Knives were gathered there, as well as Yisu and Seung Min, who had not said anything yet, listening to his confession. Yisu sat in the chair and simply watched what was happening, wondering how the director would react to the betrayal. But Guanpao didn't hold back. He hit him in the face, saying that he was a real piece of shit because so many people died because of him. He continued to beat him, asking how he even had the nerve to show his ugly face here, that he should have just left. He swung his arm to hit again, but this time his hand was stopped by Young-ho, saying that it was enough. But he pushed his hand away, saying that he had to deal with this bastard because he had betrayed them and Ilhak. Then Young-ho said that only the boss had the right to judge him, but Gwangpal said that there was no need for him to get his hands dirty. He added that he would personally deal with such a fool, but Yisu saw that Seung-min still hadn't reacted. Then he stood up and went to Seung-min, saying that Taesun would not influence his decision in this situation. In the end, it doesn't concern them at all, even though Gyu-chan caused them all a lot of trouble. He came close to the chairman and took out a knife, saying that betrayal was a very serious matter, and his decision remains with him, the director of Ilhak. With these words, he handed him the knife, and Seung-min accepted it. Then he headed for the exit, saying that the other knife should also cool down, and Gwangpal realized that this concerned him. Then Yisu continued, explaining that this problem could not be solved by simply punching the traitor in the face. He placed his hand on Gwangpal's shoulder, who was about to start beating him again, but now hesitated. And Su told him that there was no point in making a show out of it because that way nothing would change. And that was not what they needed. Gwangpal thought for a moment, but still decided to listen to Director Taesun's words because he was right. Seung-min held the knife and also thought about what Yisu had told him. Now he had to judge a member of Gudo for treason. He suddenly said that the reason for Lee Gyu-chan's betrayal was his own incompetence. He then added that, in light of this, he forgives him, and Young-ho looked at him in surprise. Then Seung-min added that he was accepting Gyu-chan back into their ranks, but the man refused to believe it. There was silence in the room for a moment. Everyone thought that the conflict had been resolved, but this turned out to be far from the case. Seung-min's voice suddenly changed and said that this was how he would have answered before, but now it was different. He said that his betrayal resulted in the death of Tak Bae, who ultimately could not be saved, so his guilt was obvious. And so he will not judge him like a foolish young master, but will pass sentence on him in the name of Ilhak. He gripped the knife tighter and walked towards Gyu-chang, who was kneeling, unable to rise from Gwangpal's blows. But at the same time, he understood everything perfectly well. He knew that he deserved it, and that's why he didn't think of resisting. He prepared himself for the worst because the director had every right to stab him or even kill him, but he just walked past. Gyu-chang looked at him in surprise. He didn't know if it was generosity or if the boss was about to tell him to get out of Ilhak. He could not bear the silence and shouted why the young master spared his life, since he had betrayed them. Because of him, Tak Bae was killed. But Seung-min replied that it was now clear to him in what direction their organization would develop. He said he would do it. He simply had to rebuild Ilhak, but the men still didn't understand anything. Seung-min continued, looking at the knife. He said that it was not designed to cut the throats of such pigs. So let Lee Gyu-chan go away and never show his face again. That was his verdict. He said that he was no longer the knife of Ilhak, and there was no point in shedding his blood on the path they had chosen. He walked out of the room and the others followed him, all except Gyu-chan, who remained standing silently. Seung-min thought what a pathetic leader he was, even though his words said otherwise. Young-ho asked if he was the only one who showed them Chairman Lee Seung-min's Ilhak, since it was something new. Min's son was surprised by his words. He turned around and asked what he meant by Ilhak, since such an organization essentially no longer existed. But Chung H disagreed with him. He said that from now on, every word or action he said would reflect Ilhak's will. After all, there is nothing wrong with the young master wanting to remake the organization at his own discretion. Meanwhile, Yisu went up to the roof where the helipad was and waited for the performance to end. He wasn't entirely sure what Seung-min would do, but he doubted that he would kill Gyu-chan because it was a difficult decision. He put the cigarette in his mouth and reached for his lighter, but discovered that there was none, when suddenly someone handed it to him. It was Su A. She was wearing a beautiful white suit, but her face looked tired. And Su thanked her, saying that he could never remember where he put his lighter, and asked if the girl smoked too. But she silently stepped aside and replied that this lighter belonged to Mr. Baek Do-kyung. Hearing about his brother, Yisu said that it had been a long time since he had been called by his real name, and he leaned on the fence. People called him Baek Do-kyung so often that he had gotten used to it, even though it was just a lie. He shared that he constantly catches himself thinking this, because in order to take revenge, he must behave like his brother. Then he asked, as if asking himself how his brother would act in his place, what he would say now, and everything else. I wonder what he wouldn't like if he saw Yisu with a cigarette in his hand, since he was a soldier and didn't usually smoke. Sue smiled awkwardly, also remembering her director, saying that he would indeed be displeased. However, later she added that for some reason she was also sure of something else, which Do-kyung would say about him, his brother. She quoted him as saying that the only thing they had in common was their terrible temperament. At least that's what he definitely said, and Yisu agreed, saying that it was just like him. Sue opened her eyes in surprise, looking at him, because she didn't think that she would remind him of something like this. But Yisu continued, saying that this is exactly what Baek Do-kyung would say, and he looked at the girl with gratitude. This look reminded her of the director. Now it even seemed to her that Do-kyung really was standing in front of her. However, their conversation was interrupted by Sung-min's voice, who asked if Director Baek was there and then walked towards them. In one hand, he held a knife, as Yisu noticed, without blood, which meant that he had solved the problem in a different way after all. Chung-ho also stood up with him, and they walked towards him together, and Yisu asked if he found this little thing useful. Then, Sung-min turned the knife towards himself, saying that the blade was indeed quite sharp, but it couldn't be used to cut pigs. With these words, he handed it to Yisu, and upon hearing this answer, he said that he believed that they had settled everything themselves. He then hid the knife in his inside jacket pocket, saying that they should now get down to business, but was interrupted by Chung-ho. He apologized for interrupting, but before moving on to discuss plans, he wanted to get an answer to his question. Yisu looked at him with confusion. He thought the man meant something related to the chairman, but then he remembered their conversation on the stairs, where he asked him what his true motives were. He didn't have time to answer then, because they were attacked again, but now he had to give him an answer. He leaned against the railing, saying that before he answered, he asked Jung-ho to clarify something. He asked if Il-hak controlled the entire criminal underworld of Seoul, to which Jung-ho replied that he once did. Then, Yisu asked if he remembered how much money the organization made every single day back then. Jung-ho said it was 15 years ago, so he doesn't remember, but Yisu said it was a lot of money. Jung-ho asked what he meant by that, and Yisu explained that it wasn't just bandits who wanted to occupy the highest point in Seoul. After all, it was quite an advantageous position. But Jung-ho still didn't understand what he was getting at, and told him this. Yisu then explained that the government was trying to reorganize the system to distribute rights among criminal groups. It was this very thing that set off a whole series of events that involved Chief Jang. This single synchronization project was called One Sync, and it was what was mentioned in the document that Jung-ho gave him. The man then thought that the information they received from Police Chief Cho Won-ho was correct. Yisu turned to Sung-min, saying that it must have been difficult to keep it a secret from the knives since only he knew about it. But Jung-ho said that he still didn't understand, because Director Taeson never told him about his true goal. However, he replied that there was nothing grandiose about it. He just wanted to set something up for himself. After all, a scumbag like him won't fight for justice and go out of his way for a good cause. To be honest, he didn't care who was in charge, but he couldn't let Chief Jang do whatever he wanted. In other words, solving this problem meant a lot to him, because it was not just a goal. In this way, he was going to avenge his brother, who was also part of this gangster system. Jung-ho asked if it was really that important for him to stop Chief Jang, and he agreed. He said that the boss took away the most precious thing from him, his family, because, except for his brother, he had no one left. He approached Sung-min, saying that in this regard, he would benefit from the help of such a strong ally as Il-hak. And if he succeeds in achieving his goal, he will hand over the control of Seoul into their hands. This was unexpected. By the way, he wanted to introduce them to someone and told them about it, and they began to guess who it could be. Yisu added that now was not the best time for this, but he would like them to meet this person. He was referring to his brother, who was still in a coma, Baek Do-kyung, who was lying in a special room. However, he did not tell anyone present about this, and they could only guess what he was thinking. And he walked away from everyone and quietly said that maybe then he could become himself again. Meanwhile, the lights were on in the house of former chairman Lee Seong-hak, and people from Gorang were guarding it outside. Then a car pulled up to the house and Chief of Police Cho Won-ho got out, no longer happy with the situation. He looked up the stairs where a large group of men had gathered, apparently guarding someone important. This person was Chief Jang, who had invited him to meet in this place, so he was now waiting for him. He poured himself some sake, and then he was informed that the chief of police had arrived, so he ordered that he be brought to him. Won-ho heard this and didn't like the way he was being treated and told his boss about it. He said that he was the police after all, and these thugs were acting like they didn't care, but Jang said that he looked more like a security guard. Won-ho sat up and then saw that there was another person in the room. He addressed him, saying that this was their first meeting. Ryu Tae-hyun was sitting in front of him, and the boss said that he had imagined him to be completely different from what he turned out to be. He added that he had a tough personality and noticed the scratches. But Taehyun said that such comments irritated him. It was true that there were scars on his face from Sion's cuts, but the reminder of that only irritated him. He said that he could have done the same thing to the boss's face, and Wonho asked Jang if everything had gone according to plan. He added that it seemed that their luck had turned against them, and before they began, he wanted to clarify something. Then Jang cut him off, as if reading his mind, and said that he simply didn't want to deal with bandits. Wonho responded with a question, asking how he could trust someone he didn't know, and Jang said that he could leave then. He reminded him that he had already told him that they hadn't come here to make friends, and Wonho grimaced in displeasure. He looked at Taehyun. In fact, he himself understood that they were not doing this for the sake of tradition or the common good, and also not to advance your career by sucking up to your boss. Jang poured sake for everyone and told Wonho to stop talking and be willing to cooperate with them. When everyone was already listening attentively, he got down to business, asking who they now needed to eliminate first. Seung-min stood in mourning clothes near the section where the memory of all the Ilhak members, including Tok-bae, was kept. He stood in the right place and thought about what his grandfather would do now, because he would know exactly what to do. Tok-bae was his uncle. Like all the other knives, they didn't have time to get him to the hospital, and he died in the car. But how many pleasant memories there were of this man. He remembered how he once broke an icicle while sitting on his shoulders. Then he asked if the man was the oldest of the knives, and he was surprised, saying that he was the youngest. But little Seung-min said that he was the biggest, and Uncle Jung-ho said that the older you get, the taller you become. Then Seung-min replied that he hoped he would grow up quickly and become even taller than Uncle Tok-bae. Just then, Chung-ho approached them, and the young master said that he had now decided that the tallest one, that is, Tok-bae, would be in charge. The three of them started laughing, and then Tok-bae told him not to joke like that because Choi Jung-ho was the boss. However, the boy continued to laugh. He liked to tease Uncle Tok-bae because he never took offense. The memories ended and Seung-min's thoughts returned to reality, wondering why he suddenly remembered this. In the end, he never became higher than Uncle Tok-bae. He should have stayed alive until now. He banged his fist on the glass door in despair, asking who allowed him to leave their family so soon. His eyes turned red and tears rolled down his face. Standing next to him was Jung-ho, who was also sad. He looked away so that the young master would not see his tears because now it was important to stay strong. Waiting for them outside was Yi-soo, who had also come to offer his condolences, but did not go inside. After a while, they came out and seeing Yi-soo greeted him, and he said that perhaps the time was not the best. He added that he was terribly ashamed because if he had driven faster, Jan Tok-bae could have stayed alive. But Jung-ho interrupted him, saying that it wasn't his fault because the speed of the car wouldn't have made a difference. Then Seung-min spoke up and said that he wanted to thank him on behalf of all the Ilhak members. Then he bowed, as was customary, and added that they were now in great debt to Taeson. So Director Bayek shouldn't blame himself for how things turned out. And Jung-ho was touched by the chairman's words. Sun-min added that although they had suffered losses compared to what they had done for them, it was a small sacrifice. Thanks to him, they could now continue to live to fight. So Jung-ho bowed to him as well. Then Yi-soo walked up to them and put his hand on Seung-min's shoulder, saying that there was no need to bow like that. After all, wasn't he the chairman? And so it would be awkward for him if he bowed his head before him. He advised him to straighten up and let go of his sorrows, and added that Tok-bae must have meant a lot to him. Sun-min agreed, saying that it really meant a lot, just like all the other knives. Then Yi-soo opened the car doors, saying that in turn they should allow this man to accompany them. Since their safety was the top priority, Boris stepped out of the car, who was just perfect for the role of bodyguard. Meanwhile, in Gorang's territory at the Red Crown Hotel, Taehyun stood in front of the mirror and examined his scars. He had 2 claw-like marks over his left eye and a scar from a metal fishing line on his neck. He took a moment to get to know his new face, then became angry and slammed his hands hard on the table. Just like that time when Chief Jang said that they should leave Taeson alone for a while. He explained that if Gorang attacked, their other opponents would also make a move while Taehyun licked his wounds. He asked, even if it was not HHS but Tianxiong, would he be able to handle them in that condition? Then, they were interrupted by Wonho, who dared to express another crazy idea about the gangster world. He asked why Gorang and Tianxiong didn't unite and make a truce. That would be a good thing. But Tae-hyo looked at him with a puzzled expression, saying that it seemed like the boss still wanted to lose his head. He started to say that Gorang would never ask anyone for help, but his thoughts were interrupted. It was the security guard who came in and said that the car was ready, but Tianxiong asked to postpone the meeting. He added that their informant was reporting that they were meeting with someone right now, and Tae-hyun became wary. The meeting was supposed to take place in the Chinatown of the Daelim district, because this was their territory. Yi-soo approached one of the small eateries and was immediately greeted by the waiter. He asked what he wanted, but Yi-soo replied that he was not hungry and only wanted to talk to a girl. The waiter said it was quite funny to come to the restaurant full, but then asked who he was looking for. Then, Yi-soo placed his business card on the table, asking if he could have a few words with Ms. Cha Yuhua. As expected, the man was not just a waiter. He said that he would tell his boss about the visit from Deason. However, first they had to sort out some things, and with these words he suddenly took out an axe and hit the table with it. The man was strong, somewhat similar to Jin Woong, but Yi-soo had no trouble grabbing his hand. He said that he didn't think that guests were greeted so rudely here. He didn't come here to fight, and he was alone. As he explained this, he noticed that other men in the establishment also rose from their seats. One of them attacked Yi-soo with an axe, saying that Taeson had no right to talk to their boss. To avoid a collision, Yi-soo kicked a nearby chair, causing it to fly towards the man. Somehow, the seat inside it separated, and the enemy was distracted by this, which Yi-soo took advantage of. He put his hand forward and stopped the man as if he were a child, but their weapons were serious. But Yi-soo didn't seem to care. He grabbed his head and slammed his head into the ground, causing him to drop the axe. The other men simply watched, but soon they too took out various types of axes, preparing to attack him. One of them wanted to rush into battle first, but someone suddenly stopped him, and when he saw who it was, he immediately retreated. It was a girl who had a sharp machete in her hands. She told everyone to get out of the way, calling them worthless. In an instant, she was next to Yi-soo, and then jumped back from the table, immediately swinging her arm to strike. Even though she was a girl, Yi-soo could clearly see her muscles, and she was also incredibly fast. In addition, he managed to notice how during the flight she grabbed her knife differently in order to attack in the other direction. That's what she did, but Yi-soo was able to defend himself by putting his knife in time to block, and the girl interested him. He analyzed her, thinking that she had managed to change the trajectory of her blade as she turned. He asked if they had met by chance before, but the girl told him to shut up or she would cut out his tongue. The fact was that the war that began after the fall of Ilhak involved not only Seoul's criminal gangs, but also foreigners from the southwestern region, which was under the rule of the Han and Joseon people. It was there that the most brutal showdowns took place, and in this chaos, in the middle of a bloody battlefield, a flower blossomed. This flower was a separate organization, Tianxiong, whose members were called Untouchables. And now this girl, who was one of them, stood in front of him, which meant that defeating her would not be easy. And she seemed to like that she finally had an experienced opponent. She told him to try to catch her. None of them had yet managed to attack a second time when suddenly someone's commanding voice called out to the girl. It was Cha Yuhua who addressed her by name, asking Shulun what kind of circus was going on here. But the girl replied that she had nothing to worry about. And anyway, wasn't she going to a business meeting? She turned back to Yi-soo, saying that since this disgusting jerk had come here, she would deal with him herself. But Yuhua interrupted her, saying that she asked about what was going on here, and what the girl was going to do did not interest her. Then Zulin replied that the scoundrel from Tisan had been looking for her. But, as could be seen, he had not shown due respect. Then Yuhua turned her gaze to the table with the axe. She turned to the waiter, asking if this was his weapon, and he was still holding her hand, asking instead of answering what else he could do, and she decided to remind him. She took the axe away, asking if he had forgotten everything they had done to sleep peacefully at night. They shed the blood of their competitors and cut off the hands of their relatives, and even then the man was hot-tempered. She sank down to the floor next to him, continuing that now they could not lose the status they had gained at such a price. She said that they only take up arms to protect their comrades, reminding him of the oath he had taken. With these words, she handed him the axe, and the man took it, remembering what he had once promised her. Yi-soo noticed that there was a completely different atmosphere here now. Yuhua ordered everyone to calm down and not fight. But even so, Yi-soo understood that it would not be easy. He greeted her, saying that a little more and he would be dead. Then the girl hurried to him, asking if everything was okay, but he replied that he was fine. What was more important was his request, because he said that he came to seduce her, so he asked her to give him a little time. Hearing this, Yuhua told him to follow her, and after a while they were already sitting in Tianxiong's office. She told Julin to go too, but the girl didn't like Director Tayson and didn't try to hide it. And Sue noticed this and said that she and the guys had gone a bit overboard when they met him, because it was dangerous. But the girl turned away, saying that she recognized that this was their mistake. but she still didn't like the director and she couldn't do anything about it. And Sue replied that it was very sweet of her, but still not very much like regret. Then Yuhua came to them. She brought iced tea, saying that she thought Yisu was going to seduce her, not Julan. She then asked what he wanted to discuss, saying that she already guessed, but would like to hear it from his lips. And Sue said that in that case, he would get straight to the point, without the long introductions that she already knew about. He looked at her with a cheerful look, saying that they were going to start a war with Gorong, and he wanted to know whose side Tianxiong was on. Yuhua didn't think twice before saying that she would of course be on the winning side, but Yisu wasn't happy with that. He said that she was going to attack the winner, and Yuhua asked why he thought that. But Yisu asked if he was wrong, explaining that when Taesun and Gorang clashed, it would be a good moment for Tianxiong. After all, whoever emerged victorious from this battle would not be able to breathe easy, and he could not allow that. Cha Yuhua understood what he was hinting at, asking if that was why he wanted them to become allies. But Yisu replied that there was no need for that. He was only asking them not to take any action. Then he said that then Taesun wouldn't have to take any measures, but they were already aiming at him. It was Julan who took his words as a threat and put a knife to his throat, saying that she would still rip out his tongue. But Yisu simply smiled, saying that she was getting excited again, and in her place it would be wiser to back off. Seeing that the girl was not reacting, he suddenly changed his gaze, saying that if she put a knife to his throat again, he would pull out his own. He then turned to Yuhua, saying that he came alone and was in no position to make threats, and the girl nodded. He said that, after all, he was here to talk about the agreement, so there was no point in disturbing them. Otherwise, he would show what real blackmail is. Hearing this, Yuhua told Julan to stop. She looked closely at Baek Do Kyung, who for some reason seemed a little different to her than usual. Yisu placed a small box on the table, saying that he would not have been so eloquent if he had come empty-handed. He said he had prepared a gift for her, so now the decision was hers, and she asked in surprise if it was really a ring. The box did indeed look similar, which angered Julan again, but Yisu calmed her down, saying that it was just a joke. Opening the box, instead of a ring, Yuhua saw a flash drive with the words "One Sync" glued to it. The girl took the flash drive, asking what was stored on it. She had heard of a similar name somewhere before, and Sue replied that she now held in her hands the Apple of Discord, and the reason why he was forced to destroy Goreng. He said he would tell them exactly what it was, but in exchange they had to join them as allies. Yuhua looked at the flash drive again. She was indeed interested in the offer, but she wasn't completely sure. She said that she needed time to think about it and then she would tell him her decision, and then Yisu left them. After he left, Julan asked her mistress what she was going to do now, but she replied that she didn't know. But the girl didn't seem satisfied with the answer, saying she had to make decisions like a boss. He added that their role was simply to obey, and Yuhua said that was how it should be, but she had already said so. I told her that I was not fit to be the leader. She turned to Shulan, and with tears in her eyes said that she was scared to death. Shulan approached her, asking why she was crying again, since she had handled the situation very well today. But Yuhua rushed towards her and clung to her chest like a child, saying that Baek Do Kyung's face was creepy. She suggested handing over the powers to Shulan, even though it was too late for that. It would be much better that way. She said she was never proud of the leading role and does not understand why the girl does not want to help her. However, Julan interrupted her by abruptly pulling her hand away, and Yuhua fell down. She looked at the girl, and she told her not to talk nonsense. She asked if she really meant it, since in that case her words made no sense. But Yuhua said that she herself saw people taking up arms, and there was no longer any committee or agreement. She added that in this situation they would simply drown in blood, so they need a strong leader. For her people, the Tianxiong Oath no longer meant anything, so the risk of bloodshed increased. However, Shulan did not share her thoughts, saying that no one had dared to break this oath before, and now they did it for her, their boss and good friend. And what's wrong with being a little weak? She said that she could be the strong one and Yuhua could continue to cry on her shoulder and handed her a paper. Yuhua accepted the role because she needed to wipe away her tears, but she said it sounded pretty rude. Shulan replied that it was because she was bad at studying Korean, and this time it seemed more like a joke. Meanwhile, several men were sitting in one of the eateries, discussing the recent fight with the guy from Taesan. This one was the same waiter who had first attacked Yisu. The man's name was Minsu, and he was telling his friends about the situation. Another man, apparently older than the others, said the negotiations had gone well, but they had screwed up. He was still speaking when suddenly a car crashed into the diner, smashing the glass doors to pieces. The fragments fell in all directions, The men stood in bewilderment, because such an appearance meant only one thing. Min-soo asked his comrades if they were hurt, and men in gray tracksuits started getting out of the car. They looked quite strong and powerful. Their faces were covered with a bandage, but something immediately caught the eye. Meanwhile, 2 more cars drove up to the building, and men also got out of them, approaching Min-soo and the others. Min-soo greeted the men, asking if they had made a reservation, as he didn't remember any such large orders. Instead of answering, one of the thugs showed a badge on his tracksuit, which had the logo of the Taeson group on it. Then one of Tian Xiong's men took out an axe and attacked him, saying that they had decided to attack them after all. But before he could strike, the man jumped up and kneed him in the face so hard that he broke his nose. The axe dropped out of surprise, and the man intercepted it and then swung it at his opponent. He seemed to be seriously intending to chop off the poor fellow's head, for there was not a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Another second and the fatal blow would have finished off the man when suddenly someone came to his aid. Some strong man hit the big guy from Taeson, and he flew back and the axe slipped out of his hands. At the same time, the man was answering the message because he had a receiver in his ear, and his boss was speaking on the other end. The unexpected savior turned out to be Jin Woon, who was talking to the director, saying that he could hear well. He said that he had already arrived at Tianxiong territory, but he was not alone here, and it seemed that the others were not on his side. He said that for some reason they were wearing badges with the emblem of their organization, but the men were clearly not from Taeson. Yi-soo sat in the office, saying that it was his innovation because he thought the idea was funny. He asked if Jin Woon wanted such a badge for himself, and he replied that he didn't need it. He knew everything himself. He was still talking and at the same time began to approach the men with the Taeson badges, saying that this would not do. He saw that they weren't even professionals, which meant it would be pretty easy to deal with them. After all, he was now our only shining example that would completely clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Zhulan sat with her head down, regretting that she hadn't dealt with Director Tesna earlier. Yuhua tried to say that they weren't completely sure who attacked them yet, but Zhulan didn't think so. She said that as expected, Taeson couldn't be trusted and they had to tear him to pieces. The girl stood up. But Yuhua replied that the one who settled the situation before it got out of hand was also Daesung. She added that it would be foolish to assume that those bandits were their subordinates, since no one hangs badges in the most visible place. She continued to think out loud, saying that these people put on the decent badges and attacked them when they were thinking about cooperation. But this was a rather strange coincidence, so one could not just blindly trust it. But Zhulan merely stabbed her knife into the table, saying that there really was cold calculation going on here. A group that wanted to sow discord between them and Tyson attacked their organization. And just at that moment, the real Taeson rushed to their rescue, which, as it seemed to her, was nothing more than a show. Yuhua then said that she had thought about it too, but Zhulan interrupted her, saying that it was important not to get to the bottom of the truth now. She said they can't just sit back while the decent bastards do whatever they want. They needed to restore justice since Tianxiong had suffered. So she approached Yuhua and asked what the instructions would be. Yuhua understood that a lot depended on her decision now, so she needed to weigh everything carefully. Seeing her hesitation, Zhulan agreed that this was her problem, but then asked whose orders they were supposed to follow then. But Yuhua asked to think it over a little longer, and then suggested that they turn to Mr. Wang for help. Zhulan didn't really like this idea. She asked what this man had to do with it, since he wasn't their leader. Yuhua then replied that she was simply talking about the possibility of asking for help, not understanding why the girl was constantly angry with her. She wanted to continue, but Zhulan interrupted her by slamming her machete on the table and calling for silence. She said that if Yuhua didn't find a way to deal with Daeson, she would be forced to do it herself. Meanwhile, Yi-soo finished his work in the office and arrived at the scene of the massacre, where more people from Taeson were fighting. Everything around the diner was relatively good. But when he entered inside, he realized the seriousness of the bandits' intentions. He noticed a knife on the floor and looked at it. The tip of this knife was dull, and there were chips on the blade. Not an army knife, but a very ordinary knife that could be found everywhere, told him that these people were not sent by Chief Zhang. He then made his way to one of the cars left by the bandits and opened the door, noticing something with surprise. In the salon, he found a 100 yuan bill, but he was more surprised by its origin because it was the currency of China. Then he began to think that some Chinese organization had started in Tianxiong, but he didn't understand why. His thoughts were interrupted by a call. It was Xiong Min. So Yi-soo picked up the phone and reached into his pocket for cigarettes. He asked the chairman what happened, and the chairman asked if he had really gone to Tianxiong alone, and Sue replied that it had already happened that way, saying that going there as a group would not be the best solution. He then decided to ask the chairman about something that interested him, asking if he knew about Tianxiong's Chinese branch. But Xung Min said that there had been no news of Chinese groups for a long time, so it would be better to ask Young Ho. Yisu said that he understood everything, then wished him a successful business trip and added that he would wait for the results. Sun Min in turn told him to be careful because it wouldn't hurt, and Yisu wanted to light a cigarette. Suddenly, someone did it for him. It turned out that while he was talking, a man approached him and handed him his lighter. Seeing him, Yisu told the chairman that he would call back later and hung up the phone, looking at the stranger. The man apologized for interrupting him, saying that he must be busy so he wouldn't keep him long. He introduced himself by saying that his name was Wang Han and that he was a currency exchanger in the area, and then asked who Yisu was. He also introduced himself, saying that his name was Baek Do-kyung and that he ran a company called the Daesun Group. He also noticed that the man was walking across the floor, which was strewn with broken glass, as if it was nothing special. Hearing that he was from Daesun, Wang Hao bowed, wondering how he could not recognize such an important person. Yisu told him to stop because he was embarrassing him, and then Wang Hao asked him for a cigarette, and the guy handed him a pack. The man asked why he had come here, and Yisu replied that there had been a pogrom there caused by people who had pretended to be members of Daesung. Wang Hao then clarified that he had claimed that people from his organization would not do such a thing, to which Yisu agreed. He said that for this reason the incident haunted him, and he also felt that the man had expressed himself too harshly. Hearing this, Wang Hao hastened to assure him that he had not meant to offend him in any way, but that he might have chosen his words incorrectly. Yisu asked what the man was doing there, and he replied that Mrs. Chang had asked him to clean up the mess. He said it was because he had a lot of free time, but Yisu was thinking about Zhang Yuhua. Then he said that he came here to study and analyze the situation, so he asked him to leave later. Yisu wondered if this man could be somehow connected to those thugs, and the man suggested that he start from the other end of the room. He said that he had to wipe the tables for now. Yisu watched him for a while because there was something strange about him. He wondered why he didn't want to leave him alone, but he told him to call him if he found anything suspicious. Then he got an idea. He went into the abandoned car and wrote a message to Sung Min about this man. He asked if he knew a man named Wang Hao, who was supposedly involved in currency exchange. Meanwhile, the man approached him, saying that he asked him to report if he noticed anything suspicious. He said it was a minor thing, but it seemed that the director of Daesun had changed cigarettes since he used to smoke Japanese ones. Wang Hao explained that when you work at the exchange office, you learn everything about everyone, so he remembered that 5 years ago, Baek Do-kyung smoked different cigarettes. Then Yisu replied that it was probably because his tastes had changed, but Wang Hao said that he didn't smoke often. Otherwise, he would have known that the gas in his lighter had long since run out, and Baek Do-kyung used to be a heavy smoker. He added that it looked like it was the first time he had ever smoked a cigarette, and looked at him with a strange look. Yisu admitted that his words had put him in an awkward position, saying that he must have let his guard down. Then Wang Hao replied that this was most likely the case, and with these words he bent down to pick up a sharp piece of glass. He squeezed it like a knife, asking if the boy would then allow him to show what he was hiding in his breast pocket. It was unexpected. Yisu clearly didn't expect such details. He realized that the man was not so simple, and he had already jumped over the table, intending to attack him with a shard, which again caught Director Peck off guard. Meanwhile, Sung Min had finished his business, the business meeting had gone well, and they were now preparing to return. He was sitting in the car and Young Ho told him to rest, and he replied that he couldn't get used to his new title. He then turned to the big man, saying that some time ago Director Baek had asked him about someone. He said that the man's name seemed to be Wang Hao, and upon hearing that name, Jin Woon's expression changed. He said he hadn't heard that name for a long time and couldn't believe that the man was still in Korea. He once ran the Dragon's Egg exchange office and sometimes worked as an informant. Then Xung Min said that if he was just an informant, he wouldn't be a threat. But Young Ho said that wasn't the case. His appearance did not bode well for Daesun and the crane in particular, and Xung Min asked about the latter. Chung Ho explained that when the crane fell 15 years ago, the Southwestern foreign organizations simply went wild. It was pure chaos, and at that time, Wang Ho was the head of the Black Dragon Triad organization. He was the terror of the entire Southwestern region and kept any other bandit group in fear. Chan Ho added that because of his conflict with Zhirovel, they, the Knives, also lost their previous leader. This was new information for Sung Min. He didn't expect that their organization would also be involved in this. Meanwhile, Wang Hao pounced on Yisu with his glass shard, and he barely managed to dodge the cut. But literally immediately, Wang Hao lunged towards his head, Yisu managed to dodge again, but the enemy's speed was astonishing. As he wanted to grab the man's hand to stop his attacks, the man swung his other hand, which was clutching nails. And Su didn't even realize when he was able to put it together, because there was an omission that he was fighting with brass knuckles on one hand. He managed to cut Yisu's cheek, but he said that the rumors were true and that he had amazing abilities. And Su, in turn, noticed that the man didn't look much like the owner of a currency exchange shop. He asked who he really was, but Wang Hao said that he wanted to know too much, all at once. He swung his arm and swung his nail and glass claws at Yisu again, but he dodged it this time too. Then Wang Hao said that this time he should ask him a question first, asking if he was really Baek Do-kyung. But Yisu replied that, unfortunately, he didn't have a business card, and the last time he showed it, he was almost hacked to death with an axe. He saw that the enemy was trying to intimidate him and was using improvised means in battle. This spoke of his rich experience. Suddenly, he raised the knife up as if to say stop the fight, because he had received a message and he wanted to look at it. It turned out that it was from Seung Ming, that Wang Hao was currently the third strongest of the Black Dragons. Reading this, Yisu said that the man's reputation preceded him, since he had just been advised not to get involved with him. However, Wang Hao replied that all of that was already in the past, asking if that was really all and the boy would try to escape. But Yisu said that he certainly wouldn't be able to do this, and besides, they still didn't know much about each other, so they should have continued the fight, and he also said that he wanted to see what kind of man he was. He had a sharp blade, and Wang Hao had improvised brass knuckles made of nails and glass, and they attacked each other. Yisu realized that he was dealing with an unusual opponent. He placed his finger on the blade of the knife as Su A had taught him. They fought, and each of them was quite experienced and strong, not inferior in skills to his opponent. When they separated for a moment, Wang Hao said that it really didn't matter whether he was Baek Do-kyung or not. He said he had learned from personal experience that people who hide a lot of things should not be trusted. Yisu was a little amused by this, and he smiled slightly, saying that he agreed because he remembered his boss. Then Wang Hao said that the guy looked quite confident for someone who had his last chance. He asked if he was thinking of running away, but Yisu replied that he wasn't planning on it, since they didn't know so much about each other yet. They rushed into battle again, saying that in that case they should get to know each other better and resolve everything like men. Suddenly, Wang Hao threw his brass knuckles towards him, and he did it so professionally, as if he were throwing knives. Yisu easily blocked the attack with his blade, thinking that it was just a distraction. But he was wrong. The man suddenly appeared in front of him and swung his fist. Although it was a real attack, Yisu did not have time to react. This was because he was moving incredibly fast. So when he put the knife out, he was already preparing to strike. He curled his hand into a fist, pointing his knuckles forward to soften the blow from the blade's edge. And then with one precise blow, he knocked the knife out of his hand. Yisu thought with surprise that he must have been well trained. In addition to this, Wang Hao said that Director Taesun had a rather weak grip. It was a mockery. However, what happened next changed the course of the fight dramatically, because the man grabbed his knife in midair and swung it. His reflexes and speed were simply amazing, but Yisu was not the squad leader for nothing. He was able to block the blow. Now he said mockingly that Wang Hao, as he saw, could not keep his hands to himself, because it was not good to take someone else's things. Instead of answering, the man pressed harder on the knife, and it cut the dial of the watch that Yisu had exposed to the blow. Then he suddenly struck Wang Hao's hand and also managed to knock the weapon away from him, saying that it seemed like his grip was no better. Just like the man before, he caught his knife in midair and prepared to strike back. The attack was successful, and Wang Hao only had to stick out his shoulder to protect his stomach and internal organs. So now he was wounded in the forearm, but instead, he was thinking that the guy in front of him was clearly not Baek Do-kyung. He cast an appraising glance at his opponent and noticed several details that confirmed this. For example, the way he held his blade, as he now removed his finger from the blade to hold the handle in his fist. He put his left hand to his chin and extended his right hand forward, and it all looked more like an army stance. This explained both his strength and the fighting skills he had just demonstrated. In a word, the guy was strong. His thoughts were interrupted by Yisu himself, who said that the jokes were over and rushed at him, preparing to attack. He was no less fast than Wang Hao, but he managed to dodge it even though the knife passed as close as possible to his throat. Immediately after that, he hit him with his elbow, but the man blocked this blow too. Now it was his turn. Yisu twisted his wrist strangely, but it was necessary for the blow he was about to deliver to the man. At the last second, when the knife was almost at his neck, he squeezed it tightly again, but he failed to stab Wang Hao. The man first blocked it and then jumped in for a knee strike, and now it was Yi Su who had to block. However, the man's attack did not end there. He landed, but only to jump back again for another blow. This time, it was more difficult to predict because his body was rotating as if he was performing a martial element. The result was not long in coming. Yi Su failed to put up a defense in time, and he received a kick in the face. As he landed, the men said the director was making him sweat, something he hadn't done in a long time. He added that he was starting to doubt his own abilities, but Yi Su knew that it was just sarcasm. He swung again, but Wang Hao jumped back again, not allowing himself to be hit by the knife. This was starting to irritate him. But suddenly, Yi Su had an idea and stuck his foot out to him, causing him to trip over it. The man failed to foresee this and lost his balance, falling to the ground, caught off guard. He thought the guy was skilled in using different techniques and had an excellent understanding of the situation. All this indicated that he was trained to fight. Perhaps he even underwent special training. And Su, meanwhile, attacked him with a knife. It was very dangerous, and the fight could end at any moment. Wang Hao fell into the car and managed to grab the doors at the last second, which saved his life. He pulled them to the side as if to cover them. But in his case, they served as a shield, preventing Yi Su from finishing him off. It was also noteworthy that the car was armored, and its doors were also highly rigid. And Su couldn't get it, but it wasn't for long, so something had to be done immediately. As expected, the moment allowed him to gain only seconds, and in an instant, Yi Su was already looking inside. However, the car's interior was empty. The man seemed to have disappeared somewhere, although this again turned out to be a diversionary tactic. As he lay on the floor, he noticed a metal pipe that had broken off from somewhere in the car's parts. But now it happened to him as a weapon. In the time that he won, he managed to go out through the other door and jump onto the car. He did all this incredibly quickly, and now he jumped off the car, attacking Yi Su with this pipe, but he was able to block it. This prank amused him a little, and he mockingly asked if all means were really fair in war. But the rusty pipe couldn't be called a weapon because, although it was a little worn down, he had a knife. But his words had no effect on the man. Wang Hao lowered the pipe down only to attack sharply. He struck the enemy's weapon with it, and his knife cracked and broke into two pieces, which he did not expect. Yi Su was shocked because this was the first time something like this had happened to him. This blade had always seemed very reliable, and Wang Hao gloated, saying that in war all means are good, but it depends on how you use them. Meanwhile, the untouchable from Tianxiang was also preparing for the upcoming battle. She was the main one. There was no way their organization could lose, because that would mean the complete collapse of everything they had built for so long. Shulan thought about Yuhua, thinking what a fool she was, and she said that they needed to act before Tayson got completely out of hand. She suddenly shouted that Zhang Yuhua was a stupid idiot, and the men behind her looked at each other because she had insulted their boss. Of course, Zhulan said this out of desperation, and not because she really thought so, because Yui was also having a hard time. She was not really a strong woman, and she was now sitting in her office thinking about the situation. She thought about Zhulan's words, who said that she would do everything herself if she didn't find a way to sort it out. Apparently, she still couldn't find anything, and she felt a little sad, asking herself what her friend wanted from her. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a male voice asking if she was there, and Yua told him to come in. It was a short old man who introduced himself as Ku Changjun, saying that he ran several mahjong halls in Sinlim. Yuhua then asked what brought him to her, adding that she could have visited him herself, but he only smiled. He said that at his age he needed to move more and that he felt uneasy, so he decided to see what was going on. The girl replied that everything was fine, inviting the old man to sit down, and he asked where her assistant was. He added that she always followed her around, but now he didn't see her anywhere. Yuhua replied that they had a little fight. The old man repeated her words thoughtfully, and then asked if that was why she left. It was clear that he wanted to give her advice. Then the girl told him not to be afraid to speak, because she would not judge him, but rather, on the contrary, would listen. Changjun started by saying that he had lived in Seonamquan for 15 years, so he had seen with his own eyes how Tianxiang was created. He also saw how Mrs. Chang grew up, and she said that she heard about it, because the old man helped them in many ways. The old man continued, saying that Zhulan was quite strong and it would be difficult to subdue her. But there was also Wang Hao. This one had not yet given any reason to doubt his devotion to her. But, in his opinion, he should have been more careful. He took the girl's hand in his own, saying that once a year even a stick shoots, so she should remember this. However, he then said something very strange, asking whether it would not have been better to break the stick beforehand. As Chang Jun was leaving, He dialed the number of the person who asked him to find out the situation inside Tianxiang. He said that things turned out to be even worse than he thought, because even the untouchable rebelled against Yuhua. The person he was talking to was none other than Tai Hyun. He said that Tianxiang was clearly losing his stability. And then he asked the old man with displeasure why he was playing the fool and not taking action, since he himself wanted it. He recalled how he said that he wanted to keep peace with Tianxiang, and even then Tai Hyun agreed to help a little. He said that the old man had said something about perestroika, asking if even the untouchable would not interfere. Then what were they waiting for? Then Chang Jun simply replied that he didn't know the whole picture, because who would have thought that they would become so weak? He added that a knife can be frighteningly sharp, but you never know it's dull until it fails you in combat. He walked up to the window and raised his hand, which was a signal, saying that Zhulan was most likely heading straight to Taysan. This also meant that Yang Yuhua was left completely alone, and in that case, the operation could begin. He said that today she would die, and looked contentedly at the men who, seeing his signal, began to come out of hiding. Yuhua stood by the window and dialed her friend, but soon she began to worry because her friend did not answer the phone. She couldn't get Chang Jun's words out of her head, saying that Wang Hao should be broken beforehand. After yet another call that went unanswered, Yuhua irritably asked where Shulan had been hanging out. She decided that since she was ignoring her, she should come to her herself, and then left her room. The guards from Tianxiang asked where she was going, since there were Taysan bastards hanging around everywhere right now. However, Yuhua only asked about Zhulan, and the men said that she went to deal with Taysan on her own. Then, the girl chuckled with displeasure, saying that she always did whatever she wanted, but now she had to stop her. Then one of the guards waved his hand to the others, saying that in that case they would go with her. Yuhua thought that it definitely couldn't be Taysan, because they would never act so cowardly and meanly. If they had planned to betray them from the beginning, there would have been no need to show them the One Sync project. Therefore, she had to stop Zhulan at any cost, because attacking Taysan would only make the situation worse. She was walking down the sidewalk when suddenly someone shouted her name and her guards turned around to see who did it. In front of them stood a guy in a gray tracksuit with a Taysan badge on the collar, and in his hands he held a metal pipe. It turned out that he was not alone. In an instant, a whole dot of the same men appeared from behind his back, and they all had the same emblem on them. One of them mockingly addressed Yuhua, saying that she should know how dangerous it was for a girl to walk around alone. He said that they would be happy to accompany the lady, but she replied that she did not need their services. However, the guy turned out to be assertive, saying that there was nothing easier than keeping someone like her on a leash. Hearing these words, one of her subordinates could not tolerate such an attitude towards his boss and attacked the guy. But suddenly another man from Tianxiang swung and hit him on the head with a metal pipe with all his might. Yuhua was shocked. She certainly didn't expect this from one of her most loyal people, but now everything was clear. The guy who did it told her not to think anything bad about him because he didn't mean to hurt her. The same could not be said about the man he had hit, as the back of his head was now covered in blood. But the guy said that he did all this for Tianxiang, so he was forced to turn to his boss. He said it was time for her to retire, and the rest of the men and boys surrounded them, forming a ring. Meanwhile, Yisu's situation was no better. Now he was left with only a broken knife against an armed opponent. Wang Hao didn't spare him. He swung the pipe to kill. One precise strike would be enough to finish everything. He noticed that it seemed like the knife was very dear to the guy, so it was a shame that he couldn't use it now. The knife was indeed useless now, but Yisu didn't care because he had fought with worse in the war. So far, he had managed to dodge it because the pipe was not sharp, but this could not continue for long. He understood that the enemy would try to defeat him by cunning, and as if to confirm this, Wang Hao threw down his weapon. It hung in the air for a moment, but then he deftly grabbed it with his other hand. Fortunately, Yisu noticed it. The man hit him, this time from the other side, thinking that this was the end, but the guy was able to parry that too. This was because he had already been attacked like this by Shulan once, so the technique was familiar to him, and he was able to escape. Wang Hao was also impressed that the guy managed to do it. He said that his skills were definitely above average. And Su looked again at his knife, or rather, at what was left of it, and said that this was enough for him. Hearing this, Wang Hao laughed, saying that he acknowledged his abilities, but could he really be serious? He asked him if he was being too conceited and advised him to be realistic about the situation. He said that the guy actually knew nothing about himself, let alone the enemy he was fighting. Then he deftly twisted the pipe in his hand and pointed it at Yi Su, saying that he had seen few people like him in his life. They all ended up the same way when they met him, but Yi Su didn't listen, looking at his reflection. Then he suddenly agreed with Wang Hao, saying that sometimes he felt like he had completely lost his understanding of himself. He put away his broken knife and reached his hand into his belt, saying that this time he would do things differently. He had a new blade in his hand that looked very sharp, and he said that he would now do everything his own way. He then wished the man luck, telling him to try to stay alive, now taking an army stance. Wang Hao wanted to ask what he was mumbling, but before he could finish, Yisu suddenly swung at him. If it weren't for the pipe that was put forward, the blade would have passed through his chest, but it served as protection for the man. But this was of little use, because Yisu had already pounced on him again. Now his movements were faster and more precise. Wang Hao barely managed to block. Once he almost missed a direct attack to the head, but he managed to put his shoulder in time, and he fought seriously. Now he was determined to defeat the man at any cost, because he could not lose. For him, defeat meant that Tayson would not be able to become the strongest organization, and that was not in his plans. He was well trained in the army, so he fought skillfully not only with weapons but also with his hands and feet. And Wang Hao felt this well. Suddenly, Yisu stepped back, swinging for another attack, and the man thought this was his chance. However, he simply didn't have time to strike back, because Yisu had already struck him with lightning speed. This time, he barely avoided the fatal blow, realizing that he couldn't block all of his attacks. So he decided to use this as an advantage to get him to come closer. Yisu was already running towards him. Wang Hao thought to finish him off with one precise strike, but instead, Yisu crashed into his shoulder, preventing him from striking. And then he knocked him to the ground, tripping him, and the man fell down, not understanding how he managed it. Yisu held his leg tightly, so the man couldn't pull him along, and the pipe in his hand was in the way. He brought him down with a crash, throwing all his weight into him, and then prepared to finish him off with one precise blow. His gaze was as furious as it always was when he was fighting to the death, because his life depended on it. Wang Hao must have already accepted that he couldn't defeat the guy in this form. He said that he wasn't human. No, in front of him was a real demon in human form who was now going to take his life. It was bound to happen that way. Yisu had almost completely lowered his hand when suddenly someone called him. It was Kyung Chun, who had also helped them and was now a full member of Tayson, who said that something bad had happened. As usual, while chewing a cookie, he said that there was a rebellion in Tianshong. No, it was more like a coup. This saved Wang Hao's life, because Yisu stopped at the last second. Now they were both looking at Weasel. Wang Hao said that there was no point in doing that. Why would Tianshong do that in the current situation? Yua didn't understand this either. She silently watched the bloody massacre, where the last people loyal to her protected her. One of them said that she should get out of here immediately because they wouldn't last long. Another guy ordered everyone to get out of the way to take her to safety, but the girl remained standing. The situation was getting tense. The guys were asking where Mrs. Julin was because her strength would not have been a problem for them right now. They told him that there was still no contact with her, but now it was time to think about how to take away their boss. One of her men took the girl to a garage that turned out to be open not far from where they were fighting. At the same time, old man Chang Jun, who was essentially the main organizer, was watching behind the scenes. He asked for forgiveness from Cha Yuhua, justifying himself by saying that this was the only way for Tianshong to regain his balance. Things were really bad for them. She was left with only 2 guards against a whole group of bandits. Yuhua grabbed her head. She suddenly felt sick, and she remembered Julin asking where her friend was. And Zulan at this time was still fighting, but the initiative was clearly on her side, unlike them. The Untouchable was a master of the art of fighting with a machete and could stop even a passenger car. However, the guys who were supposed to fight her also understood this, and no one dared to attack first. But Yuhua didn't know about this. She locked herself in the garage and clasped her head in her hands, as if wanting to fence herself off from this world. She felt scared again. She remembered how her friend had promised never to leave her alone, and now it was exactly like that. A little more and she would have burst into tears from hopelessness, but fortunately, she was lucky this time too. She heard someone ask who this guy was who had suddenly appeared and killed everyone. For some time, she still heard groans and screams, and then everything suddenly stopped. Someone began to approach her shelter. She heard a familiar voice asking her to open the door, saying that she was now safe. The girl didn't answer right away, and Yisu had to explain that it was him and that he dealt with those bandits. Hearing this, she carefully opened the door and looked at him. And indeed, Director Tayson was standing there. He said they didn't have time, so he would be brief, and then asked what decision she had made. He said that if the girl preferred to hide behind this door, he would not dissuade her. Perhaps it was even better this way. After all, there was a war outside, and if it was going to come out, then it would have to decide on its side. Go against him and die, or join him and swim through the sea of blood with his guys. With these words, he extended his hand to her, waiting for an answer. The girl was still shocked, although she understood him. And Sue said that the choice was hers, so she should make it right here and now, because it would be much better that way. For a moment, her memories took her back 10 years to when 3 men created her organization. One of them reported that Ilhak spoke about transferring the ownership rights of the business to Korean organizations. Another of them said that in that case, as soon as they take control of the southwestern region, they will all be driven out. Koo Chang-jun was also present at the meeting. He said that then they would have to do all the dirty work for someone else again. Finally, the third man spoke up and said that that was why he had gathered them all, because there was one solution. Chang-jun looked at him with displeasure and asked what kind of solution he could have for such a problem. Then the man slammed a folder on the table, attracting attention. It was Wang Hao, then the head of the Black Dragon Triad. He said that they would create their own Korean organization that would be subordinate only to them. After all, the Chonan shop was once one of Ilhak's businesses in the southwest, but he fell apart and it went bankrupt. Even Ilhak's boss couldn't find her, so they will create a company called Cho Noon and manage it together. Then Old Man Chang asked who would become the leader in that case, since it would be pointless if it was one of them. Then Wang Hao replied that none of them would have to do that, since he had managed to find Cho Nung's daughter. At this point, the girl was 19 years old, and she would become their boss, inheriting the company. The men clearly disagreed, saying that she was more suited to be their daughter than their director. But their argument was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the girl herself, and Wang Hao told them to greet the new boss. President Cha Yuhua entered the room accompanied by Julin, who had always looked after and protected her even then. And Wang Hao suggested changing the name to the trading company Chonun, saying that this way it would be possible to enter the world arena. Then the men asked again whether he was seriously planning to hand over control to the girl, but he told them not to worry about anything, assuring them that he would take good care of her, so everything would be fine. He promised that with such a leader, their company would never fall apart, and Yua sat there in confusion. For some reason, she remembered all of this when Yi Su extended his hand to her, and now Tian Xiong's future depended on her decision. She had already reached out to take his hand, but something in her head stopped her, and she involuntarily froze. For a second, her hand hung in the air, but then she took it back. Now she knew what she had to do. And Sue, she replied that she could stand up herself, rising and putting on her glasses to hide her eyes, which were red from crying. She noticed with surprise and fear that all the bandits, including the traitors from her organization, were defeated. But it was just a garage. It's scary to imagine what was happening on the street, and he did all this. But then she noticed that besides Yi Su, there were 2 other guys, and one of them seemed like a teenager to her. She asked if the 3 of them had really dealt with all the men, and added where Shulin had been then. A very unpleasant thought suddenly came to her mind and she grabbed the phone, saying that she had to contact her. But suddenly her attention was drawn to a wounded man who said that he was unlucky because the operation had failed. He added that both the boss and Mrs. Shulan were supposed to die today, although her friend might still meet the same end. Meanwhile, Shulan was riding in a car with a small group of men who were under her command. She turned to the guy sitting next to the driver, asking how much longer they had to drive. But before he could answer, she interrupted, saying that she was not happy with something else, and it was quite serious. She asked if they had to ride like that, saying she felt uncomfortable and cramped in that spot. She told the 2 men sitting on either side of her that it would be a lot more roomy if they moved away. She suddenly began to drive them away, but they asked the lady advisor to be patient a little longer because they were almost there. The driver noticed that she was more irritable than usual today and told her about it. He asked if she hadn't gotten along with her boss again, but the girl replied that everything was fine between them. However, the man only smiled, saying that this meant that she had quarreled with her boss after all, and now they would also be punished. He said that Julin probably couldn't think things through, but she protested, saying that it was all Yuhua's fault. The man smiled again, saying that in that case the chief had some kind of plan, but the girl didn't believe it. She said that she was just a wimp, but she is a simple person. Give her an order, and she will carry it out at any cost. She said that they must be true to their principles, so let them either stop her or kill her. But the man did not share her enthusiasm. He said that not everyone was ready to die while carrying out the task, like she was. He continued, telling the lady counselor that people were afraid of death, because not everyone was as brave as she. He said that their life is just a struggle for survival and they just want to exist in peace. These words made Julin cool down a little. She said that somehow she didn't think about it, although she should have. She said that she was apparently so thick-headed that she simply couldn't understand it. Suddenly, a strange thought came into her head, but she no longer doubted its truth. She asked again when they would finally arrive, but this time no one answered her. The men did not dare. Then the girl herself said that even a thickhead like her already understood that they were riding in circles. Then the guy who was sitting next to the driver apologized for the fact that his hand was about to slip. It was a very unexpected apology, but he then justified it by turning to Shulan, who wanted to grab the blade. However, she was stopped by two men who grabbed her by the arms, preventing her from getting her weapon, and she was in shock. Left defenseless, she was unable to dodge the guy's direct attack, which hit her right in the face. He smiled contentedly, saying that it was nice, and he had wanted to do this for a long time, as had the others. He told the men to hold her tightly because if she broke free, they were dead, and that was no exaggeration. Suddenly, Zulan herself interrupted him. She looked at the guy with a wild look, and he realized that he was telling the truth. Then the driver spoke up, saying that there was nothing they could do, they were just trying to survive. But Julan didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Her legs weren't tied, so she fired one at his head. It wasn't the best idea, as he lost control of the steering wheel and the car began to roll out of control. Then, one of those who was holding her told the man not to let go of the steering wheel. But as he said this, he himself let go of her hand. His comrade reminded him to watch the lady's hand, but it was too late. This was enough for her to get out. She pulled her hand out of captivity and jerked the other one sharply, causing the two men to hit their heads. At this time, she grabbed the hand of one of them just like she had before, saying what a weakling he was. She said he didn't have an ounce of muscle, just fat, so the stump would make a great pillow. Meanwhile, the man who was sitting in the driver's seat still lost control. At first, their car began to weave from side to side, but soon turned completely over on its side. The doors opened in midair and the men fell out while the rest of the cars stopped. A minute later, someone's foot knocked down the door on its side. It was, of course, Sulan. It seemed as if she was not hurt at all, and the incident only made her more angry. She got out of the car. It was a bit unusual to fight in such an environment, but she was already prepared for everything, and she didn't have much time. She saw the driver lying crushed under the car. She asked if this was what he wanted to live for. In that case, they were all just unlucky because she was stronger than each of them, which means there will only be one winner. She suddenly felt funny and asked if they really used their brains so much that they dared to do all this. But she thought that she was the one who was stupid. Then the girl asked who would also have the desire to live in her. For a while the men hesitated, but then they began to gradually approach her, saying that she was the only one. One of them was the first to rush at her with a knife. But it turned out to be a bad idea because Sulan was actually angry. Before he could reach her, she hit him with a straight kick to the face, and of course he was knocked out immediately. He also dropped a knife which, however, she did not need at all. She understood that she could deal with such a pile of garbage without a knife. Meanwhile, another guy was already rushing towards her with an axe, saying that this time they would not lose. But these were just words. In an instant, Sulan's knife had already pierced his hand, which he instinctively extended. Her machete was incredibly sharp, but for some reason it got stuck in her hand, and the man screamed in searing pain. While he stood there, unable to move, another enemy, also with a knife, was already running towards the girl. Shulan saw that the blow would come from the other side, but she would not be able to reflect it because the blade was stuck. So she came up with a crazy idea. Although cruel, but they deserved it, she pushed the man. This allowed her to pull the machete out of his hand, and now she swung it forward for her crushing attack. Another man who ran towards her with a knife was knocked down, and now the girl cut off his hand. He screamed in unbearable pain and horror, but the untouchable continued to beat him and the other one. She grabbed the man by his only remaining hand and swung it again, and he screamed in horror that it wasn't worth it. But from Zulan's face, it was clear that the girl didn't care about their requests. Now she was defending her pride. So without a trace of regret, she swung the knife, and this time the blade cut off the man's left arm entirely. He even lost consciousness from the pain shock, and Zulan turned to the other one, who froze in horror. The girl gloated. She asked why he was so scared because she was the only one, as he himself said. He didn't even have time to say the last words before he received a fatal blow, and the blade pierced his body. The rest of the men stood near the cars and looked with fear at the girl, who was not called untouchable for nothing. She also agreed that the nickname sounded a bit pompous, but she really liked it. Seeing how scared they were to death, she said they were squealing just like pigs in a slaughterhouse. The men themselves already understood that they could not defeat her, even though they were superior in numbers. So all they could do was run away. They quickly got into the car to leave as quickly as possible, when suddenly she threw her knife between the doors. As a result, they remained open. And while the man was recovering from the shock, she was next to them in the blink of an eye. She was once given this nickname for a reason, because her trained body and skilled skills spoke for themselves. Wang Hao stood on the roof of Tianxiong's main office and smoked a cigarette. Before this, he had to fight again. He said that outcasts like them worked tirelessly, shedding sweat, blood, and tears, all to prove that outcasts like them are worthy of standing alongside the main Korean organizations. Everything so that they could take over the southwestern regions, and now this old man is trying to destroy everything. He asked him why he had staged a coup, and Koo Chang-jun asked Mr. Wang to listen to him. He said that Cheonan was finished anyway, but Wang Hao told him not to talk nonsense. Then the old man shouted, was he really not aware that even the state wanted to interfere in their affairs? With the help of the One Sync project, which will allow the government to take control of all shadow business. He added that the world is changing, all criminal groups will disintegrate, and Chun Noon along with them. The committee is gone, and now everyone will want a piece of their company, so they need to unite like in the old days. With these words, he extended his hand to Wang Hao, hoping that he would agree with him, but the man simply stood there. He hesitated to answer because the decision was not easy, but in the end, he took the old man's hand. He asked again if all the criminal groups would really disintegrate, and Cheon Noon along with them. The old man hastened to assure him that this would be so, but he interrupted him, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking. Then he squeezed his bony hand tightly, saying what he had once told him when the organization was being formed. He said then that their company would never fall apart, and it wasn't even because of the young female boss. Cheonan is a beautiful flower that blooms only at night. That was their organization. Xulan, meanwhile, had already finished with all the men who had been assigned to capture her. Now she was sitting on the hood of a car, covered in someone else's blood, but she had emerged from the battle victorious. Wang Hao also didn't plan to retreat. He said that just let people try to touch their Cheonun, for then they would have the most deadly poison in store for them. He put the knife to the old man's fingers and then cut them off. It was as easy as cutting a carrot, but the man was incredibly serious. A week later, Taesun met with the Tianxiong members again, who, however, did not look very friendly. Shi-an and Jin Woong were also there, and the former asked what was going on since the atmosphere was tense. He said he thought they were helping them, but they looked like they wanted to kill them right there. Jin Woong agreed with his thoughts, explaining that their boss was attacked by people who pretended to be members of Taisen. And among Tianxiong, there were also many comrades traitors, but now they need time to decide. They had to figure out whether to consider them as enemies or friends, and for that, Yisu and Wang Hao sat at the negotiating table. Wang Hao started by saying that he wanted to apologize, saying that their leader wanted to hold this meeting herself, but she couldn't. He argued that this was due to personal reasons on her part, but in fact he had arranged everything himself. The girl was in captivity, and armed men guarded her everywhere, so there was no way she could come. But Yisu also guessed something like that, asking if she would really be replaced by a not very busy employee of the currency exchange office. He asked if Wang Hao was actually the only one with real power in Tianxiong. Hearing this, the man smiled, saying that in that case he would get straight to the point, since the guy had guessed correctly. He leaned forward, asking if Director Baek would like to join his Cheonung. Yisu was slightly shocked, and Wang Hao continued, saying that they already knew about the One Sync project. He said that in such difficult times, Taesun might need a good ally, and they, Chun Noon, are ready to lend him a helping hand. He took a vase from his half of the table and handed it to Yisu. But the boy replied that it was difficult for him to say, since they had already made an alliance with Ilhak and his knives. Then Wang Hao said that Nika wouldn't bother them anyway, because they were just pawns at the moment. And Su was surprised by such a reaction, because the man told the truth. He replied that it even bothered him a little. After all, it seems that he simply wants to take over their organization, hiding behind alliance and friendship. But Wang Hao told him not to be so narrow-minded, because he should understand who was really behind Cheonan. He rolled up the sleeves of his jacket, revealing his tattoos of black dragons, the symbol of the triad. Meanwhile, it started to rain outside, and Xian was the first to notice how droplets of water started to fall from the roof onto everyone gathered. However, the men continued to stand in their places, waiting for the end of the negotiations, and at that time someone approached them. It was Shulan, with blood visible on her clothes, who approached one of the loyal team members. She asked where Mr. Wang was, and the man replied that he was currently negotiating with the head of Taesan. The girl ignored his words, intending to go inside, but a tall man blocked her way. It was Jin Woon who asked her not to enter now, since the directors were deciding on the cooperation of their organizations. But Shulan answered him with the clenched machete she had prepared for battle, asking who the man thought he was. Jin Woong then turned to Cheon Noon, saying that Daesung was being extremely lenient towards their antics. However, this only angered Julan. She said that they were acting like masters and even called it leniency. Jin Woon replied that in that case, he believed that conflict was inevitable and began to unbutton his jacket. Another minute and they could all disrupt the meeting of their leaders, interrupting the negotiations, which was completely unprofitable. Xion seemed to understand this better than others. He said that they could still let this girl through. He said that she wouldn't make any difference anyway because all she could do was be sarcastic and show her temper. This really enraged the girl. She attacked the guy as if she was going to cut him into pieces. Her machete stuck into the wall near Xion's ear, but he didn't even bat an eyelid, which surprised the untouchable. She approached him, saying that if he continued in the same spirit, he would lose his other arm since one was already dislocated. But Xion just smiled, asking if she was talking about this hand. Placing the karambit to her stomach, the girl did not expect this. She said that he should then stab her, and she would cut off his head, and the guy replied that he was so scared that he almost killed her. Shulan was amazed by this guy's impudence. She wanted to answer him, when suddenly Mr. Wang Hao called out to her. They had already finished the negotiations and were now returning to their area, so the girl had to leave too. She told Xion that she would somehow deal with him, and the guy asked Jin Woong if she really was flirting like that. The girl approached Wang Hao, who asked her what was the matter and why she had behaved like that during the negotiations. But Zhulan was hesitant to answer, saying that she couldn't say it right now. She looked at Yisu. Then he said that they need not worry because they were already leaving, and added that they could not count on their help. His words seemed to be quite expected by Wang Hao, so he returned to Shulan again, wanting to know what happened. Then the girl became noticeably worried. She said that Cha Yua had disappeared, so she had caused this commotion. Mr. Wang was very surprised by her words, because he personally assigned a dozen guards to her. The Taeson members were returning to their main office, and Xion asked if it was true that they would not help. He said there was no point if they treated them like that, but Yisu said it wasn't that bad. He replied that at least they were convinced that Cheonan was subordinate to the Black Dragon Triad. Yisu guessed that they were probably trying to get into Korea through Wang Hao, and Cha Yuhua was just his puppet. Xion agreed with the commander, saying that it couldn't be said any other way, but added that he was quite rude. After all, it was hardly worth saying such a thing about the girl who was riding with them right now, but Yua only lowered her head. Then Kyung-chun intervened, saying that Xion himself had called her a puppet, but he had told the little one to keep quiet. But then he apologized, saying that in fact he was a good guy, because thanks to him they were able to free her. It turned out that everything had been planned in advance because Yisu guessed that the girl might not be allowed to the meeting. Then it was Kyung-chun, who slipped under the guards' noses and kidnapped their boss without even starting a fight with the guards. Yua was grateful to them all, but she asked Yisu what made him think she would join them. The guy replied that a person who had always lived someone else's life would want to do something like that. This is exactly what his intuition told him, so he decided that the girl would also share his assumptions. But in any case, he said that Taeson was happy to accept her into his ranks, and Laska handed her a cookie. Meanwhile, the men that Wang Hao had assigned to guard the chief awkwardly made excuses to him. They said it all happened so quickly that they didn't even realize when the girl disappeared from the room. One of them dared to say that they had nothing to lose after all, and Wang Hao agreed, but he said that whoever did it thought so too. He found a Choco Pike wrapper in the corner of the room. It was Kyung-chun's mistake. He didn't think that they could be identified because of this, because he was the one who ate such cookies. Wang Hao clenched the wrapper into his fist, saying that this damn Taeson had crossed all boundaries and it was too much. Meanwhile, Yua thought about how it all began, because 10 years ago she went to a regular school. She even had real friends who helped her get out of school unnoticed every time. In another of these cases, they left through a side exit, but unfortunately, she was found here too. Shulan came to pick her up and asked if she hadn't told the girl to exit through the main gate of the building. She grabbed her tie, saying that because of her, they had to make a considerable detour around the school. Then one of her friends asked what she had done, threatening that they would call the police. But Yuhua was quick to reassure them, saying that everything was fine and it was just her slightly harsh nanny. Her friends were still a little worried, but they didn't insist and left, saying that they would write to her at the manager. These were her last memories of them, because from then on they saw each other less and less, and then stopped seeing each other altogether. When she was already in the car, she decided to ask Shulan why she kept coming to her school. She reminded her that she had promised to take care of her, and kidnapping was not care. But Shulan responded with a question. She asked what she was going to do if she was kidnapped for real, since she was now the head of a trading company. She added that these were not toys for her because someone could really do this and then return her without several fingers. She told her to think about it and be grateful that she was coming for her, because then this wouldn't happen. Then the girl stopped being indignant. She said that she understood, but asked to be kinder to her friends from school. After all, they were worried about her. At that moment, her phone vibrated with messages. She remembered her friends saying they would write to her, so it must have been from them. But Julan turned away, saying that the girl was incorrigible. She asked if she was the boss at school too. Yuhua told her not to talk nonsense because she was just an ordinary student there, respected by many. But she didn't boss anyone around. Xulan stood in the room of Tianxiang's main office, where Wang Hao now sat as the director in Cha Yuhua's place. He addressed the girl, saying that Tayson had kidnapped Yuhua, showing the wrapper that Kyung Chun had dropped. He said that as Xulan could guess, they would use her to gain leadership at the next meeting. However, he added that Tayson had overlooked one thing, and now it completely changed the course of events. After all, since the committee has disintegrated, the Black Dragon Triad will take everything into their own hands, and for this, they can do without Cha Yuhua. However, Julan didn't understand him. She asked why he thought they wouldn't need Yuhua anymore. To which Wang Hao replied that the most important thing for them was Cheonan, and it was worth thinking about what he was like now. He added that Cha Yuhua hadn't really done anything for their company, so there was no point in her anymore either. Shulan still didn't understand what he was getting at, but a minute later she was already riding with the team on a mission. She said that they must free Cha Yuhua at any cost, even if they had to go to the very center of Daesan. Min Su, who was riding with her, said that they had already arrived and asked where the best place to park was. The girl told him to drive to the underground parking lot. Then they could attack him from behind. They turned into the parking lot, trying to drive quietly and not attract attention. But the main thing was that they were already inside. 3 cars arrived, and from each of them came the men she had selected for this task. Shulan was the first to run forward, when suddenly a bright light from the headlights blinded them, and she heard the voice of Chief Tayson. He said that they were late because he and the guys had been waiting for them for a long time. The girl realized that he had planned everything. She covered her face with her hands, thinking about what to do, but only one thought was spinning in her head. Baek Yi-su was leaning against the car, and behind him were the people from Daesan, and they were superior in number. However, this didn't bother Julan at all. She ran towards him, asking where they were keeping Cha Yuhua. Instead of answering, the guy threw her boss's glasses at her, which made the girl stop and lower her head. She thought for a moment, and then clenched her glasses in her fist, as she interpreted it differently than Yi-su thought. Then the director hastened to explain to her, telling the untouchable to control herself for the sake of her boss. He asked if the girl really thought that she could resolve everything with another fight, because that would only make things worse. He told her to think carefully before taking the next step, since they were holding Yuhua hostage. He joked that he might do anything if he got angry, and she got the hint. He told her people to drop their weapons, and the same went for her, if they wanted to resolve things peacefully. Ming-su and the others from Tianxiang obeyed him and threw down their knives and axes, for the leader was above all. Only Julan remained, and Yi-su said that he was waiting for her too, since he was most afraid of the girl. Julan had no choice but to obey, and then Yi-su told her to listen to him now. The girl remembered Wang Hao's words, who said that the most important thing for them was Cheonan, and if everything has already turned out this way, then it's time to think about what he is like at the moment, and also about what Cha Yuhua did for him. And she was now upstairs in the living room of Taisan and looking out the window. She hugged the phone to her chest, thinking about Julan, who was probably worried about her and was already looking for it somewhere. Her thoughts were interrupted by Director Bayek, who entered the room saying that she had guests. Shulan suddenly appeared from the door, and Yuhua couldn't hide her sincere joy at seeing her friend. Na immediately began to scold her, saying that they constantly told her to be more careful, but Yuhua interrupted her. She suddenly shrank like a hedgehog because she didn't know what her reaction would be, and said that she was here of her own free will. As expected, this surprised Julan greatly, and she asked what she meant by her own will. Then Yuhua said that she couldn't do it anymore, that it was unbearably hard for her to be the president of the campaign. She said she had had enough, but Julan grabbed her, asking what kind of nonsense she was talking about. But Yuhua was completely serious. She said that she was so scared that even her hands were shaking now. She had never been so scared before because before, Shulan and the people she trusted were always with her. Back then, she was confident that they would protect her, and she could easily become the boss they needed so much. But then her voice trembled and she said that something was on her mind and was bothering her a lot. These were the looks of people she trusted, because first they protected her, and then they tried to kill her. Then Julan shook her by the shoulders, telling her that it was all over and she had finished off all those bastards. However, Yuhua replied that she no longer trusted anyone. She asked why her friend came here. Did she really want to kill her too? After saying this, her pupils dilated in sudden fear. Shulin stood in shock at her words because it meant that she was abandoning their organization. She suddenly grabbed the girl by the neck, saying that perhaps her leaving wasn't such a bad idea. After she deals with her, the Dragon Triad will take control of Cheonung and seize control of Seoul. Jin Woong, who was standing next to Yi Su, decided to help the girl, but Yi Su stopped him by putting his hand on his shoulder. As it turned out, they really should have just waited, because Zulan let go of her neck. She said that she wouldn't do that and hugged Yuhua, who was even more surprised, thinking about her friend. Her eyes became moist again, but she no longer hid it, and Zulan asked if she had forgotten. She, Zulan, was abandoned when she was 3 years old. The Triad raised her, so taking out a couple of people is nothing for her. She said that she chose Yuhua as her boss, and she can't leave this position just because she wants to. She added that her friend was under her protection. No enemy would touch her with a finger. It was her will. No one would crush Cheonan or hurt her, because she was the untouchable of Cheonan, and Cha Yuhua was her Cheonan. Hearing this, tears rolled down her face because Sulan rarely said such things. They stood there for a while, looking at each other, while Yi Su and Jin Woong waited without interfering. Suddenly, Yuhua pulled away from her because Zulan pounced on her, asking why she didn't answer her at the manager. Yuhua replied that it was because she was in a hurry and didn't bring her phone charger. Meanwhile, Wang Hao tried to call Shulan, as he was waiting for a report on the mission to rescue Yuhua. However, for some reason the girl did not pick up the phone, and he was forced to hang up because he had guests. He apologized, saying that he had gotten distracted and offered to continue their conversation, addressing the guy. Sitting opposite him was Ryu Tai Hyun. Wang Hao said that he heard that he was the CEO of Garang. He noted that he knew almost nothing about him, but this would not affect his attitude towards the guy. He then turned to another guest, saying that he heard that he was the commander of the Special Forces, Zhang Xianho. The boss replied that he was also glad to see him, recalling that he was the head of the information center. Wang Hao started by telling how Tayson had recently attacked their company and kidnapped their boss. He said that he, as her deputy, would not leave this just like that and would definitely teach Tayson a lesson. So he approached the men, asking if they would like to work with him against Tayson. He added that together, they would definitely deal with him and Ilhak by striking back. Then Chief Jiang stood up and said that it was a great honor for them to work with him. He reached into his jacket pocket. He took out a lighter, saying that they would give him their full support and share everything they knew. However, he asked Wang Hao if he knew that director Baek Yi and Baek Do-kyung were two different people. The boss lit a cigarette for him, and Wang Hao was surprised by his words, asking if it was true. He said that he heard that director Tayson had a brother, but he died suddenly. Jiang replied that he did indeed have a twin brother, but judging by the funeral, things were not that simple. He said that his brother is a special forces soldier, and his skills are also honed to the limit. The older brother was trained by the Yakuza and later became the leader of his own gang, while the younger brother joined the special forces. Identical people with completely different lives, the only thing they had in common was their appearance. Hearing about the similar appearance, a picture began to form in his head. But Wang Hao decided to ask what the boss was getting at, and he did not hesitate to share his guess, asking in response, "What if Baek Do-kyung is from Disan?" In fact, he is not who he claims to be. He looked at the deputy with an interesting look, and then he continued, saying that a completely different person could be hiding behind his guise. Then Wang Hao remembered how during the fight, the guy suddenly changed his stance, and his movements became faster and more precise. He said that if it was really his brother Baek Yi Su, then that would explain a lot. Taehyun was puzzled as he watched their conversation. He wondered what they were talking about, because how could Baek Do-kyung not be Do-kyung? But Wang Hao said that whether it was Do-kyung or not, it made no difference to them. He looked at those present, asking if he was wrong, but Zhang was in no hurry to agree with him. He said that in fact there is a difference and it is significant for those who care. Then Wang Hao asked what he meant by that, because they certainly cared if the success of the operation depended on it. Zhang then handed him a photograph, saying that he meant the one with whose help they could shake off Tayson and rebuild it at your own discretion. There was some guy in the photo, but his face was not visible. Meanwhile, a rather interesting performance was starting in Daesan, but Yuhua was categorically against it. She told Yi Su and Shulan to wait since there was no point, but no one listened to her. Shulan took off her jacket, preparing for another fight. This time she wanted to see it through to the end. But Yuhua still tried to stop them. She ran up to her friend and grabbed her hand. However, Zhulan threw her hand away and turned to Yisu, saying that if he won, she would become his obedient little dog. But if she wins, then they will be the ones to put a leash on him. Yisu silently began to take off his tie. He shared the girl's idea, and the only one who disagreed was Yuhua. She asked what would happen if Zhulan got hurt. But the untouchable replied that it would be so then, because she had no plans to retreat, and neither did Yisu. He reached for the knife in his pocket, only to throw it on the floor, turning to Cha Yuhua. He told her not to worry because it would be easier with her friend. He could defeat her with his bare hands. Then Zhulan rushed into battle, saying that if he let her chop off his arm, she might even let him live. She swung her knife, but Yisu managed to jump back in time. Her machete was longer and sharper than a normal knife. The girl then swung for another attack, but was very surprised when the guy suddenly pounced on her. She didn't think that he would go on the attack so quickly because she had the advantage of a weapon. She pulled her hand back, asking if he really thought he could survive this fight. After all, he wasn't just fighting with her. She was fighting for Teacher Wang. No, for the entire Black Dragon Triad. She let go of the blade, but Yisu knew that it was only for a second, and that another attack would follow. That's what happened, but he foresaw it, so he was able to avoid the collision, although it was quite close. He remembered how Wang Hao used a similar technique, a wide swing and continuous attacks. And even with the change in trajectory, she adopted all this from him and also mastered everything masterfully. Yisu continued to analyze it, thinking that in that case, he just needed to choose the right strategy. Meanwhile, the girl continued to attack him, asking where his courage had gone. She swung again for a sustained attack, and Yisu realized that this was his chance, so he went to meet her. Then, just like in the fight with Wang Hao, he slammed his shoulder into her arm, preventing her from making a good swing. Thus, her attack was late, and he used this to strike back at her chin. It was also noteworthy that he hit with his hand and not his fist, as if to make it clear that he was not fighting seriously. The girl also understood this, but only became more angry. She had never met such an opponent before. However, Yisu showed that he didn't intend to mess around with her for long. In just a second, his fist was near her eyes. He stopped at the last moment, but it was clear that such a blow would have knocked the girl out. He asked her what she thought now, whether he was ready or not, since she had now seen enough. He said that Wang Hao raised her and taught her everything he knew, and then asked why she left the triad for Cha Yuhua. His gaze suddenly changed and he asked another question, asking if she had betrayed the organization. The girl stood silently for a while, but then replied that she had come to Seoul for one single purpose. This goal was to protect Cha Yuhua, and to this day she remains loyal to this order. So if the triad was targeting her boss, and here she hit Yisu's hand, then they are the real traitors. And then she said that now the guy also had to answer her question, whether he could go against the triad. Instead of answering, Yisu clenched his fist and aimed at her hand, in which the girl held the machete. With one precise blow, he knocked the weapon out of her hand, just like Wang Hao had done to him a week ago. Then Yisu responded to her, saying that of course he understood that it wouldn't be easy to face them alone. And Zhulan couldn't believe that he had knocked the knife out of her hand so easily. And this made the girl even more angry. And Su meanwhile continued his sentence, saying that this was precisely why he had already begun to sharpen his knives for the confrontation. But the untouchable did not know how to give up so easily, so she bent her leg for another blow to the head. She even did a small loop in the air to confuse him, not giving him time to put up a defense. And then, when she thought she had gotten him, she asked with a malicious smile how things were going. However, to her surprise, the guy was able to stop the attack at the last second, and her foot hit his outstretched arm. He replied that the progress was still small, but already noticeable, and the names of the knives he sharpened were Ilhak and Chonun. With these words, he gathered all his strength and spun the girl, holding her leg so that she lost her balance and fell. He pinned her to the ground with his knee, grabbed her by the throat, and swung, saying that it didn't matter who stood in their way. Whether it was Triad, Gorang, or the One Sync project, it didn't matter because they were Daesang. He spoke like his brother. Meanwhile, in the Incheon area, Suah was waiting to meet someone because it was very important. She wasn't entirely sure whether he would come at all, when suddenly a car parked near the building where she was standing. Seeing who came out, Suah thanked these people, saying that she appreciated that they were able to take the time to see her. Chairman Lee Sung-min and Choi Jung-ho got out of the car and could not help but respond to the girl's request. But they asked why it was necessary to go so far, to which Sue replied that she would tell them everything later. She said she couldn't do it yet to avoid information leakage, and they went inside. She said that they needed to go up to the 6th floor first, but there were renovations going on there now, so they had to be careful. Adding that it was best to go up the stairs, she led the men behind her, entering a spacious corridor. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary office, but the doors that Sue led them to looked unusual. There was a fingerprint scanner on them, and the girl put her index finger on it. The doors opened. It was a small room, more like a hospital bed, because there was a bed in the center. It was covered by a curtain, but they could make out the silhouette of a person lying there, also a man. Sun Min suddenly remembered the words of Director Tayson, who said that he would introduce them to a certain person someday. Apparently, this was the one they were supposed to meet, Sue. A opened the curtain and they saw him. Their faces expressed surprise, because the man lying on the bed looked exactly like Director Peck. Sue turned away from them. It was hard for her every time she saw the boss like this, so she walked over to the window. Seungmin looked at the man for a while and then asked if this was the real Baek Do-kyung. Young-ho said in surprise that he was in Seoul just now, but Seungmin replied that in that case, it was his brother. His twin brother, Baek Yi-soo, was in Seoul, and the man in the hospital bed was the real Baek Do-kyung. Then, Young-ho asked Soo-ah how they held the funeral then, but the girl replied that Do-kyung did not die. He was seriously injured and fell into a coma, but his heart was still beating, albeit weakly. So she still looked after him, her voice trembling, and Young-ho apologized for making him remember that. Then Soo-ah said that until Mr. Do-kyung woke up, no one should know about the true state of affairs, so she had to ask them for a favor, and then she took out the photograph and showed it to them. She said that Director Bayek's Japanese name is Oyama Ryugasaki, and the story is related to the Oyama Gumi clan. More precisely, with its head, she said that they thought for a long time whether it was worth inviting them to Seoul at all. Since the current Baek Do-kyung is not at all like Oyama Ryugasaki, they made Yi-soo look as similar to him as possible. However, if the Oyama Gumi find out about this, they will certainly swallow the bait and rush here themselves. And so it was. The men in suits were already leaving the airport. One of them was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Koreans towards them. He said that even dogs meet their owners, but here not only was no one meeting them, but it was also unclear where to go. This guy said that they need to be reminded of their place so that they will have more respect for the boss. His name was Oyama Shogo. He was a member of the Oyama Gumi clan, the deputy head and second in power, and Shogo was also Dogyeon's adopted brother. In Tokyo, Japan, in the heart of the Roppongi district, there was a luxury hotel with 16 floors. Suddenly, a man ran out of it who seemed very scared of something because he even called the police. He told cops that someone was screaming in the top floor suite, and when he tried to enter, a man with a knife blocked his way. The inspector then asked him to calm down and give information about the guests, but he said that he was sure that they were Yakuza. Hearing this, another policeman said that they were completely crazy, because this was the center of Roppongi. But the inspector said thoughtfully that the man should have told them about it right away if he was absolutely sure. They were about to go upstairs together, but the police said it was better for the man to stay downstairs. The inspector said that they would try to come to an agreement, because if it really was the Yakuza, then everything was not so simple. However, his young colleague thought otherwise. He took out a gun and entered the floor, telling everyone not to move. There were two men standing in the corridor who were armed, and the policeman told them to drop their knives. But they only laughed, asking if he really had threatened them. And the inspector realized that things were getting hot. He told his partner to stop it, but the guy named Matsuda fired a shot into the ceiling. He turned to the men, saying that it was a warning shot, so they had better listen to it. Then the inspector put his hand on his shoulder, asking if he didn't understand what he was doing. They heard someone coming out of the room in the corridor and heading towards them, leaving bloody footprints behind him. The guy who came out to them was Oyama Shogo. He was wearing a white coat stained with blood, and he was holding a katana in his hand. He said he heard a shot and asked who did it, then saw the police and looked at them with contempt. He walked towards them, dragging his katana across the floor, and said that shooting in the hotel was extremely incompetent on their part. Matsuda then aimed at the boy, but the inspector quickly stopped him, saying that he was crazy. He explained to the guy that they had received a call and they had to respond, but they didn't know that Oyama-san was here. After listening to them, the guy said that in that case he would cooperate because, after all, his clan was to blame for this. He turned around, telling the police to follow him as he took them to the crime scene. Matsuda asked the inspector with displeasure why he was so polite to the potential criminal. But the man told the boy to calm down, because if he sighed in the wrong way near this man, it would be the end for them. He led them into a room that was littered with the corpses of people who had obviously been killed by the head of the Oyama Gumi. The boy then explained that some bunch of scum had dared to tarnish the name of the Oyama clan, and now they saw what it had led to. There were 2 more men standing next to him, also armed, and on the floor there was a red pool of blood from the dead people. Shogo said that he had already reported everything to their superiors, but there were other guests in the hotel. He had not thought about that. He added that he would offer them a sincere apology, saying that the hotel belonged to his family and that he had probably relaxed too much. Then the inspector said that since those at the top already knew about everything, they would settle the situation themselves. But Matsuda did not agree. He screamed. Was the guy really going to get off with a simple apology after all they had killed so many people? Shogo looked at him as if he must be a newbie and addressed him by name. He asked Matsuda to explain one thing to him, asking if it was not allowed to kill people in the hotel. He placed his blood-stained hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop talking and listen to him. There was so much blood everywhere, and he asked who would kill people in their own home if there was a hotel where it was not prohibited. After all, it was better than making a mess at home. He looked at him, asking if he really didn't agree. He wanted to say something else but was distracted by the ringing of the phone, which was vibrating on the table. The guy walked towards him, taking his hand from the cop's shoulder. He did it especially slowly to leave a mark. Matsuda looked in horror at the stain of someone else's blood left on his shoulder, as if he too was involved in all of this. Oyama meanwhile took a call asking what happened, and the voice on the other end of the line told him to go to Korea. He asked what the man meant when he said his brother was dying, but then everything became clear to him. He realized that he had just been informed about his half-brother, who was in extremely serious condition. That's how the Oyamagumi arrived in Korea, and Seung-min and Jong-ho were already preparing for their arrival. The chairman asked if they were really as great as they were said to be, and Jong-ho nodded. He said that Oyama Corporation was the largest construction company in Japan, but that was just a front for them. In fact, it is a gang of Yakuza that controls the entire Japanese criminal world, and they also have an allied organization in Korea. It was created with their direct support, and the name of this organization is Taisen Group. And if the Oyamagumi find out that Baek Yi-soo is now in charge of Daesun and not Do-kyung, they will be in big trouble. Meanwhile, a car pulled up to the main office of Taisen, and it was met by 2 rows of men forming a corridor. The driver opened the door and a young man with similar red eyes to Baek Do-kyung stepped out of the car. He said that the name of his brother's organization was too big for such a small fry, because it translates as Great Mountain. He then saw Chairman Lee Seung-min and Jong-ho, asking who the milksucker and gorilla were. Sun-min bowed in greeting and said that he was the chairman of Ilhak, an ally of Daesun. He also spoke about the temporary absence of director Baek Do-kyung, but Oyama Shogo interrupted him, saying that he didn't even know how to talk properly. He asked which one of him could be the chairman and said to call Baek Do-kyung, with whom he wanted to talk. This behavior did not please Chong-ho at all. He said that it was too much even for the Yakuza. He added that the head of the organization was standing in front of them after all, and then Seung-min grabbed the suitcase of one of them. The Japanese looked back because they didn't expect the guy to stop them, but it seemed that's what he wanted. He turned to Shogo, saying that their insignificant and weak organization was not even close to their great clan. Therefore, they were unable to give them a proper reception. With these words, he took the suitcase in his hands. He bowed again and asked them to show their boundless generosity, and they would not remain in debt. Seeing him bow down, Oyama Shogo said mockingly that it was somehow not chairman-like to bend one's neck in front of others. Of course, Seung-min didn't like it either, but he thought that he was willing to do it as much as he wanted if it would help protect the others. Then Shogo approached him and said that it was quite good, since it was his way of showing his respect to their clan. However, he noticed that the man behind him continued to stand up straight and at the same time reproach them for disrespect. Sun-min became worried, saying that there was a misunderstanding, but Shogo had already given orders to his men. He told a guy named Nobu to teach this man a lesson in etiquette, because if an old tree doesn't want to bend, then they will cut it down themselves. The guy swung the axe at Chong-ho, and the old man did not expect this at all. At the last second, he managed to step aside, and the axe only cut through air, but it was quite close. The Japanese Nobu smiled wryly when he saw that the old man was well-trained and was able to dodge. But he had already been given an order, and he was about to carry it out, so a moment later, another blow flew in his direction. Sun-min looked at all this and wanted to intervene, but Shogo put his hand on his neck, telling him not to raise a fuss. He said with a strange smile that they would just shed a little blood and go back to Japan. After all, he didn't come here for them, those Korean bastards. So he asked again where Baek Do-kyung was. Meanwhile, Nobu had managed to hit Jong-ho, and now the spot from the wound on his shoulder was getting redder and redder. The old man noticed this, but he saw that the enemy was not satisfied and wanted to attack him again. He swung the axe again, but this time, Ilhak's second knife knocked his weapon down, swinging itself. He said that he apologized in advance if he got carried away and prepared to hit the guy back. Sun Min and Shogo simply watched them. Or rather, Shogo did not give Sun Min a chance to react. Because he had confidence in his men, and so it was, Nobu suddenly stopped Jung Ho's attack with ease. He grabbed his hand and raised the other for a decisive blow, saying that now the old man would see where his place was. Chung H tried to free his hand, but was surprised to realize that the guy was very strong and was squeezing him tightly. This meant only one thing in his case. Sung Min seemed to understand this too and shouted for the guy to stop. Suddenly, someone quickly approached the men and grabbed Nobu by the head, preventing him from aiming properly. He then slammed his head into the car they had arrived in, and Jung Ho was left unharmed. The rescuer turned out to be Yi Su. During this time his hair had grown. He asked what the Japanese were doing here. Nobu, who was taken by surprise, now tried to free himself and hit him with his axe from behind. But it was impossible to hide such an attack from Yi Su. He noticed it and grabbed the guy by the hand with the weapon. He then grabbed him by the hair and pulled him hard towards himself so the guy couldn't finish the attack. Yi Su told him to stop swinging the axe here and turned his head towards the car window. Then, without thinking twice, he smashed the glass with his head and twisted the arm with the weapon so that the guy was incapacitated. And Su turned to his brother, asking if he had gotten up on the wrong side of the bed or if he had already had a fight with his father. He added that he would have problems because of his behavior, because he had created a real mess. He then approached his stepbrother, saying that this was Seoul, so he was not at home. Finally, Yi Su said that this was his daesang, so he should be more polite and tell his people this too. Before that, he studied the entire Oyama family, and Jinun advised him to stay away from Shogo as long as possible because he was too dangerous. But Yi Su only replied that he would try to avoid direct confrontation so as not to give himself away. He thought about how the boy suddenly became interested in how Baek Do-kyung was doing, and that meant something. He said that someone had told him how things really were, and that someone was most likely Chief Jang. He must have figured it out himself when he saw Shi Ona at the Gorang abandoned warehouse. In that case, he may have told Oyama about it in order to shake things up with their clan. But Yi Su said that thanks to the information Jin Woong gave him, he was able to learn more about Shogo and his surroundings. However, it was necessary to act carefully because if he knew about everything, everything could go wrong. Then he added that he would try not to provoke the Japanese, and now one of his men was lying on the broken glass of the car. Shogo looked at him with a surprised look. He asked again if it was really Baek Do-kyung standing in front of him. But Yi Su decided to continue his game, asking in response if his stepbrother didn't recognize him. He looked at him closely for only a moment before turning away, telling Sung Min to take care of Jung Ho. The chairman wanted to answer something, but Yi Su interrupted him, saying that his brother was eager to see him. And Shogo still stood there and silently looked at him, because he didn't quite believe that this guy was Do-kyung. He had the same face and traditional Japanese-style tattoos, so he doubted it, because at the same time, for some reason it seemed to him that something was wrong, but he didn't yet understand what exactly. Shogo turned to Sung Min, asking if his brat brother was really the chairman's boss. He said that in that case he was perplexed, because how could someone with the surname Oyama grovel before someone? But Yi Su told the guy to stop lying because everything was not like that, and not to make him angry. He began to straighten his tie, saying that he simply found it unbearable to be in Japan, and he left. After all, while his brother was watching his every step, for some reason imagining himself to be the main one, he could not remain there calmly. Now Shogo no longer had any doubts. He said that Do-kyung was in his usual repertoire, just as stupid and reckless. Although he might have been ashamed to behave like that in front of the clan, because there are certain rules of etiquette. This kind of behavior cannot be tolerated, and the guy in the purple jacket, as if on cue, pounced on him. A knife appeared from somewhere and he quickly swung it near the director's neck. Yi Su managed to jump back, but the attack was clearly intended to finish him off, and that was alarming. He recognized the guy. It was Ishizuka Kaido, Oyama Shogo's assassin. He remembered studying his dossier. It was also written there that he had never met Baek Do-kyung in person, so he grabbed the guy by the hand. He asked if he wasn't his superior in status, since he was seeing him for the first time in his life and didn't show an ounce of respect. Yi Su said this in Japanese so the guy would understand, but he just swung his foot at his head instead of answering. Then Yi Su realized that the guy didn't give a damn who he was. And if that was the case, then Shogo definitely suspected something. He looked at him, saying that he was probably angry because Do-kyung was rude to him. Then, Yisu realized that now he had to show who was the boss here, because his status depended on it. His hand was already reaching for the knife, but at the last second he realized that it was better not to take it out, because then he would give himself away, because Shogo knew exactly how his half-brother fought. In that case, all that was left for him was fist-fighting, when suddenly unexpected help came to him. It was some guy in a white suit who blocked Ishizuka's punch by putting up his elbow. Then he deftly grabbed his hand and with a precise movement twisted it, taking out his invariable karambit. He also hit the guy just above the calves, causing him to lose his balance and go down on one knee. Shion said rather contentedly that it seemed like the guy was a newbie since he couldn't counter such basic moves. His own hand had already healed, and now he could fight fully again on Taison's side, protecting his boss. Shogo, who was watching all this, was surprised to think that there was someone in Korea who was able to neutralize Kaido so quickly. Meanwhile, Nobu, who was thrown onto the car, came to his senses and was now very angry at Do-kyung. The Japanese was thirsty for revenge, because he had not yet managed to show his enemy everything he was capable of, so he looked at him angrily. However, his view was blocked, and at first the guy didn't even understand that it was for him because the man was just standing there. The man turned out to be Jin Woong, who noticed that he had woken up and wanted to attack Director Taeson. But the guy didn't plan to change his goal. He grabbed an axe, telling the big guy to get out of the way. He was almost as tall as Jin Woong, and his build was also strong, making him a strong opponent. Shion also saw this sight, surprised by the face of this Japanese man because he was almost the same as the gorilla uncle. But it turned out to be his mistake. When he looked away, Kaido took advantage of this and swung his blade at him. This caught Shion off guard, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he was able to dodge, although the boy was now free. There was a mark on his cheek because the knife had still hit him, but something else surprised him about this Japanese man. He was able to free himself because he twisted his arm and escaped his grasp. Shion said that he was not a timid man. Nobu meanwhile grabbed his shoulder and thrust it back so that the sound of bones could be heard. It was creepy. Then, for some reason, Yisu took out a lighter that once belonged to his brother and was then given to him by Sue. Shogo saw this too. He strangely jutted his chin forward, looking thoughtfully at his half-brother. Nobu was already warming up his hand, preparing to attack Shion again, and he asked if it really didn't hurt at all. However, their fight, which had not yet begun, was interrupted by Shogo, who placed his hand on his shoulder, telling him that he could not continue. Now his doubts were cleared up, so there was no point in it anymore, especially since they were here as guests. He turned to his brother, calling him Rugasaki in the Japanese manner, and suggested that they forget about this misunderstanding. He put his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was all just a joke, because he hadn't seen him for so long that he didn't recognize him right away. However, at the same time, his hand squeezed Yisu's shoulder, and he understood what it meant. There was still a bit of doubt in him. He waved his hand off his shoulder, telling his brother not to joke like that because he was bad at it. Shogo smiled for some reason. Now interesting thoughts started creeping into his mind again, so he asked, would his brother lend him a lighter to light his cigarette, since he had just come from the airport and hadn't had time to buy any cigarettes yet? But Yisu had studied his stepbrother well, so he guessed that this was a hidden test. He asked if the guy had started smoking after he left, and he replied that it was something like this. Then Yisu handed him a cigarette, and he put it in his mouth, saying that his brother seemed to have no idea. Yisu didn't understand what he meant, so he simply handed him the lighter, and he held the cigarette up to it. Director Taeson said that it was quite easy to do, but Shogo replied with a grin that he really didn't know. Yisu had already brought a lighter to his cigarette, but the guy said that he doesn't smoke because it's bad for his health. This was unexpected, because before that he himself asked him for a cigarette, but the guy explained that he was talking about a lighter. He said that he was holding Baek Do-kyung's lighter, which he never took out in his presence. Then Yisu realized that he had failed, because he did not know about this fact. He stood silently and listened to the Japanese man with surprise. And he grabbed him by the hand and asked who he was because he remembered Do-kyung's every move and every word. All because they were disgusting to him, every single one of them, because he knew him better than anyone else. He remembered all this because he couldn't stand him. But then he let go of his hand, saying that he was impressed. He turned to Yisu and said that this performance was worthy of praise, since he almost managed to convince him. So the fake Baek Do-kyung was a good guy, and Shogo gave him credit, although it didn't make Yisu feel any better. And then something happened that no one expected. Sung-min, who was standing behind, thought that Director Taeson had screwed up, because Shogo extended his hand to him, saying that he was leaving, but since he was the chairman, he had to say goodbye properly. Sun Min replied that he apologized and that they would receive them more warmly next time. He noticed that the Japanese man was extending his left hand to him, which was considered a symbol of tenderness and purity. But instead of shaking Sung Min's hand, Shogo grabbed his wrist and pulled him along, saying that there was no need to apologize. He suddenly squeezed his hand tightly and placed it on the hood of the car, and then Sung Min felt something was wrong. The Japanese man extended his hand back and Nobu gave him his blade, which he swung and began to laugh. Now everyone clearly understood what he was going to do, but no one could move from unexpected horror. Oyama stuck the knife into the chairman's little finger, aiming precisely at the beginning of the phalanx, so that the finger was cut off. Seungmin stared at his own hand for a while, his reaction a little delayed due to the pain shock. A second later, he screamed at the whole street from the unbearable pain where his little finger had been that morning. It took longer for Jung Ho and Jin Woong to recover, and they were still standing there dumbfounded. The same thing happened to Xion and Yi Su, the latter refusing to believe what the Yakuza had just done. Crimson blood flowed from Seungmin's wound, and his little finger fell onto the hood of the car. Shogo only smiled contentedly. He repeated himself, saying that there was no need for him to apologize, because what he had just done would be quite enough. The Yakuza called it yubitsume, which was the voluntary cutting off of an entire finger as a sign of loyalty and repentance. He reached for the handkerchief in his breast pocket, saying that they dared to deceive the great Oyama clan, and for this there was retribution. He carefully took the chairman's severed finger, smiling sarcastically. According to Japanese tradition, yubitsume was always done starting from the little finger and ending with the thumb. Meanwhile, Yisu and Xion recovered from their shock, and the latter suggested finishing off the Japanese, saying that it would be best. Jinwoon and Jung Ho seemed to agree with him completely, as they also clenched their fists, preparing to fight. Jung Ho had known Seung Min since he was young, and never thought he would have to witness such a terrible act. The man shouted what kind of circus these pompous Japanese were putting on, saying that they would not get away with this. But to his surprise, it was Sun Min himself who answered him, telling him not to disgrace his chairman. He grabbed the finger, clenched his teeth and said that their guest was leaving, so they should see him off with respect. Then he bowed again and wished Shogo a good journey, and Shogo looked at him in surprise. However, then something sparkled in his eyes, and it was clear that the young gentleman interested him. He put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he had underestimated him, because he turned out to be not such a simple person. Now it was clear to him why the head of Taesan had chosen him as chairman. He opened the doors, getting into the car. Finally, he told Sung Min that they would see each other again and would meet more often from now on, as he thought. Sun Min thanked him, saying that it was a great honor for him, and bowed again. And Shogo turned his head towards Yisu, calling him a fake Dokyung, and saying that they would see him again too. And Su didn't answer. He was still under the impression of the Japanese man's antics and couldn't calmly look him in the eyes. As soon as the Oyamagumi left, everyone rushed to Lee Sung-min, who was still holding his injured arm. He was in shock that he had just lost his little finger, however. The others were in the same condition. This especially angered Yi Su, because Sung Min was a member of Taesan too, so he couldn't just leave it like that. Meanwhile, the Japanese man was sitting in the car and talking to someone. He asked this man how his progress was, and then he added whether he had finished collecting information, and the man was just about to answer. His name was Ganji, and at Shogo's request, he and his squad were collecting data on the latest events. Ganji replied that they were just finishing up, and now they had information about everything that had been happening in Korea recently. He said that everything turned out to be much more interesting than he thought, and Shogo replied that he completely agreed with him. Ganji then explained that some of the data was different from what they had received previously. For example, one of the facts was that Baek Do-kyung had a twin brother who died not long ago. Hearing this, Shogo's eyes lit up and he said that in that case, that explains a lot. But the man didn't understand. Then Oyama said that he had already seen him, a talentless parody of Baek Do-kyung, which meant that the real Do-kyung was dead. Ganji added that they discovered another fact, saying that the committee of the bandit groups was dissolved. It seemed that the era of war was approaching, and yet Taesan not only did not disintegrate, but also significantly expanded its spheres of influence. They joined Ilhak, but this was only part of their cunning plan. Then Shogo remembered the chairman. Ganji said that they could be useful guys under the right leadership and continued his report. He said that the situation in Seoul was becoming increasingly tense due to pressure from outside, and Ilhak was not the only one. Taesan's solid growth was ensured by the addition of Cheonhua, and he also discovered something strange. It was an intervention by some third-party organization that is trying to limit their flow of information. He was the head of the Planning and Operations Department, the right-hand man of the head of the Oyamagumi, Hanazawa Ganji. He told his boss that he still needed to verify a few things to get the full picture and hung up. In front of him sat the man he had not killed. In order to get more information about Tayson, he asked if he knew Japanese. Hook, who looked at him with a distant gaze, had been badly beaten before and did not understand everything very well. Meanwhile, something was happening in Dalim's Chinatown, where Cheonong's headquarters was located. There was a large crowd of men gathered in the bunker that Ku Chang-jun had brought, but it all came down to one person. Wang Hao lit a cigarette, saying that it seemed that Oyamagumi would take command of Taesan into his own hands. At least, that was what he was told, so he asked Ku-jun if that was true. The old man stood in front of him, his head hanging guiltily, and said that he thought this was a good chance for them. They could strike while Tayson was still weak and confused by the appearance of the Oyamagumi. Then Wang Hao asked if this was why he had brought all these men here who were just ordinary amateurs. He said that the old man could get rid of them because they would not attack anyone, but Ku-jun did not agree. He asked if Wang Hao didn't realize what a profitable opportunity this was for them, but he replied that the old man was in too much of a hurry. He added that he understood his intentions since he did it for Chunung, but it was not the time yet. He took his bandaged hand, telling him to think carefully about revenge, because it was best served cold. He then said that the Oyamagumi had personally arrived in Seoul and had a major quarrel with D-sun, who was their subordinate. Looking into his eyes, Wang Hao asked if he didn't understand what this meant for Taesan and for them. This meant that the Oyama clan would now take the helm themselves to break into the Korean criminal world. Meanwhile, Sue finished reading the letter that was delivered to them this evening, just recently. She quietly said that it was from Oyamagumi, and Jung-ho, who was sitting next to her, nervously asked what they were writing there. Then Sue-ah read it all out loud, saying that the apology for the deception that Tyson committed was accepted by the Oyama family. However, from this moment on, all the affairs of the organization will be managed by Mr. Oyama Shogo, and every action and decision of Tayson must be agreed upon directly with him. A small box was also attached to the letter as a reminder of the errors. Seeing its contents, Sue-ah pulled it aside in horror, and Jung-ho told the lady to give it to him. He carefully took the box from her and opened it, already anticipating what those Japanese bastards had put in there. He looked at what was lying there, and also saw a note that was separately attached there. It said that it would keep them from repeating their previous mistakes, and in the box was Shungmin's finger. Ilhak's deputy screamed in horror that this was already a mockery on the part of the Japanese. For him, it was a cry from the heart that everyone in Deason heard, but no one could do anything about it. Meanwhile, Yi-soo headed to the hospital in Incheon. He knew that he had something important to tell his brother. There was no one on the floor, so he could be alone and say his last words on behalf of the fake Do-kyung. It was not an easy chance for him, but he had already thought it through and still wanted to tell his brother about it. He twirled his lighter in his hands, telling about all the events that had happened to him during the time when he became his copy. Yi-soo said that he was even disappointed because he thought that he could skillfully pretend to be him. By posing as his brother, he wanted to protect his organization, but now he saw that he had failed. Everything went wrong, and with the arrival of the Oyamagumi, new problems were added. Given all this, it was clear that he had failed, and now Tayson was facing the end of his life as an independent organization. He put the lighter in his brother's hand, saying that he was a bad actor, and he apologized for it. Next to Yi-soo lay the bag he had brought with him to the hospital. Its contents turned out to be his military uniform. He took it out and changed his clothes right in his brother's room, telling him that from now on, he would do everything his own way. When he finished and walked out, Shion was already waiting for him, also dressed in his Special Forces uniform. He saw the captain's face as he left the room and asked if everything was all right with him. To this, Yi-soo replied that what happened had a sobering effect on him, so now they were changing their plans. Shion asked how far they could go, and the captain replied that since everything had been revealed, there was nothing holding them back anymore. Now they will destroy everything in their path, and with these words they headed towards the exit. Shion put on his mask and hood as he usually did and asked what their first target would be. And Sue said that first they should deal with the Oyamagumi, and he would deal with Shogo personally. He said he would strangle that bastard with his own hands because he was a complete idiot. Meanwhile, at the main office of Tayson, they were already preparing to meet representatives of Oyamagumi. Jin-woon knew what they had to do now. He buttoned his jacket and headed towards the main entrance. The name of their organization translates as Great Mountain, but even if they called themselves the Great Mountain, The Oyama clan still towers over each of them, because that's why they were the main leaders. The men from the ranks of Taisan, as well as the Japanese who had also arrived to greet their boss, gathered in the hall. The door swung open, and the man whose idea it was to organize all this entered the building. Oyama Shogo walked along the red carpet, feeling like a winner, because now Taisan was completely under his control. After all, in comparison with the even steeper peak, Taisan looked more like a small, awkward hill. So Jin Woong and his other members had no choice but to bow their heads. Before them rose a peak that they would never be able to conquer, the Oyama clan. Shogo went up to the main room where Yi Su once sat. He took out the same tea set and began to brew tea. It was a little strange for him to see such tea, because Japan was famous for its plantations, and they didn't grow anything like this there. Sung Min was sitting on the sofa next to him, and Shogo turned to him, asking how his hand was. Sun Min replied that everything was fine, and thanked him for asking. Shogo said with a smile that the act of cutting off fingers in their culture has the meaning of an apology. So now all the grievances were forgotten, and he said that the chairman could relax a little. Then Sung Min began his monologue, saying that now Taisan is an allied organization under Ilhak's command. And now that he, Oyama Shogo, is in control, the course of events has changed a little, but Shogo interrupted it. He told the guy not to worry about it because everything will remain as it is. Moreover, it will not be difficult for him to remake Taisan for them. However, Sung Min thought this was too generous an offer and told the Japanese man so. Shogo then replied that he had heard about the current situation in Seoul, and it reminded him of the Sengoku period. At that time, everyone was busy destroying each other, but he, Shogo, didn't need the city. He just wanted to leave a trace of the Oyama clan here. This way, he will have the floor, and Seoul will go to Chairman Sung Min and his organization Ilhak. With these words, he poured him some tea, and the guy sat silently, still not fully trusting the Japanese man's words. But Shogo continued, saying that Oyama Gumi would make him an excellent ruler of these lands. Sun Min looked at his reflection in the cup. He thought about Oyama's words, but did not say anything yet. He sat like that for a while, and then slowly took the cup and brought it to his lips, collecting his thoughts. He already knew what to say, but before doing so, he took a sip of hot tea so that his words would not seem jerky. Then he suddenly looked seriously at Shogo, who was watching him with interest and waiting for an answer. Sun Min put the cup on the table, saying that the words about an excellent ruler sounded respectable. However, it won't be that easy. Because the criminal world of Seoul is a very complex thing, this answer surprised Shogo. But then he laughed slightly, saying that he understood what Sung Min was talking about, but it was only difficult in his understanding. But they are Oyama Gumi. There are no limits for them. They always get what they want, and people obey them. He asked if Sung Min had ever heard the legend of the Oni, the Japanese man-eating monsters that lived in hell. So, one of them was in their clan. Sometimes some organizations do not want to obey the Oyama Gumi. One time, a similar rebellious group attacked one of their fighters, and it was a mistake. Because this man was a real Oni, only he lived in an ordinary world with ordinary people. All 9 of those who dared to attack him were literally torn to pieces. But the funniest thing was something else, although he, Shogo, had already had the opportunity to demonstrate it. You could say it was something like his fetish, although from the outside it looked quite creepy and even disgusting. The thing was, some of the corpses he killed were missing fingers, whether thumbs or little fingers, and then he ate them. And now he did the same thing in front of Hook, who covered his mouth with his hand to keep from vomiting. So the man really didn't look like an ordinary person. He ate his fingers like a rabbit eats a carrot. Seeing that all of his crew had been killed, Hook began to beg for mercy, but the man had already prepared an axe. The poor guy looked at him, wondering if this was the end of his miserable life, and yet he had not risen in the eyes of the boss. Japanese Oni swung, sensing new blood and fresh fingers, although Hook had few of the latter left. He closed his eyes, saying goodbye to life, when suddenly the door to the room swung open, and this made the man stop. He stood frozen with an axe in his hand, and Isu came out to meet him, intending to take revenge on Oyama Gumi. He asked if Lee Hyun-gu was there, but he couldn't even respond right away due to the shock and relief that he was still alive. The Japanese looked at the commander with displeasure, because he had interrupted him, and he had not been able to finish off his victim. And Su stood in full Special Forces gear, in such a state he was capable of taking down an entire squad. It was also noteworthy that the Japanese recognized him. It was Nobu, whom the guy had already beaten that morning. Like all incredibly strong brutes, he was a bit of a dumbass, so he still saw the guy as Rugasaki. However, Yisu exposed himself, and then Nobu said that he did not want to deal with an imposter. He sent his subordinates to deal with him, and they did not believe that there was someone else in front of them, because they were very similar to their brother. One of the men agreed with the general opinion, saying that the boy was exactly like their old leader Do Kyung. With these words, he pounced on him, saying that all his life he had dreamed of stabbing this bastard at least once. Yisu blocked his attack by thrusting his knife forward. He noticed that the man's skills weren't very good. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to quickly grab his hand and bend it so that he put the knife to his own throat. The commander hesitated for only a moment, but then pressed down on his hand, and it pierced the man's throat. The rest of the subordinates watched this with wide eyes. They understood that the enemy would not stand on ceremony. Nobu saw this too, and although he himself was quite cold-blooded, Yisu's actions greatly surprised him. The man who was wounded looked at him angrily. He grabbed his throat, squeezing it. Then the others seemed to recover from their shock, took out their weapons and ran to help their comrade. However, Yisu was faster. He decided to act preemptively and was the first to pounce on the one who was closer. At the last moment, he turned the attack into a throw and threw the knife straight into the forehead of one of the attackers. Death was instantaneous. There was one more man left who screamed, "How dare this bastard kill his friends in front of him?" He swung and launched an attack, but Yisu successfully dodged it and then hit him with his elbow, leaving him confused. He realized that the guy had been specially trained because he had managed to hit the sore spot, and now everything was darkening before his eyes. He fell and lost consciousness, dropping the knife, and Yisu looked at them with disdain, thinking that the fighters in Japan were no better than theirs. There were some exceptions though, and one of them was this guy who swung an axe at him. Nobu put all his strength into the blow, but Yisu was able to dodge it, and the axe cut through the air, making a large circle above his head. This time, the commander realized that he had to seize the initiative and took out his knife, preparing for a counterattack. Nobu swung his axe and hit where Yisu had been a second ago, but the boy jumped back from the attack in time. Then the Japanese grabbed the axe with both hands and attacked him. The fight seemed funny to him, and Su noticed that the man was quite fast for his size, so there was no time to hesitate. Nobu struck from below, and the commander had to take the weapon in both hands to repel this attack, because the difference was great. He was saved by the fact that he had a special blade that could fight even against an axe, and they ran at each other. The Japanese did not expect that the guy would be able to defend himself from such an attack. He said that he had quite good abilities. He added that Yisu was almost as strong as his twin brother, as only Rugasaki could defeat him so far. Instead of answering, Yisu gave his full name, Onizawa Nobuhito, and explained that he had studied his dossier. They fought, and it turned out that Yisu was constantly retreating, and now he found himself backed against the wall. But this was planned so that the enemy would feel superior, because, as they say, there is strength, but no need for intelligence. He said the last thing out loud, which made the Japanese very angry, and he rushed at him with a new wave of rage. He swung, but this time Yisu was faster. He grabbed his hand and cut his stomach with the other. Nobu couldn't foresee this. For a moment he just stood there, gathering his strength, but quickly came to his senses. He still managed to finish his attack because Yisu let go of his hand, but the guy ducked. Now he found himself in a rather advantageous position, because Nobu's axe was stuck in the wall. It hit him in the chin. This blow was already more noticeable for the Japanese. He began to doubt his strength because he underestimated the guy. Meanwhile, Yisu swung his knife to finish off the thug while he was still unconscious. Although the man saw this and even attacked in response, he did not have enough speed, and the commander easily dove half a blow, stabbing him in the ribs. Nobu's knees buckled and he sank to the ground, now realizing that in front of him was a real copy of Rugasaki. The axe fell from his hand, and he looked in surprise at Yisu, whom he had not even managed to hit. And the guy said mockingly that the Japanese was strong, only his accuracy was a little lacking. Then he suddenly changed. His look became terribly serious, and he told the man to attack again. Of course, this clearly gave away that he was not Baek Do-kyung, and Hook noticed this, but such a cover was no longer necessary. And Su went down to him, asking if he was okay, and the man replied that he had only gotten scared. He then asked who he was, and Yisu extended his hand, saying that he was his boss for now. He asked if he could stand up on his own. Hook nodded, but he still didn't fully understand the guy's words. He wanted to ask what this meant, but he didn't have time because he noticed that the enemy behind him had already recovered. He became scared again and warned his boss about the threat, but Yisu didn't seem to care at all. The commander knew that the enemy was now disarmed, so he simply stepped aside from the attack. Nobu didn't think he could do it, as he was counting on a frontal attack, but Yisu grabbed his hand. He then threw it a little to the side and prepared for his blow, which was supposed to finish him off. He told the man to prepare to end his life, and Nobu was momentarily overcome with fear. But it was too late. Yisu threw him down, and he himself crouched down to jump, preparing for the decisive blow. He jumped back, and while the Japanese man was still falling, he found himself in the air above him, swinging his leg. He then unleashed his blow, which hit his opponent's leg, leaving him unable to get up. At the same time, Yisu hit him in the head with his hand, and he tried with all his might to maintain his balance, but it was no use. Both of them landed, but Yisu managed to do so first, so he was already preparing for another strike. Nobu was not himself. He was already not thinking clearly, and understood that one more attack like that would be the end for him. And Su didn't wait for him to recover. He delivered a kick right to the jaw, and that should have been enough. The Japanese fell to the ground with a crash. Now he was no longer able to even get up, which meant his defeat. Hook watched this entire scene, increasingly doubting that it was director Baek Do-kyung in front of him. The guy's style of wielding a knife had changed, and he was also good at fighting techniques, which is something Hook couldn't say about Do-kyung. But he thought that it was not important now, because the main thing was that the enemy was defeated. But here, he was mistaken. Nobu told the guy that these were all cheap tricks that he would never be able to use to defeat someone like him. And Su was even a little surprised by this, because he thought that the enemy would not get up again. But he turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Despite his wounds, the Japanese rushed at him and spread his arms as if he wanted to knock him down, as in wrestling. However, the man forgot about his advantage. The guy still had a weapon and he simply used it. He waited, and when the enemy came close enough, he attacked him in the head, and he winced in pain. Now Nobu was really angry. He didn't care about his wounds. He wanted to hit him at least once. Just once, but Yisu dodged all of his attacks, and it was truly amazing for a Japanese. Moreover, he hit back, and his blows were always strong and precise, just like this time. He hit his opponent in the jaw and then in the stomach, and this time Nobu even started bleeding from the mouth. He clenched his teeth, thinking that even if he died here, he had to touch this lousy freak at least once. The Japanese gathered all his remaining strength and put it into one attack, which Yisu still couldn't block. This time he added more speed, so the blow was more unexpected than powerful. But the Japanese was happy about this too. He thought that he would finally be able to defeat him, because this was only the beginning. However, as it turned out, at the last second the commander was able to stop the blow right at the head, so now he was holding his hand. Then he grabbed his elbow with his other hand, asking if that was all he could do. In that case, it looked more like pathetic agonies before death than real blows. He pressed hard on the bone of his arm and broke it, twisting his arm. And the Japanese man looked on in horror. He screamed in unbearable pain and fell to the ground, with Yisu standing over him like an executioner. He played with him because he wanted death to be as painful as possible for everyone from the Oyama clan. He then kicked him in the head again, knocking the man out cold and sending him flying back a meter. Hook looked at all this in surprise. He no longer thought that the enemy would rise again after this. Nobu was on the verge. It seemed that a little more and he would lose consciousness or even die. But this did not suit Yisu. He pressed his knee into his face, telling him not to pass out because he wasn't finished with him yet. He stuck the knife into his hand and told the man to get up and keep fighting because it was not over yet. He had so many questions for him that he couldn't just die without answers. He said that Oyama Shogo had caught him out over the lighter, saying that Do-kyung had never taken it out in front of him. So what did he mean? Yisu asked the man and pressed the knife harder on his hand, and he screamed even louder. He spoke quickly, explaining that it was the symbol of the Oyama Gumi, a sacred relic that freaks like his brother were not allowed to touch. Hearing that it was the symbol of Oyama Gumi, Yisu took the knife out of his hand. Now it became clear to him. But he couldn't just leave, so he said that he would take something else from the man and swung again. Nobu didn't even have time to react before Yisu brought the knife down right on his finger, cutting it off, just like the Japanese had done to everyone before. He couldn't even scream. He was so weak already. And Yisu said that he accepted it as an apology. After all, didn't Shogo say the same thing when he took away Sun Min's little finger? Now he'll cut off all of their fingers. Nobu was overcome with despair and said that he swears that today the boy will regret throwing words around. He jumped to his feet and screamed that he would tear him to pieces, then swung his bloody hand. But even without that, it was clear that he had lost this battle. And Yisu reminded him of this by hitting him on the head. It seemed that this blow was the last one, because everything started to blur before the Japanese man's eyes and he could no longer continue. Hyungu also noticed this, and he was already convinced that the person who saved him was someone else. But Yisu didn't explain anything to him, saying that they were moving out immediately, so let him get up. The man didn't need to be told twice. He jumped up and said that he was ready, for some reason calling the guy captain. However, one detail did catch his eye. He noticed that he said to move forward, as if he had given an order. He might even have been an infantryman, and Yi-soo was already dialing Sue-A while thinking about the lighter. The girl was just going up to the hospital to visit her boss when Yi-soo called her. She asked what happened, and he told her briefly about the lighter, which was the symbol of the Oyama-gumi. Sue-A replied that she knew the lighter itself, of course, but to answer his question she needed to remember something. She said that she had just arrived at the hospital when a car stopped behind her, also near the hospital. But the people who were sitting there didn't come to visit one of their family members. Gonzi was behind the wheel. He had been watching the girl all this time, collecting information, and was surprised when the surveillance led him to the hospital. He asked himself why Baek Do-kyung's secretary, Yoo Soo-ah, had come here when she didn't seem to have any problems. He signaled to the other members of his squad to come to the scene as well, and now they got out of their cars. Ganji thought that it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on the girl because something told him that she had come for a reason. He took some edible balls, most likely drugs, and said that he would find out everything himself. Meanwhile, Sue had already entered and was climbing the stairs because she tried to avoid elevators. She was still talking to Yi-soo, asking about the true meaning of the lighter he mentioned. The guy asked her to get information about the Oyama-gumi symbol because this is what Shogo caught him doing. But the girl replied that she was not sure that she would be able to do this because it was not that easy. She said that she only knew that Director Baek always carried her with him and treasured her very much. Then Yi-soo guessed that perhaps it was because of what was engraved on it, since he remembered it. However, the girl herself did not know this. She said that only Director Baek himself could answer this question. She couldn't finish her sentence because she entered Do-kyung's room and froze in surprise. What she saw caused the phone to fall out of her hands, and Yi-soo, hearing this, asked if she was okay. But the girl didn't answer. She couldn't even take a step from the snag because she was looking at the sitting Do-kyung. He was sitting on the bed, holding his lighter in his hands, when he suddenly heard the door open and turned to her. Sue couldn't say a word because until the very end she couldn't believe that her director was sitting right in front of her. He said that he kept wondering who it could be, and it turned out to be her. And Sue, hearing what he was saying, covered her mouth with her hands. She was both scared and happy at the same time, and Do-kyung turned to her, saying that it was as if they hadn't seen each other for 100 years. Finally, the girl was able to answer him, saying that the director was not far from the truth because a lot of time had passed. Meanwhile, Gonzi and his men also entered the hospital. He still didn't know where exactly the girl had gone. Then he noticed a notice on the wall near the elevator, and it caught his attention, so he walked over to it. It said that the 6th floor was closed for renovations due to the need to replace the windows, so entry there was prohibited. But this seemed a little strange to the man. His instinct told him to check this floor. He told his subordinates to move on, and he would look for another entrance if the elevator was not working. He thought that the secretary had put aside all her business and traveled such a long way to come here. There was definitely something wrong here, and he wondered what Taesun was hiding, but they would soon find out. Meanwhile, Soo-ah was telling about all the events that happened while Director Baek was in a coma. Do-kyung listened to the news and did not hide his disappointment. Especially the latest one surprised him. Sue said that the committee had disbanded and Oyama Shogo had taken over his organization literally the day before. Then Do-kyung tried to get out of bed, saying that he had no time to lie there, but the girl said that it was not worth it. He added that he needed rest and peace, so she would call the doctor, and he should lie down and not get up. He couldn't overexert himself because he was just coming to his senses, and everything else could wait. She said that he could rely on them in everything, but she didn't know that the Japanese were already climbing the stairs. They entered the floor through the fire door, but were met there by Jin Woon, who came with his secretary. One of the men recognized him, saying that since he was here, they definitely had not come in vain. Jin Woon had the title of Chief of Security of Taesun, and he said that they would not go any further. The men were surprised at his courage, asking if he was crazy, but the big man said he didn't care who they were. Then one of them put his hand on his shoulder, telling him not to push it, because they were with the Oyama-gumi. He asked who he was working for, because no matter how much he barked, the owner still wouldn't hear him or praise him. But the man didn't know that in front of him was Taesun's most loyal man. Jin Woon grabbed him by the head. The big guy said he had nothing to fear from such brats, and then slammed the man's head into the floor. The rest of the Japanese did not expect this. They stood in surprise, still not believing that he dared to attack. They started to take out their knives, but they were too late in the timing, and Jin Woon was able to easily dodge and hit the next one. It was not for nothing that he was called the Rock of Taesun, because his blows were like hailstones, and the Japanese felt it well. There were 3 of them, and now only one remained, who seemed to have changed his mind about fighting him alone. He grabbed the knife with both hands and shouted that the brute would regret attacking their clan. To this, Jin Woong replied that he had enough regrets because he had once failed to protect his director. With these words, he approached the man and grabbed his knife with one hand, and he retreated back in fear. Jin Woong continued, saying that a dog that is unable to protect its owner is not worth a dime. And now he said that it was the turn of the Japanese to prove their loyalty to the clan they had been hiding behind. The man's legs gave way and he fell to the floor, looking at the big guy from Taesan, who now seemed even bigger. But Jin Woon was not only tall but also strong. He squeezed the man's hand so hard that he screamed. His cry was heard by Ganzi, who in the meantime also went up to the floor from the other side. He was just walking down the corridor when he heard the cry of one of his men, and then he saw the whole picture for himself. But it was on the left side, and he came in from the right, so instead of Jin Woong, he was met by 2 other men from Daesan. One of them blocked his way, saying that entry was prohibited, but Ganji hit him in the throat. It happened so quickly that the man didn't even have time to get his knife out, and the Japanese man had already rushed at the other guard. He only managed to put his hand in his pocket and grab the knife, but Ganzi did not let him complete the action. He swung at him, and the man realized that he had lost because his opponent was experienced. Ganji attacked with a strange weapon. It was something like a bent knife, but not a karambit. He said that they were still lucky. This was because they were in a hospital, and if the men pressed their wounds harder, they might survive. Then he bent over one of them, putting his hand in its pocket, for he knew what he had to look for. He expected to find some kind of pass to the ward after all. It was not for nothing that these 2 were guarding it. This item turned out to be a key card. It was not difficult for Ganzi to find the right room, because it turned out that there was only one on the floor. He walked inside, still wondering who or what was there, since Taesan guarded the place very heavily. Imagine his surprise when he saw Baek Do-kyung, alive and well, on the hospital bed. Do-kyung heard someone enter and glanced at the visitor, but he didn't expect to see Hanazawa here. Then he came closer to make sure that the man in front of him was the one he knew. There was no doubt, it was indeed Ryugasaki, and Ganji greeted him, taking out his knife. Meanwhile, Sua found the doctors and reported to them that Do-kyung had regained consciousness, and now they ran together to his room. On the way, the girl noticed 2 men who were assigned to guard his room. But for some reason they were wounded. One of them could still speak, and holding his hand to his throat, told her to hurry to the director. Sue immediately guessed everything. She thought in horror that they were tracked down so quickly. Without wasting any time, she ran to the room, the door of which was open, and burst in screaming. She screamed his name, but to her relief the boy was lying there unharmed, with Jin Woong standing next to him. She came closer, asking what happened, but Do-kyung reassured her, saying that everything was fine. He said that Hanazawa had dropped by, but they had only exchanged glances. They had a peculiar relationship, but Sue didn't have anything to worry about since he had already left. Do-jin then tried to get up, asking where his phone was, and Sua replied that it was with Mr. Baek Yi-soo. Do-kyung smiled, saying that he forgot about it, and then asked for the girl's phone number, asking if she would lend it to him. He really needed it, because he had to solve some issues. His gaze suddenly became serious. The man, who was already finishing his work, received a phone call and he wondered who it could be. He had gray hair, which showed that he was no longer a young man, but not yet an old man. He took the call. Hearing the voice on the phone, the man was very surprised, and Do-kyung said that they hadn't called each other for a long time. He called the man his father. It was the chairman of the Oyama Corporation, Oyama Tetsuji. The father said that he had heard terrible news about his son's death, but it seemed to be just rumors. However, Do-kyung replied that these were not rumors at all. Baek Do-kyung was really dead. He continued, saying that from now on he would live as Oyama Ryugasaki. There was a pause for a second. Tetsuji then said that it seemed like he had made a difficult decision, as he had decided to follow his father's will. Do-kyung agreed, saying that this was the case and that he would now become the next boss of Oyamagumi after his father. The man then asked if he hadn't fled to Seoul because he had resisted it with all his heart. But Do-kyung said he had changed his mind, asking if his father was not happy about this, and he replied that he could not even dream of such a thing. He said that he would not change his beliefs because Do-kyung was his heir, but things were not that simple. As a sign of his recognition, his father gave him his lighter, which he treasured more than anything else in the world. However, he explained that many members of the clan did not approve of his candidacy, and Shogo probably contributed to this. His Japanese brother thought that the Joseon degenerate was not worthy of taking the position of leader, but Do-kyung knew it himself. He said that, to be honest, he didn't care which of them would lead the Oyamagumi, but Shigo had crossed all boundaries. He raised his hand against his loved ones, and the father should know that this was the most terrible thing he could have done. So Do-kyung continued by saying that then, let all the bastards who despise him come to Seoul. He will wait for them. They will throw aside all ranks and statuses and talk like men. Here he squeezed his father's lighter. Then, Tetsuji said that he wanted to clarify something and asked if he really intended to kill Oyama Shogo. He entered the room where all the heads of his clan were gathered. It was something like a family gathering. Do-kyung responded positively, saying that otherwise he would never be able to forgive his brother for his stupid behavior. The father was silent for a while, but then said that if that was the case, let his son do what he thought was right. He ended the call, thinking about how everything in their clan would now be turned upside down. Perhaps this was the beginning of a war. But Sue didn't share his views. She couldn't believe that the first thing he did as soon as he opened his eyes was declare war on the Oyamagumi. Do-kyung just looked at her with a smile, asking if the girl was afraid. He said that he didn't care how strong they were. They were Taeson, so how could they lose? Besides, he said that they had one more trump card in the form of his brother, who would always be on his side. Ieyasu rushed to the hospital. As soon as Sue stopped answering his calls, he was extremely worried. Then Do-kyung joked that Mr. Baek Do-kyung himself had come to them, and Yisu froze in place. He asked himself if what he had just seen with his own eyes was really true. He saw his brother, who was now looking at him with a smile, and tears rolled down his face. Meanwhile, Do-kyung said that it was indeed him, and that he was also glad to see his younger brother. Yisu looked at him, still unable to say anything other than surprise. Do-kyung also looked at him with a slight smile. He was glad to meet his brother again, knowing that all this time he lived for both of them. He noticed Yisu crying and asked why he was crying again, the image of the little boy appearing in his mind again. Yisu replied that he thought that if Do-kyung didn't wake up, he would have to take his place, and the guy looked at him like a brother. He asked him, just like he did when he was a child, what the result was, whether he managed to become Baek Do-kyung. Wiping away his tears, Yisu said that they were twins, and that was why he felt that he could be like him. But in the end, nothing worked out. It was really hard. So now he was glad that his brother woke up. Then Do-kyung extended a clenched fist at him, saying that his brother had really done a good job. He added that he would somehow sort everything out himself because, in the end, they were the invincible decent. So let him stop crying. He said it like he always said it, but it was his support. He said that otherwise he would beat him, but Yisu understood that he said this, as always, to calm him down. He raised his hand and touched his fist to his, a move they hadn't done in so long. After that, Do-kyung suddenly leaned back on the bed, saying that his brother had managed to screw things up a bit after all. Not only is Taeson now under Ilhak's control, but they also have Cha Yuhua as a hostage. Yisu looked away guiltily, and Do-kyung continued to read him, asking if he knew what the most absurd thing about this case was. This is because all of this is Baek Do-kyung's doing, since Yisu managed to do everything under his name. Sue decided to somehow protect Yisu, saying that now he was considered unsurpassed and invincible. But Do-kyung just laughed like a child, asking what his brother was going to do next. Then, Yisu replied that the first thing to do was to return Taeson, since it was his brother's organization. He said that he was going to go back there and slit the throats of Oyama Shogo and all his henchmen. He will rip their throats out, every single one of them, because they dared to raise their hand against what was most precious to his brother. Meanwhile, Shogo and Kaido were at the hospital. They were checking on Nobu, and Shogo said that he was pretty battered. But he did not sympathize for long. Soon he threw him against the wall, saying that the cannibal of the Oyama clan was lying there. Nobu then asked him for forgiveness, apologizing for making his boss worry because of him. But Shogo was interested in something else. He leaned towards him and asked if the fake Do-kyung was really that strong. Was he really as good at fighting as Rugasaki? The leader grabbed him by the collar, and Nobu was surprised. He replied that he had never fought with Rugasaki, so he could not judge who fought better. However, it was hard for him to imagine anyone stronger than this bastard, because he was definitely a professional. He remembered how he had beaten information out of him by plunging a blade into his hand, and he hadn't even blinked an eye. Shogo then paraphrased Nobu, saying that in simple terms, he was in no way inferior to Baek Do-kyung. However, Nobu didn't think this description was enough and said that the guy was a real monster. Hearing this, Shogo smiled, because he definitely didn't expect this. It turned out that the fake Yisu was not an ordinary guy. He suddenly patted Nobu on the back, saying that he liked his name very much because he was also from the Oyama clan. and his indomitable nature was just what the Oyamagumi needed. But there was also something not so good. He suddenly changed and became so serious, as if he was seeing him for the first time, and then extended his hand to him. He said that this time the big guy had disappointed him, because he had lost to some scoundrel and even called him a monster. It was more of a reproach, and now he looked at him as if he were a subordinate, and Nobu felt terrified by this look. Then their conversation was interrupted by a man who also came into the room. It was Hanazawa Ganji. Shogo instantly forgot about Nobu, standing up and asking if the master had found out anything about Tessen. Ganji replied that he had done everything, but at that moment his phone rang and he apologized, saying that he had to accept. Shogo said there was no problem, but Ganji handed him the phone, saying that the boss wanted to talk to him. It was an unexpected turn of events, as his father usually didn't call him, but this time something was wrong. He carefully took Ganji's phone and said he was listening, and his father's stern voice was heard in the receiver. He got straight to the point, asking what he was doing, but Shogo didn't even understand at first and was in no hurry to answer. Tetsuji then clarified that it was he who handed over Taisan to Ryugasaki, asking who gave his son the right to take it. Shogo was surprised that his father had already been informed of everything, saying that it was indeed true what they said, that even walls have ears. However, his father interrupted his guesses. He said that Ryugasaki himself told him about it, and this took Shogo by surprise. He thought that he meant the fake Do Kyung and laughed, asking if the old man really believed that. He began to explain that it was Do Gyon's twin brother, but his father interrupted him, saying that it was Ryugasaki. Then Shogo asked what he meant, because this bastard doesn't even know the meaning of a lighter. The father replied that this lighter was a sign of his recognition of Baek Do-kyung, because he respected him and loved him as a son. And if he decided that the next head would be Baek Do-kyung, then that's how it will happen. For Shogo, it was something out of a fantasy world. He didn't understand what he had missed, but his father continued. He shared that the so-called scoundrel told him that he would first become the next boss of the Oyamagumi, and then he would deal with him too. And now his words seemed to have a rather strange effect on Shogo. There was silence on the line for a moment, but then Shogo asked what his father had said to Ryugasaki. But the old man replied that he had only said what the head of the Oyama clan should have said in his place. This turned out to be quite an unexpected turn for Shogo, but now everything was clear to him. The old man finally asked if it was time for him to return home, since Do-kyung was already waiting for him in Korea. However, the guy asked in response whether he said this as a father or also as the head of the Oyama clan, because it would be easier that way. Hearing that his son was angry, Tetsuji tried to explain that he had not meant to order him at all, but Shogo interrupted him.